of First Avenue and Pennsylvania Street in Carpentersfield. Now, the struggling economy at the time called for a pause in the construction around 1877, so it only began construction for about a year. And then they left the foundation of the library untouched for about 5 years.
Holy.
That's enough time to really kind of screw with what you built. But yeah, 5 years it kind of just sat.
I mean, not that they were going to make money off of this, but to just leave it sitting there for 5 years, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to build a library. Maybe you want to build a spaceship or something.
Well, then you just keep the foundation as is and start launching off.
That's true.
Yeah. But the building resumed in 1882, and Carpenter devoted the rest of his life to the supervision of this building, leaving his children to wander the parks and fields and
look at what they can't have.
That was just some filler as I turned the page. No, but I mean, he was very passionate about this project and all the other affairs that he was working with, as far as like not only just building this library, but the other, like the railroad and everything else. So he wanted to work very directly with the architects. He hired the workmen himself. Again, he was very hands-on, and he oversaw what materials were being used to ensure only the best was being put towards this library.
Damn, this place sounds awesome.
It sounds awesome,
Except
right?
for the basement.
Except for the basement, or i.e. the children's ward.
It's true.
Where they go to kind of play in their windowless pit. Sorry, it really is a beautiful facility.
No, but you're not wrong. There's no windows down there in the basement.
Right. But kind of flashing forward now, Carpenter passed away at the age of 80 in November 6th of 1883. Now, this was before the library was properly finished, and his death actually jeopardized the funding of the library. So instead of leaving his fortune to his children, as I mentioned, he left it to the estate, which was then kind of relegated to the library in order for them to continue construction.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the children, at this time, not really children, but young adults, hated them for it.
He never got to see it be finished and
I
completed.
never got to see it.
That's unfortunate.
It really is, especially with how, I mean, it seemed like this was his passion project, right? Like, it seems like he, for better or worse, grew away from his family and grew towards these, what's the word?
Phalanges.
Yeah, phalanges. More philanthropic efforts. That actually helped.
That actually helped.
That actually helped me. Did you just make that up?
Yeah.
Leave that all in. That was amazing. No, philanthropy. But anyway, a formal opening of the library was held on March 28th of 1885. So around, a year and a half after he passed. And in August of 1896, his youngest daughter, Louise Carpenter, sued to have access to the inheritance using the claim.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, guess what her claim was? This is very HBO's Succession-esque. So let me draw this out of you. What do you think her claim was as to, like, listen, I'm trying to get back at that inheritance, 10 years on, 11 years on.
Ooh.
Shouldn't belong to the library. I'm getting it back.
No.
What's her reasoning?
Rightful ownership? Less inheritance and more ownership of the
It was
facility?
a claim around her father. She claimed that her father, you're close. She claimed that her father was in a poor state of mind at the time when he was writing his will, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to happen every now and then when you have some upset feelings and someone's writing their will towards the end of life. It leaves open that kind of nefarious argument to say, like, well, maybe you just weren't of right mind. And then that draws into question the entirety, the sanctity of a will, right? But suffice to say, she lost.
It's not like it was a Bugatti or anything like that. Like, this thing is a damn public library and a really nice one, too.
Right.
And just like, no, I want it.
I want it.
It's mine.
I'm going to get it.
I mean, you might as well have walked up to the damn building and go, kicked it.
Real Poseidon rage right
there.
Yeah.
Kick the side of the building. Like,
take that crown molding.
Child.
Bang. Yeah, I kind of get it, but I also don't. So, like, ultimately, though, as you can imagine, she lost, and the library continued to grow, right? Because the library had these funds not only to just finish construction, but to continue investing in itself and to grow. Carpenter was an agent, actually, for the Underground Railroad before the Civil War. So it was one of his missions and actually requirements for the library was actually, and I'll quote him here, was to, quote, be maintained for the free use of all persons who may desire to consult it. Now, this makes sense to us, right? A public library being free to use for the town, for citizens of an area, but the definition of a, quote, public library was rare. I mean, like, almost unheard of at this time. I think I looked it up before the episode, and the oldest library in the United States goes back to the 1830s, so a few decades prior to this. But regardless, it wasn't really commonplace. So this kind of definition for a library where it feels entirely selfless and for the benefit of all humans was...
Carpenter sounds awesome.
He sounds awesome, right?
Sounds like a
minus his
great
familial
person.
stuff, but like he sounds awesome.
Yeah,
and
but his kids could be a little...
sure.
You know?
Maybe there was something we don't know about.
Christian almost had to go right down. Gotcha.
But because of this, many people consider this a risky endeavor, right? Because otherwise you're thinking entrepreneurship, you got to make a dime out of this thing.
Yeah.
But also given the social climate of the 19th century, there's a lot of accepted risk in this play. But otherwise, I think this is a very modern initiative, right? I think it's very worth it. But Carpenter's idea for Willard Library actually was that of a college, a place of education. But instead, he chose to make it a library. And I'll kind of go very briefly into the kind of origin of that. Now, while he was living in Troy, New York, another place I actually lived, Carpenter admired Emma Willard School. Originally, it was called Troy Female Seminary, but the Emma Willard School was the first women's higher education institution in the United States and was founded by women's rights advocate Emma Willard back in 1814. It's just kind of serendipitous that his first name and her last name are Willard, but because of that, he named the library Willard Library, not only because of his first name, but because of her last name, rather than naming it after his last name, which was commonplace.
Man, what hasn't Carpenter done wrong?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to dig, though. I'm terrified.
I mean, probably done something wrong.
That's what has social media has trained me to think, that there's always something under the surface.
Something. You must have kicked a dog or something crossing the street.
Yeah, that's a mystery I don't want to uncover right now.
You know? Stop. Come on.
The Fido. But yeah, that is the kind of origin, just kind of give you the playing field for what this library is about, where it's at, how it came to pass, how it came to be. But now let's go into the hauntings, some of the sightings, because this is one of those places that has a named ghost, not like Doris or something like a name like that, but it has a ghost that has been seen many times that is referred to often as the Lady in Gray or the Gray Lady. Now, this is a very common name.
It's not a male.
No.
I was thinking maybe my first thought was Carpenter.
Oh, like himself.
That's
not a bad idea, or a bad guess.
Admiring his work.
Right. Because he never saw it come to fruition.
It made sense to me.
Stands to reason.
Maybe not.
Maybe there's room in this for Willard, though.
Oh.
Stand by. Now, I do want to address, I'm sure everybody listening in the task force is like, oh, I've heard of the Lady in Gray. Now, it is a common reference for when you don't know, the identity of the ghost, if you don't know who they were in life, it's common to refer to them as Lady in Gray. In fact, where this is a small plug and a sidebar, there is a show we did at our parent company, Rooster Teeth, called Haunter. And that's available on roosterteeth.com if you want to check it out, or the Rooster Teeth app. And when I did a few of those episodes, one was at Michelin Priory over in England. And one of the things I got on the moat all by myself, this ancient place, and tried to taunt the Lady in Gray. That was one of the things that we would do to spur up some activity. And I'll tell you what.
You're sick.
It was like, listen, I got to be Braveheart, but I was experiencing some things. It was spooky times. And they also, another thing they did to initiate me into the Haunter show was tie me to the bed in the Priory for an hour as they left. They left.
Hell no.
So I'm in this eerie, creaky place, and I was witnessing and hearing all sorts of things I was not into. But that...
Spilling the beans.
That experience, man, that gave me some,
I'm bartering at that point. Look, you could take my soul, but there's 30 juicy souls outside this building I'll help you get.
Right. You can leave me be and I'll help you out.
Right.
Yeah.
You can...
Some 13 Ghosts style or something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But anyway, I digress. But that ghost was also referred to as the Gray Lady. She would walk the grounds, and supposedly her son had been... unfortunately hanged by accident, and so I had to antagonize a woman and her child in the afterlife. Anyway, go check that out. By the way, Rooster Teeth app.
You should build a library to make up for that.
You know what? I will. It's going to be a baby library for baby hands.
It's really tiny.
It's going to be a library for ants, but it'll be done.
Doorknob so tiny we can't even open it.
Ghosts can't get in. Now, as I mentioned, the library opened in 1885. The first reported sighting of the Gray Lady ghost wasn't until 1937. This initial sighting was actually by the custodian at the time. And since then, there have been many reports of unexplained events by visitors to the library, many of whom knew nothing about the established reports of the Gray Lady, right? Because that's one of the things that happens with hauntings is that people come in with a preconceived notion. They go, you start to look for things to happen, and so you attribute those to whatever ghost stories are out there. But many of these early stories were coming from people that had no idea that there had been other sightings. And so that to me is like, check in the column of, okay, something's going on here. Right?
Yeah, instead of like we see that a lot with different things, whether it be murders or sightings, etc. But like it starts to gain traction, and then people want to get involved in it.
Yeah,
right?
They want to have a story.
Yeah, they want to have their story. But no, I like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I subconsciously like look for.
It brings more like, I don't know, weight and truth to it for me.
Yeah, for
Almost
sure.
like a ton of people that this hasn't even blown up yet, haven't even talked to each other. Like, I've seen some stuff.
Right. Because the thing is, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious, right? Like, in the daylight, I'm brave as hell. But then when I go, I mean, you and I did that haunt for the Halloween special last year, and we went to a place, we walked around. That's how we did our special episode
you guys
that
wanted
year.
To throw our backs against the dark hallway that led into a church. So the whole time I was like, hell no, but I'm just going to look back at it.
Yeah. You just stared backwards the whole time. And I needed that. I needed some eyes on, like, that's my personal phobia is like lassophobia, but with
I'm not gonna,
big open dark hallways. I don't like it.
Exactly. I'm not going to rely on someone behind the camera just being like, oh.
Right.
Like peeking off to the side.
I don't want my warning sign to be the camera drop or like the camera's hovering in the air as somebody like Looney Tunes out the building and the camera's just spinning there. But when it comes to being on location though, and the sun goes down, man, my beliefs start to like wane a little bit, like start to increase. I start to like start hearing things and seeing things, and I go, oh, maybe. Man, I don't know what I don't know, you know?
When the world starts to quiet down and,
oh, man.
And you're not supposed to hear noises, you start hearing things.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, let's go back to this initial sighting. So as the story goes, the janitor was making his nightly rounds throughout the library around 3 a.m., known as the witching hour.
Oh.
Now, he was following his normal path when he strolled down to the basement stairs. So yes, there's a basement for sure. He strolled down the basement stairs, down a small corridor, and began to head towards the furnace. At that moment, a veiled woman wearing gray appeared before him.
There it is.
Now remember, this is the first sighting, and this guy has probably been working there for quite some time. This library's been open up for almost 50 years by this point.
Now?
Right. And so he's walking down the corridor. He sees this, and out of fear, he drops the flashlight. He bolts. Now, when he picked it back up again to check the hallway, when he comes back, he picks it up. He goes, okay, no. What did I see? The woman had disappeared, right?
Back tomorrow.
He didn't come back tomorrow. In fact, he fled, and as soon as he got out and came back to the library the next day, he quit. Like, that was it. He was donezo. He left his post. And I don't blame him.
Man, you gotta
What would you do?
So I wouldn't even have that job in the first place.
But there's no haunt. This is just a library, dude. I mean,
cleaning
you can kick the lights
a damn library with a basement in the middle of the night?
Yeah,
but like, no, bro.
Okay, well, like you get a little torch going on. I mean,
dude, it could be a ghost. I mean,
electricity just kicked on around this time, so you're like, pop on some lights, dude.
I don't care. There's dark spots everywhere.
Flashlight, also, that's what this man has.
Who's to say there isn't just, I don't know, ghosts and stuff that will attack you in the light?
See, I wanted to come after you for that. But here's the thing. I just substantiated your claim of like, who's to say there isn't a ghost in the waits, right? Because, this ghost slept around for like, okay, I didn't mean slept around in that way. I just, excuse me here. I just mean like this ghost was sleeping on the snooze button for like nearly 50 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if she wants to sleep around a little bit, that's her prerogative. I don't,
ectoplasm.
Listen, might need a sample. I don't know. We got to get out in the field and investigate.
We got to get out
various ways,
We just got to figure it all out.
If they're unwilling, we got to be willing.
I'm just saying, if we're investigating an area, where to be a cryptid or a ghost or whatever, if there's goop, we got to analyze it.
Absolutely,
we don't know what kind of
taste
goop
buds
it could
first.
be. Well,
that's a ghost right there. Aerate it. Cover all 9,000 taste buds. That's a ghost.
taste division.
It's just an empty room. We don't go in there. But anyway, yeah. So he came back and he quit, and I don't blame him because
no, not at all.
50 years of
someone's
just
smart,
quiet, polite library activity.
Damn.
And one night it goes south.
I can't imagine like doing that.
Yeah.
Doing that all by yourself.
Now, again, I reference Mothman because that was one of like the cases where we really dove into the idea of shared sightings, right? And so after he quit, this could be a spurring from this story, or it could be just the initiation of a haunt, of a ghost being established in this area. But either way, Margaret Meyer, who was a children's librarian, and Helen Cam, who was a library assistant, and many other employees, too long of a list that I won't name, they also began encountering the Lady in Gray as well. So without going into all those various stories, it is generally said that she would roam the halls with books. She would linger on the stairways and sometimes even appear in the elevator, where if she appeared with you in the elevator, there would be no escape until you reached the appropriate floor.
Dude, can you imagine how terrifying that is? Granted, this is like any amount of time with a ghost would be terrifying in a confined space like that. But like, at least this is like 3 floors. You know what I mean?
Right. You're not in there for like
80 floors. You're just staring at the thing.
You're like, hello?
I don't know. Like, what would you actually do?
Dude,
say it was 80 floors. Would you at that point, if it just stood there, would your mind just settle a bit?
Dude, I don't know. Because I've had that shock scare before when you like, okay, so now I'll just walk you through what I'm picturing. And this is an old school elevator. So you have the thing, like that shutter gate kind of, right? And then you hop in, you're like, I'm alone. I'm going to the children's ward. Let's go down. And so you hit the button. You're like, la-di-da-di-da. There's no elevator music. You got to make it yourself. And then you turn to your left and you catch a glimpse of something. You're like, but you know in your heart of hearts that you are in an empty little elevator. So you look full on. You see something there. Dude. Immediately, I can feel, because I've had this jump, the tingles cover my body, and you just freeze and you stare at the thing and you back up because you can't go anywhere.
No.
You were trapped with this entity, peaceful or otherwise. I hate this thought experiment you put me in right away.
Is it more terrifying if the ghost was staring at you or not staring at you?
Or third option, staring at you and just licking her lips. Just
you like higher education?
You go into the children's library? Dude, I think all of it's bad. If she's staring at me, I'm out. I'm done. I'm passing out. my safety mechanism kicks in, and then my consciousness goes eject, and I pass out there then and there. I'm telling you, that's what would happen. I hate this. To be confined.
Right. You're locked in. Like, what do you like that? Take the L, right? No matter what you do, it's over.
But what's the L, dude? Like, you are trapped. There is no fight or flight.
It could be taken over. It could gut you like a fish. I don't know. Whatever they want to do.
Wake up and you're a ghost.
With some books. Yeah, you could wake up as a ghost.
Dude. Well, hello there, task force. It's that time again where I get to update you on what's going on with Red Web. 2 updates. First of all, thank you all so much for coming out in droves to support the Slangin' and Bangin' Gym shirt that we released at store.roosterteeth.com. That became the #1 selling item in our store across the whole company, thanks to you, task force. So thank you very much. I believe that one's print on demand, so that means we shouldn't run out of inventory like we normally sell out very quickly. This one should keep flying off the shelves as long as you want it, unless you break the system, which is entirely possible. I don't put it past you. The other update is that we actually have a TikTok now. So if you're TikTok inclined and you want bite-sized mysteries, that's the place that we're going to revisit some of the popular favorite episodes that we did, but in a much more truncated form. It also gives us the opportunity to talk about mysteries that are just much too short to fit in this kind of format. So if you want more mysteries, even the ones that are just bite-sized, head to our TikTok. It is our handle is different for this. It is at The Red Web. So check us out there. It's different than our Instagram or our Twitter, but it is there, and we just launched the first one. With that said, let's talk about some of our fantastic sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Upstart. Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, Upstart can help you get a fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart's model considers other factors beyond your credit score, like your income, employment, and other information, to find you a smarter rate for your loan. Check your rate in just 5 minutes for loans from $1,000 to $50,000. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/redweb. That's upstart.com/redweb. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know that we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Again, go to upstart.com/redweb. And as always, when it comes to finances, be sure to do your due diligence. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by most of us. Learning a second language in high school or college wasn't exactly a high point in our academic careers. Now, thanks to Babbel, the language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions, there's an addictively fun way and an easy way to learn a new language. I like the fact that they gamify learning a language because I remember going to high school and having to memorize flashcards. It made it very boring, very transactional. And the fact that we are in Texas means that Spanish is a very, very useful language. So I like the fact that I can kind of gamify my learning of Spanish to be a little bit more conversational when it comes to using the language. But Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel, their lessons were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective, so you know you're going to learn and have a good time while you do it. Right now, you can save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/redweb. That's babbel.com/redweb for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. And the last sponsor I want to talk about today is actually ourselves in a way. It is RTX. It's an event that we hold every single year here in Austin, and actually due to quarantine and everything like that, this is the first one we're going to do in person in several years. I'm so excited about it. If you're listening to this point in the podcast, I know for a fact that you really like podcasts, so you should know at RTX, if you love podcasts, they have a podcast festival that you can attend. Red Web is going to be there, so we're going to be able to see you all. If you want to come out, we're going to have some panels. We're going to do meet and greets, everything like that. We have so much to offer at our convention. It's here in Austin, Texas, where we record this podcast, and it's going to happen this summer from July 1st through 3rd. It's going to be a long 3-day weekend filled with all sorts of fun live recordings, meet and greets, like I said, panels. We have the show floor filled with awesome stuff. It's going to be a good time. And like I said, Fredo and I, Christian, everybody's going to be there. So come hang out. RTX Austin takes the best in podcasting, gaming, and animation and brings it all to Austin, Texas for one unforgettable weekend. You can step into the exhibit hall and be transported into another world filled with cosplayers, live gaming, indie artists, and much more. Of course, health and safety is our .1 priority. Masks will be required during the event, and we will follow the city guidelines as they are at the time of the event. If you want more information, head over to bit.ly/RTX Austin 2022. That's the year number. Don't spell it out like a goofball. Also, RTX Austin, I believe, is all lowercase. If you want to type that out, it is case sensitive. So that link will take you to the website where you can learn about the badge information, everything else that's going on at RTX. But again, that's bit.ly/RTX Austin 2022 to get your badge today. Hopefully, Task Force, we're going to see you there July 1st through 3rd this summer here in Austin, Texas. With that said, let's dive right back into this weird, haunted library. But anyway, I mentioned the elevator, not because I'm just making up where people have had encounters. No, there was specifically a story from a visitor.
It's messed up. Just
a library visitor who had no idea that this place was haunted. They hop into the elevator and they encounter the Gray Lady. I can't imagine that moment. But there was also some high profile or relatively high profile stories as well. Like the local weathercaster actually also reported an encounter with one of the spirits here. So this was starting to become pretty well known. So this is where I start to go, okay, was this, one sighting spurred others and it kind of became this big thing that kind of spurred off of this one sighting? Or did we witness the origin of a haunt? Because this is a rare moment in ghost story kind of storytelling, right? In that you don't normally see the start of a haunt. You always just know of a place that's haunted, right?
Yeah, true.
So it's really interesting, and that will kind of play into the idea of the theories as to who this person might be.
Is this place still?
Yeah. Yeah.
It still is it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll get into like their kind of modern stuff.
We travel there. Okay. And we have Trevor ride the elevator up and down the whole night.
Okay. Mm-hmm. There's a soft spot for this place. I'll tell you why. in just a little bit. But yeah, still active, this place. But coming back to some of the stories and some of the general kind of through threads that a lot of people had, the shared experiences. Now, a lot of people that encountered this spirit said that her presence was often accompanied by a very heavy scent of perfume. Specifically
pleasant.
It does sound pleasant. Specifically, and we'll go into some of these things, but like lilac or lavender, a very floral perfume.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah. And I'd actually wonder if that was a very common scent. I mean, it is now, but I'd be curious, if that was
back then
a very popular ladies' scent of a perfume in the early 1900s, Sometimes now the lady in gray would play tricks, little goofster over here, on library visitors by turning on faucets and then turning them back off, making lights flicker, sometimes throwing books off their shelves.
Oh, man.
So, maybe she didn't really like books so much. Can't go throwing books. You're going to mess up the spine, dude. Binding.
I'm not. I don't like this place.
You're going to uncrisp the pages.
Don't mess around with me.
Don't mess around with literature.
This is messed up.
You step into the room and they're like, finally, I got someone else to mess with that aren't books.
I would be gone. I wonder what the ghost would do that showed up. You're just like,
oh, you were ready to
arms
attack?
at the waist. You're like, oh, people saying I was hoping. Here you are. I got you.
You anoint your hands with some holy water. You're like,
kiss the cross.
I got holy knuckles.
I got you for 2 whole floors.
2 whole floors.
Can you imagine ghosts be like, what the?
Oh my God. Okay.
Bye.
Just the ghost just goes, makes that meme, that meme of that young girl with the kind of buck teeth going, and then just fades away. Just fades. That's interesting. But here, let's jump to kind of modern history about this place. Psychics visited the library in 2007, and they said they were able to verify that a ghost had been there. And many paranormal investigators actually brought their equipment in that was designed to detect ghosts. EMF readers, heat thermometers, and heat cameras, and infrared, and all that good stuff. And though there are mixed results from varying teams, many of them at least had minor encounters. There's also a group of lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana that visited the library as well, and they said that they saw a ghost peering into the water, which is interesting. You got a really
and it seems like anything
ghost.
Is the cool thing about this place that's being haunted. It seems like anything is free game.
Yeah,
right? It's not like just in the attic or these set of children blocks. It's like no, anything.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
that's actually a really good point.
Cool.
Yeah, because a lot of places you go, they say, oh well, so and so is known to walk. Yeah, or this specific room, or they want to play with the ball as we experienced, but this one seems very dynamic.
Anything
reactive,
water, the books.
As this place expanded, they would react in fact. I think I'm jumping.
Oh, they would go into new expanded places of the library?
Yeah. So as they would remodel, it seemed that activity would spike, almost as if to say, I don't know if it was good or bad, if it was reactionary or whatever. But yeah, there was some of the activity would kind of ebb and flow with the kind of remodeling or expansion of the library. It's interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because usually it's they're haunted in an abandoned place or a house or something like that. You never hear about a place that's actively being haunted and then expanded upon.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so I did jump here in my notes, but just to build on that fact, there are 2 ghosts. I told you, I jumped the gun here just real quick, but there are 2 ghosts that have been spotted, and both of them have been seen at all times of the day. But specifically, the gray lady is the one that seems to get more active during periods of renovation or otherwise large changes. Just a reorganization of the way the library is laid out. But coming back a little bit, just backpedaling, to give you more context for the 2 ghosts. Now, policemen during a certain time window. I believe, was this policeman activity in the early 2000s as well, Christian?
That's
I don't have a specific
question.
date. I would imagine it would be modern history at least. So while he looks that up, policemen were responding to a security alarm at the library. And when they got there, and again, responding to the alarm, they themselves spotted 2 ghosts in an upstairs window of the library. This is the first mention, historically, of a second ghost. This second ghost has since been seen around but is often described as a shadow person or otherwise a dark mass. So not nearly as common, but but it could also be that both ghosts maybe got conflated, thinking they were the same ghost. But now that we've seen both of them together,
it seems like such an active place, and now we're seeing two separate.
Yeah.
What? Dang.
It really is.
Because you usually hear about like maybe there's a couple ghosts, but we're really, like you mentioned before, seeing the evolution of.
Right. These are some origin stories.
Yeah, of this location.
Yeah.
And just more than ever, I'm just so curious as to how a ghost pops up after 50 years, and then eventually a second one pops up. Because so far you haven't told me about like these books of murdered people or
right
or
like I was on the elevator, I saw the ghost, and then I wasn't a person anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're passed out and became a ghost.
It's like or just people passing away somewhere and then winding up here. Like it's just so wild. It doesn't seem like there's been any deaths on the actual site itself.
100%. It really draws into question like why one becomes a ghost, or how even, and then also why certain locations, right, over others. But that could be a whole other episode that would be very conversational, because like there's so few hard-hitting pieces of concrete evidence.
I bet they're few and far between,
if any, really.
And jumping in real quick, I couldn't find an exact year, but the policeman story was sometime in the 80s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, especially if there's like, some alarms going off and stuff. But let's jump forward to the last reported sighting. Now, this is why I thought you might find it interesting to go, because this is the last reported sighting that we know of. And it occurred back on August 10th of 2010. So it's been relatively quiet,
okay,
for about 12 years now.
I was bracing myself.
Yeah.
Very well
Yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
So this last reported sighting occurred in the basement hallway by the assistant children's librarian. She just saw wandering in the hallway the gray lady, right? But ultimately, with regards to the ghost herself, the reasoning for her hiatus or disappearance even is unknown. This is a really, really interesting case, because this is one of the first cases that I personally know about where we see a ghost start to haunt a place and potentially end. That's not very common at all with haunted locations. But of course, we don't know why it started nor why it ended. But unless you have any other thoughts, I'm going to wrap up with just a couple of other odds and ends that people have kind of shared with their...
It just seems like a pleasant place, even with the hauntings. It's just like nice ghosts.
Yeah, I think it would definitely like shock you, especially if you're in the elevator. No matter how nice people want to say a ghost is.
I don't care how nice you are. You see a ghost. It's
right,
like, whoa.
Right. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it seems pretty. It's not a very overall scary or negative.
Right? People aren't getting slaughtered by the ghosts or not like chasing
or
people
tormented.
out.
Right. It's not like a poltergeist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, kind of some of the commonalities in a lot of the stories from employees and visitors alike. Getting goosebumps, smelling that lilac or lavender perfume, things getting moved around overnight, not being in their normal spots, that cold feeling that you get from a paranormal presence. Many people hear strange noises across the library. Books and furniture also being moved around randomly. The feeling of something touching your hair and earrings is a commonality.
Ooh.
Yeah. And also, now this one's interesting, Christian. I would love to dive in if you have any other information, but like odd items being found in the library. Now I'm wondering, Christian, is that kind of like timepieces? Almost like I just found this very out of date coin or artifact?
That would be insane.
That'd be sick.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let me try to find something.
Or could it just be like, this feels out of place, but it's like, here, I found this stuffed teddy bear.
Ghosts pickpocketing
and
just leaving stuff
giving
around.
from the rich or taking from the rich and giving to the needy by like, hey, give me that teddy bear, little one. That one's for the adults now.
Yeah.
And leave that somewhere in the...
because them adults, they need them teddy bears.
We need to be cozied up too sometimes, snuggled in for bed.
So there was someone in a room on the second floor. There was an empty chair that they sat in during a meeting of some kind. And then afterward, they left the room, and then they came back and to show the library director the chair for some reason, and the chair was gone. And then when she described the appearance of the chair, the guy said that there was never any chair like that in the building before.
Oh. So that's
just
even
one
more
example.
interesting. Yeah, it's a good example though, because like that is something like I was thinking a piece out of time or like a random tchotchke or something, but a whole piece of furniture popping and blipping out of time and space, like that's
how you do that?
Wild.
Right? Like you gotta be like the Ghost Supreme or something like that to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Well, okay, let's come to these photos now because, as I mentioned kind of in the hook, bringing you now into the modern history of this facility, yes, it is said that the last reported sighting was in 2010.
Okay.
But because of the popularity of this destination, in the early 2000s, they set up webcams across their entire campus.
Ooh, smart.
Yeah, they put up what they called these ghost cams throughout the library to give people all over the world the opportunity to take a look and search for the Lady in Gray. You could do this task.
Streamed it?
Yeah, they're streaming it 24/7.
Whoa, that man, this is so different than any other haunt.
Right?
Are you kidding me?
But here's the thing: like, this is finally another one of those mysteries, those stories that the task force can get their hands dirty with. Now, as always, if you're going to go out and you're going to, hit up these websites to look at the streams, always be respectful with you when you engage with the broad world. They don't know that we're talking about them, so be respectful
You're
out there.
representing the task force badge.
When you wear the badge, you represent.
Exactly.
And you got to show that respect.
You also punch ghosts in the face.
Absolutely. So the 6 cameras that we have are located in a couple of hot spots. The children's room, the basement hall, the research room, the main stairway, the children's story room, and then it's called this, I don't know what it means, but adult services on the first floor. But also, task force, if you happen to be in the area, every October, the Willard Library offers free Gray Lady Ghost haunted tours for all ages.
Oh, that's fun.
And then during the tour, you're going to hear some more stories like the ones we covered, but from other guides and other examples of the Gray Lady in the exact location. They'll take you to those locations where those were sighted. So, for example, they'll take you to the basement hallway where the janitor first saw the sighting, dropped the flashlight, and ran for his life. But I have 3 stills from these cameras. One stands out to me from August 8th of 2003. It was at 3:41 p.m., 13 seconds.
The witching hour.
And of the day. And these are 3 popular screenshots because people think that they are capturing evidence here. Now I'm going to show you because they creep me the heck out.
Okay. Oh God, I see a well-lit room and just a door to another room that's not lit at all.
The other 2 are a little bit more interpretive, but pay close attention to that second image. And again, Task Force, if you're watching on youtube.com/redwebpod, or if you go to our Twitter page at redwebpod, that's where you're going to find any sort of images that we reference.
The first one, I don't really see her.
That one is, that's what I'm saying, is a little interpretive. Christian might help point it out, but just go straight to that second image.
Oh, I'm going to do the second one.
Oh, you're doing this? Okay. So the third one is a dark U-bend in a stairwell.
Yeah, it is. This is the wide staircase. Wow.
Now, I believe it said that she is walking down the stairs on the left side.
It looks like
in the upper left corner of the frame on the third picture, and she's at the top of the stairs.
Upper left
of the stairs.
Oh, the third
Stairs,
picture.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean I see that. It looks like someone in an outfit just walking down the stairs.
Hopefully not nude.
And then
And then in the first picture, if you look, the 3 bookshelves in the picture, look in front of the one on the left. That figure in front of the bookshelf on the left.
It just looks like a kid in a hoodie if you took out the face.
It does look like a shadow figure at one of the tables.
I mean, it looks like a straight up shadow figure.
All 3 of these do, yeah.
And then this one is sitting down.
Dude, that one freaks me out the most. I kind of can't look at it. I'm not joking. It freaks me out. It looks like either a child-sized ghost, or it's hard to tell scale here, or an adult-sized ghost sat on the floor, maybe cross-legged, or kind of, or with their knees up and their arms on their knees.
It just looks like a dark figure. What?
But this one, you can tell by the way it's positioned that they're facing the camera. And the fact that you can't see any discerning details, you can't see the face. I see Kat and Christian both have their photos up, so they're looking at it too. But it's deeply unsettling. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I've always said oh man, why can't we get pictures? Why can't we get tangible evidence? We're in the future now. Now I look at it and I go, this looks set up as hell.
Yeah. Well, now you're just trying to debunk it.
It's like
if you do,
it's so clear, which is what I wanted, but it's so weird.
but it's like, yeah, it is. It's paranormal.
It just looks like
it's beyond normal.
Like the staircase is like there's someone.
I'm sure if you looked up
it
weird,
looks like
it's
someone in a damn
normal.
costume. It looks like someone in a costume just walking down the stairs.
Or in like a gown or something.
Yeah.
It ain't no bananas in pajamas.
And the first one, I'm like, that's someone in a hoodie.
Yeah.
And
how about that one? That
found
one's
a way to cover their face, so you can't
that
see
second
anything.
one is somebody in one of those skin suits, one of those morph suits,
down.
just in a black morph suit, sitting down.
See, to me, it looks like in the second one, like they're crawling toward the camera.
Oh God,
that's what I see.
Ooh, don't.
Yeah, it looks like they're
crawl.
Yeah, don't give him.
Yeah, they're crawling through.
That. I don't. I'm putting that away. He does it. It looks like someone sat, like they are going from cross-legged to like starting to enter a crawl, leading to
like one of those like, oh, I noticed you watching me. I'm gonna come through the camera.
Yeah, I see the little red light blinking.
Yeah.
Let me come.
So
through
that
the
was
camera
during the day.
To you. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you see the timestamp in the photo too. These are all during the day.
And then I guess it's being streamed. So were people just like freaking out?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, like this is where it entered the realm of the internet, right? It's streaming online, and people are kind of camping on the cameras and waiting for things to happen. But hey, what gives me solace is that they have been relatively inactive, or at least no stories or sightings for about 12 years.
Yeah, 12 years.
So we can go spur those up. Send you in there. All right. So let's talk about the theories section. Not a whole lot of information here, but the theories aren't necessarily, I should say, who done it, as they tend to be for our podcast, but
like,
who is it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's discuss that. Again, it's a ghost, so there's not a whole lot of information to go off of, but rather stories and anecdotes, right? So the most commonly believed theory regarding the identity of the Lady in Gray is that it is the ghost of Willard's still furious daughter, Louise, that she haunts the halls as a punishment to her father for funding the library instead of his children. Now, Louise died on February 8th of 1908 at the age of 64, and the first haunting wasn't reported until 1937. So I don't know if she was like collecting her energy, figuring out how to haunt, for the next 29 years or what have you, but there is a difference in time. So again, I don't know if people become ghosts right away, but there is something to be said about the time difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a big time jump.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, though, is like the daughter was so vengeful. It just seems like this ghost is so playful.
That's a very good point. The gut check comes in. I think he's got a sixth sense. So here's the thing. Many people do object, not most, but a lot of people do object to the idea of Louise being the ghost for that exact reason.
Yeah.
That they think the Gray Lady would have the opposite personality if it was Louise and she was being vengeful.
Oh, yes.
Because, the ghost as we see it, as the stories stand, it seems to be that of a timid, shy, gentle, harmless, and perhaps confused ghost. And Louise would have been otherwise very angry, perhaps vengeful towards the library. But that could answer to the throwing of the books and moving of the furniture, and wanting to antagonize visitors in resentment towards the father too. If there's no visitors, then there's no library.
A terrible job.
And maybe that's why she retired in 2010. She's like, listen, I've been dead for 102 years. I need to bounce.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, you can make an argument for it, but no.
Yeah, there's no really commonalities between the last sighting being on August 10th of 2010, or February was when she passed away in 1908. So there's no, I'm trying to figure out if there's any sort of month or anniversary kind of things that I can draw lines between, but there's not really anything.
For me, the strongest tie would have been the dates, but as soon as they were so far apart, I went, I don't know.
Right.
Not that I'm a ghost expert or anything like that, but I just don't see it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second and kind of more vague theory for who this ghost is not really much of an answer at all. It's that this is the kind of ghost of a woman, perhaps, who just loved books, maybe lived in the area and liked books so much in her past life that she couldn't stand to be away from them. And so this being such a popular and well-established old facility with a plethora of books could be a place that a ghost might navigate towards, especially, like I mentioned, have wealth of resources for genealogy.
You've really got to love books to not pass into the afterlife.
That's true.
And just stay around in a library.
Yeah, I mean,
that's wild.
That's, what is that, 73 years?
Yeah.
If the ghost doesn't pick up activity again, that would be 73 years of activity. That is a lifetime's worth.
Yep.
And you know what? You know what, though? If somebody liked books enough and made that wish of like, you know what? I wish I could live a lifetime in a library just learning, absorbing everything I could. And then she's just going like, hey, I'm just using the elevator like the next person would. Don't be scared.
I mean, I would assume you're just hanging out and you're confined to a library, because I just think that ghosts would be confined to an area.
Right.
You would do
like there's
stuff.
some sort of energy to feed
you
off
do
of there.
stuff. You'd be like, I'm gonna take the elevator like I was a regular human.
Right.
Why not? I'm sure I could float through this, but
right. What if you like passed away and ended up getting stuck on the highway? Like, I haunt this stretch of highway, or I haunt this porta potty.
People do that, like bridges and stuff like that.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Where you see them only as you just approach them,
dude.
But only on a misty night.
Can you imagine? Like, I would swerve out the way.
Yeah, and then you become one of them.
Someone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it activates my mutant genome.
Well, no.
Damn.
Please don't do that. So here's the thing. We can talk about the lady in gray, but I don't want to lose sight of this shadowy figure.
Who's the second figure?
Now, who is that? That's the question.
Yeah.
And did this shadowy figure that only seemed to show up and have sightings starting around the 80s, this other potentially more sinister ghost have anything to do with the sightings discontinuing? Maybe this is the Grim Reaper showing up and being like, baby, you got to go to the afterlife beyond.
Time's up.
Yeah.
Get out.
Time to get out. But that is the Willard Library, the story of the ghost of Willard Library.
It's a unique one.
Very unique. I'm really happy we covered this.
You were like, this ghost hunts the library. And I went, okay.
Very vanilla, but let's continue.
All right.
It is what it is. But
sounds very straightforward. But
you know, we always have those little twists and turns.
Stream,
there's a reason we cover everything we do.
But like live stream ghosts seems like a pleasant haunting.
Right.
Like the person that created what is it? Starts with a W? No, Carpenter.
Willard Carpenter.
Willard Carpenter seemed like a pleasant person.
Seems like a pleasant person.
That was a nice haunting.
Yeah. You know what, actually? Jesus Christ. Someone fighting a ghost out in the hallway. That scared the crap out of me.
Someone kicked the trash can outside. Scared the hell out of me.
Someone's out there banging and slanging weights around.
Yeah.
Like it's just like they're a buff scientist looking for some beakers.
I get it. You got to create different gadgets for the task force, but like,
come on. Settle down.
We're the top dogs here.
I know the shirt's available now, and just because you put it on doesn't mean you need to bang and slang. You
fitness
can.
through chemistry.
Yeah. Store.roosterteeth.com if you want to represent. Thank you all so much for those of you who have already. But
buff physically or buff in mind.
Yeah, we got those buff brains out there in the task force. But here's the thing. I want to actually, I was going to say, maybe before I got scared by whatever that was, maybe the ghost transcended to the internet and we got haunted web pages now. That would be cool if there's haunted websites out there.
Yeah, who's to say? I mean, we discussed this, I think, a long time ago, but right, they've got to evolve at some point.
Well, isn't that kind of the premise of The Ring?
Technology, yeah, true.
Well, before we leave, I want to end on kind of like a little fun note. Gracie put a little fun fact here at the end of the outline, and the Willard Library, as this fact goes, is home to the world record of overdue books. Not in number, but in length, right? And they have this book on display now. So this book was initially checked out on March 29th of 1937. And would you know it, this book wasn't returned until February 29th of 1992. So you know what? Maybe this was the unfinished business of the ghost.
Could you imagine?
So yeah, maybe they predicted that this book would be checked out and not returned.
Now I'm free.
And then once it stayed stable returned. And they put it in the display, they're like, I may go now.
I mean, honestly, who's to say, man?
Right.
It totally could have been something like that. We'll never know, right? Yeah. You like to think it's some complex story. It could have just been as simple as someone really loved that book, had it tied to it, became a ghost, and then it was returned. So they were like, I can go home now.
Could you imagine checking out a book and being like, my grandkid will take this one back? And
then you're just stuck in a library?
No, not ignoring the ghost part, but just being like, in 1937, you're like, I'm checking out this book. And then if somebody were to tap you on the shoulder and be like, hey, you don't have kids yet, but your grandchild is going to be the one that returns that book. Wouldn't that be wild?
I'd be like, damn, did I turn into a hoarder?
You're right.
I would have thrown that away immediately.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that is the story of Willard Library, the ghost, the identity, yet to be determined. We got the shadowy figure, all very unknown. But Task Force, as we mentioned, if you want to check it out, you want to get your hands dirty. Pull it up. It's streamed 24/7. You can check out the library, and maybe someday you can see Red Web through those very lenses if, we get our hands wet a little bit. We get out there and start investigating again. This is something we've been kicking around a lot, Task Force.
I'm going to slither around the floor.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah. All goopy.
That's my ectoplasmic snake.
This is my...
That's my partner in crime. The library is like, excuse me, can I help you? Don't bother him. He's an expert in his field.
I'm going to get you, Ghost. Follow my slime trail.
His methods might seem unorthodox, but damn it, does he get results.
Yes, results. The ghosts just stick to him.
He's just slithering around on a hoverboard, like greasing up the place. Anyway, thanks for listening. Fredo, I'll see you right back here next Monday for another mystery.
Well, unless it's scary. I won't show up.
We'll see you then.
Do you ever find yourself awake in the middle of the night reading real-life stories that make your skin crawl?
Uh-huh.
Medieval torture devices?
Yeah.
What about grave robbers?
That too. If you've ever wondered, hey, what the heck exactly is necrocannibalism? Well, it's a little weird to ask that, but don't worry, because 30 Morbid Minutes is the new podcast that seeks to answer this question and more.
Each episode takes a deep dive into topics, people, and places of a morbid, macabre, and downright grisly nature, all pulled from history and the headlines of today.
30 Morbid Minutes is hosted by me, Elise Willems.
And me, Jessica Vasami.
We're here to ask questions and learn more about the world around us through, admittedly, a somewhat disturbing lens.
Subscribe and listen to 30 Morbid Minutes on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts, you twisted individual.
You're a real sicko.
Today's episode of The Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by Just Try to Stop Me by Greg Olson. For fans of Harlan Coben or Tess Gerritsen, comes a pulse-pounding new thriller from New York Times bestselling author Greg Olson. A notorious female serial killer has escaped from prison. She's using innocent young women as bait and plans on live streaming their murders to the world. Will she be stopped before it's too late? Find out by picking up your copy of Just Try to Stop Me today, everywhere books are sold, or go to kensingtonbooks.com for more information.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
You know what's really, probably the saddest thing of all about Rogaine?
What?
Is that when you read about it, I went to go, do some research about side effects of Rogaine, what can it do to you and stuff. And the saddest thing is someone saying, yeah, I gotta use Rogaine every day, but it kind of also sort of doubles as, a hairstyling product. And it's very brutally sad.
Yes, all right. Welcome to The Last Podcast on the Left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks. He's in a closet in Los Angeles.
I'm not. Henry Zabrowski is.
I am, absolutely. I got my dog bed. It's actually very cold where I am right now because I'm on the side of a mountain surrounded by roosters and thousands of barking dogs. I feels like I'm in a weird tenement camp at the end of the world. Right?
Well, a weird tenement camp is sort of what we'll be talking about today.
Oh, definitely what we're going to be talking
good
about
Lord.
today.
All right, so this is The Children of God Part 2, and I can only describe this episode as spunky and disgusting because I am not
very
looking forward.
spunky.
It's very spunky, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not looking forward to the content.
We are three people. I would describe us at a base level as pretty horny.
Yeah.
Right? The three of us are all got pretty healthy sex drives. I'm like a little chihuahua. I've described this last episode. David Berg, though, is by far the horniest man. Did I say that he's hornier than Albert Fish?
I don't think you said it until you just said it.
He is hornier than Albert Fish, and I think he should have gotten a trophy.
I don't know if that's true. I think he should have gotten a prison sentence.
So when we last left David Berg and the Children of God in 1970, he and almost 200 of his disciples had settled at the Texas Soul Clinic on a plot of land outside of Thurber in Texas, a ghost town off of I-20 close to Caddo and Palo Pinto.
I say blow it up.
Yes.
All of Texas needs to be redone. The middle of Texas needs to kind of just be like, let's give it a mulligan.
It doesn't have to be blown up. It's already in shambles. Just build it up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All of these towns are dead. So here at the Texas Soul Clinic, new members that they called babes were given new names, which is another classic cult tactic. These names were always from the Old Testament, names like Caleb, Deborah, and Shadrach.
I love Shadrach from the Bible because he was the Klingon weapons specialist.
I remember that. Wasn't his friend Abednego? You know, it's interesting. My brother had the reverse of this. He had a biblical name to start with, Bartholomew, and then all the kids called him Bart the Fart. So from then on, he went with Eric. You can't rhyme anything with Eric.
Derek?
You could just call him Big Gay Eric.
Well, but that's not a rhyme.
So the people, after they were given their names, were also given tribal identities and split into 12 groups to mimic. The people were also given tribal identities and were split into 12 groups to mimic the 12 tribes of Israel, also from the Old Testament. But in this case, the tribes were little more than work assignments.
Now, again, you divide people. You separate them from their actual personalities. You call them a different name. You break them up into even tinier mini groups. The idea is to keep people as isolated as humanly possible and forgetting all sort of connections to the real world. And that's how you can really control them and really eat that pussy.
Well, I do remember when the tribe of, the tribe of Benjamin in the Bible, there was a whole chapter where they were on clean the shitter duty. And that was, of course, in Deuteronomy. And that was sad.
Yeah, it's exactly how it was. One tribe would be maintenance, another would be made up of cooks, another was in charge of livestock, and still others would, quote-unquote, procure food from neighboring towns and mingus.
That was the raccoon group. That's what they called themselves.
Is the mayor of a town like Mingus? Is it just a giant, man baby with the watermelon hat on? Like literally like a carved out old watermelon? Be like, today we're making lollipops money. And everyone's just like, yay, yay, yay. Finally a mayor who speaks for the people.
If lollipops became money, I would move to Mingus in a heartbeat.
However, none of these tribes were actually allowed to partake in anything that was procured either legally or illegally. All of the good stuff went to the people at the top, while the rank and file were left with either rotten food or animal feed thrown out by neighboring ranches. Let me tell you, that animal feed shit is gross.
I know, you made a point to allude to the fact that you've eaten it before, so now I must request, have you eaten animal feed?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm happy you got...
He doesn't come. He literally lives in a world of brine. All he does is he'll eat whatever scraps are around.
It's curiosity.
It is. It's animal feed.
And plus, it just sometimes when you're, throwing it out for the cattle, sometimes the dust will get in your mouth, and you get a pretty good idea for what it tastes like.
Why are you cackling the entire time? Are you screaming like, "Gah! Eat up! Everybody eat up! It's dinner time!" Like a fucking psychopath?
Yeah, and no. And like I said, like when you're a kid, the slang term for some of the cattle pellets that you give them, cake is the slang term.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid, it's like, oh, it's called cake. Let's see if it tastes like cake. It don't taste like cake.
Yeah, because why would they give cows food that tastes like cake? It doesn't make any sense. It's not their birthday.
If I was a farmer, all my cows would be eating cupcakes by Melissa all day long.
Ooh, what kind of beef would that make? Ooh, that would be good. Anyway, we got to get back to the children of God here. I can't think about cake beef. Ooh, God, that's good.
Now, at the Texas Soul Clinic, as it would be for much of his rule, David Berg held an authoritarian rule over his disciples, with all decisions happening from the top down, which was a privilege of being the end times prophet. He was the guy at the top. He was the guy at the end of the world, like this guy knew what he was talking about. And since God had told Moses David about the end of the world and all manner of other things, it wasn't so much of a stretch to think that God would also give David Berg instructions on the cult members' day-to-day lives.
Now, think about this. This Texas Soul Clinic was a guy, I believe it was Fred Jordan, who was like an old sort of like teacher of David Berg. They were back in the day when he was more evangelical and like wearing suits and shit. They knew each other, and they got into a disagreement where Fred Jordan was like, I don't want to work with you anymore. You're obviously a pervert. And he was like, no, and they left. when he shows back up, he shows up with this fucking busload of hippies that are all like, the way they said that their smiles were like both either like empty but also ironic, like they were like ha 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 ha, like acting like it was all normal. Obviously it was not. They're living in a world of shit. The way they described it was that their campouts were just covered in trash, where they would just pile all of the food and stuff that they stole from other neighborhoods into a big pyramid in the center, and then they would go and pick shit out of it. There's only so long you can handle that without not believing the guy that is telling you to do that is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's no way that bizarre trash heap Christmas tree that you made out of food is an indication that person you're following is the second coming of Jesus himself.
It's like Fraggle Rock.
Yes. It does sound kind of fun, I have to admit, like go into a huge Christmas tree of rotten food and just grab it whatever you want.
It sounds like Neverland Ranch, or like Neverland, the real Neverland, but it's actually more like Neverland Ranch.
Yes,
because
that's
of all the kid fucking.
Right.
So here's how a day in the average member of the Children of God would go. Mornings were Bible study, after which each member was given God's orders for the day as was befit their tribe. Every member was also assigned a buddy who stood at their side at all times, including on trips to the bathroom. And speaking of the bathroom, the Children of God had a strict 2 sheets rule, meaning nobody could use more than 2 sheets of toilet paper on each trip.
I wouldn't last a second.
Yeah, I need 2 hearty handfuls.
Yes, I just like to, I'll just take 2 rolls and go into the bathroom with that and come out with 2 empty rolls.
But you know that if you actually read, if you've ever spent time, like if you ever forgot your phone for some reason and you're in a bathroom and you've just read the label of the toilet paper roll, right? It says that 2 sheets is supposed to be the normal quote-unquote serving of toilet paper.
Well, I don't know.
For who?
I don't know. I mean, I eat as much flax as I could jam into my system. Like sometimes I'll poop a bunch of rocks. Like I put a bunch of just like little like diamonds. Like I'm a little fucking like I'm run by the Rothschilds. Like my guts are. But I still need more than 2 sheets.
Most people do. Yeah. So it's a Survivor type setting. Jeff Probst should be there breaking up the camps. So that's what's going on. Divide and conquer.
Yeah, divide and conquer. And while those people were in the bathroom, they more often than not used the time for Bible studies. Each member had to memorize what the cult called the set card, which was a list of 300 Bible verses in addition to memorizing 10 chapters of the Bible. And loudspeakers, ever a favorite of cult leaders, would constantly blare someone reading passages from the Bible. Jim Jones used this exact same tactic, where you just had, and Shinrikyo used the exact tactic too. If you have a compound in which a cult is hanging out day to day, there's gonna be loudspeakers, without a doubt. And when people were reading their passages aloud during Bible study, they would also usually listen to a tape saying the exact same words. What that meant, pretty much nobody had any time to think, nobody had any downtime, which is another time-honored tactic of cult compounds.
That's how you keep everybody on the same track. You know what I mean? So you keep everybody in the vibe, because the part about it's keeping a vibe going. Because the idea is also you're trying to build up the tempo. We're headed towards the end of the world. All of this is like it's present. It's happening right now. And also what we're going to talk about too is that this was a very puritanical society at this time. There was no sex yet. It was just work and Bible passages.
So is it possible that, when one of the members of the cult Children of God were going and speaking into the loudspeaker, they just started to sing, and then that person became Katy Perry? Is that possible?
There were actually a couple of people a couple of celebrities that grew up in the Children of God. River Phoenix and Joaquin Phoenix grew up in the Children of God. Wow. Rose McGowan grew up in the Children of God. That's pretty much it. But that's some heavy hitters right there.
Some of my favorite actors.
Yeah, wonderful people.
God, Rose McGowan. She made my pubic hair grow.
Scream.
I can't even get into it.
So everything at the Children of God compounds were communal down to the shoes, with nobody having any possessions save one, a Bible. Each person was allowed to have their own Bible, and that was it, which is an isolation technique in and of itself. Possessions...
Think of this. David Berg could straight up say, like, look, you could use a Bible is perfect for anything. You could scare a fox away with it. You could rip out the papers and eat it, and that's fiber. Help you towards your 2-sheet rule. Am I right, young Marjorie, with your puddles of pudding you make every morning? I've seen it.
Cleanest butt in town, but not a page left in the Bible, huh?
See, really, no matter what people say, possessions are important to humans. It's just the way that we're built. Yeah. And stripping possessions down to just one thing makes that possession the de facto most important object in that person's life.
If you ever watch Lock Up Raw on MSNBC, you'll notice prisoners, they have a finite amount of objects, usually like 20, and those are life. So you're like, how did someone get stabbed for stealing somebody's, rosary or whatever it might be? And it's because that thing is the most important thing ever.
Exactly. So when the children appeared in public, they would often be seen wearing red sackcloth. Sackcloth is a material that's usually made from black goat hair and is extremely uncomfortable. They'd also smear ash on their face, completing the ash and sackcloth Old Testament double whammy, which signaled mourning and or repentance. And it just made them look creepy as fuck. It just made them look weird.
Showed up. They look super metal.
Yeah.
Like they showed up like wailing, covered in sackcloth and ash, and they were all just... That must have been awesome. I would have showed up. If I saw that, I would have been like, yeah. They're like, no, sir, this is supposed to be bad. I'd be like, metal.
I don't think you would fit in very well. You might be more of a Hare Krishna type.
So members justified all of these practices and behaviors by saying that all of it put together was their preparation for Armageddon, which is, of course, exactly what David Berg told them they needed to believe in to be a part of the children of God. Like a lot of cults, the whole thing centers around Armageddon, and David Berg's control centers around Armageddon, because Armageddon is fear, and fear equals control.
So somehow we convinced them that God was only picking up people who look like extras from Lord of the Rings on Armageddon on the Day of Judgment, and they dressed like a bunch of idiots.
What I found really interesting when we were reading the book that we've been reading right now, which is called Jesus Freaks, and a part of it equates the idea of the original apocalypse fantasy that was written into the first Old Testament version of the Bible. And the whole point was to make the Jewish slaves feel better about the fact that the world was going to end soon. Don't worry. Mm-hmm. You don't need to fight the powers that be, because you'll be out of here soon.
Mm-hmm. And really, for a lot of people, the whole Revelation thing, the whole end of the world thing, the 144,000, a lot of that stuff is a 20th century invention. Most of that stuff people didn't take that shit seriously for a very long time until there was a book, I can't remember what it's called. It's called The End of All Things or something like that. It was written by one of those evangelical assholes. Right. It became extremely popular. It was one of the best-selling books of the decade. And that's really when that really apocalyptic beliefs and when people realized that those apocalyptic beliefs could be used to their advantage, that's when that really started. It was in the middle part of the 20th century.
Yeah, the Dr. James Dobson crowd. And my mother was a huge believer in Armageddon, which was a wonderful relief for me, because I didn't have to go to school often. Because I would be like, I'm tired. She'd be like, the world could end on Tuesday. Yeah. Why go to school on Monday?
Yeah. And
was your mom's favorite song that Armageddon song by Aerosmith?
We had an entire sermon on Aerosmith, because there's that lyric Steven Tyler talks about not seeing God's way. What's the name of that one song that he did?
I can't. Ragdoll?
Not Ragdoll.
Back in the saddle.
Yeah, something like no, it's not that one. No, Aerosmith was on the Jesus hit list. They did not like him.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's the thing. Speaking of what Henry said about all that stuff being put in there to make the Jews feel better about their lot in life, nobody whose life is going great believes in Armageddon.
Right.
That is just an absolute fact. There is no millionaire that believes in Armageddon. There's nobody in a happy marriage that believes in Armageddon. These are the world to end, but they don't want to end it by themselves. They want God to do it for them.
Right.
Because then it takes it out of their hands.
Yeah.
It takes it out of the responsibility of having to deal with your life. It takes it out of your hands. Now it's like, oh, I have this bigger thing I have to worry about. I don't have to worry about getting my shit together. I don't have to worry about reconnecting with my family or having friends or having a career because the world's going to be over soon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is why you never have to go to school, Ben.
I love that. If I had one really, really strong arm and one really weak arm, I'd cover my strong arm and then I'd release the cover and I'd say, it's Armageddon.
What?
I don't know, but if I was an arm wrestler, that's what my nickname would be, Armageddon.
I thought you were talking about just masturbation or something.
No, not masturbation. What is wrong with you? You always go the blue route. I'm talking about a physical sport here.
I am sorry, but I imagine the copyright on Armageddon in the arm wrestling world has to have been taken already.
If it hasn't, I'm taking it.
Well, about these cult members, about their general attitude, one father who lost a child to the cult, he described the members as having a, quote, depressing sameness. And that was by design by David Berg. But, despite all of this strict behavior, or possibly because of it, the Children of God actually managed to snag a semi-famous rock musician, Jeremy Spencer, one of the original guitarists for Fleetwood Mac, who played on their first 4 albums, left the band in 1971 for the Children of God, and remains a member in good standing to this day.
And he was the only member of Fleetwood Mac to not have sex with Stevie Nicks.
True!
And that's amazing.
That is amazing. But he is the first one to try cocaine up his asshole. Which he taught to Stevie.
You definitely need more than 2 sheets if you do that.
But this is what's interesting here is that the music was a lot of how they got people involved in the cult. Because Aaron Berg, David Berg's son, also did the same shit where he would play. They would go and meet hippies by him playing guitar and being like, so you want to learn to rock like Jesus Christ? And but he had this big poofy hair that they called like a halo, but it sounds like a Jew-fro.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of a halo in a way.
He kind of looked like a skinny version of the lead singer MC5.
Okay.
Yes.
Not bad. Yeah, music is huge in these situations.
Oh, yeah, it's gigantic. I mean, and it's kind of the same thing, again, like Om Shinrikyo. They used anime. They used the types of things. They always use the types of media that attracts the types of people that they want. Right. Om Shinrikyo, they used anime and manga to attract pretty much nerds, people that were kind of social outcasts. And the Children of God, they used music. They used like popular types of music to bring in
trying to get hippies. That's hippie bait.
Right.
Yeah, that's total hippie bait. Mm-hmm. Now, as I said before, every bit of this came from David Berg himself, who ruled the Children of God with a terrible temper, usually blasted out of his mind on wine. He was a mean drunk. And he was always drunk. In fact, most of the sermons he gave at the Texas Soul Clinic were just drunk ramblings. You just get wasted, sit down in front of a bunch of people, and just ramble for a couple hours.
Yeah, because it's true. Because we say right here, there's 2 different kinds of sermons at the TSC. One for the rank and file, for all the plebes, and then one for the central members, like his core group that were around David Berg, the only people that would hang out with him on a day-to-day basis. And basically, they would say his weird sermons, whereas that you'd go have dinner with him and he'd have already had like 3 or 4 bottles of wine, and he would just do these weird kind of top of his head,
stream of consciousness,
shit up.
Just making shit up.
Basically he just did what James Gandolfini did on his final night. Just got trashed off of wine. I love James Gandolfini, great actor. But now that you mentioned Christian music, I can't stop thinking of DC Talk and Carmen.
And actually, I do want to say, we mentioned the book Jesus Freak earlier.
Yeah.
There are 2 books named Jesus Freak. One, the awesome one about the Children of God, and one super lame one that's written by DC Talk.
I'm sure it is. I had to listen to DC Talk on a regular basis. That's why I don't like music today.
Yeah, and those sermons that David Berg would give, the rank and file ones, those would be really not necessarily anti-sex, but very restrictive of sex. He would tell them that sex was something to be saved for marriage. Lower members, they weren't even allowed to hold each other's hands. They couldn't even kiss before marriage. But if you were in the inner circle, especially if you were David Berg's children, sex was what the Children of God was all about.
Why did he say it was going to be spunky and disgusting at the start of the show? Oh, here's why.
Can you imagine if Santa was horny all the time? And part of the thing is that when Santa came down to give you presents, is that his penis was all hard, and that he just was like, you would have to come down and be like, Santa, I'm sorry. Like, if kids that were awake, they said that's why you had to be asleep on Christmas Eve, because if not, Santa would go down on you.
Kind of a horny Krampus story, huh?
That's David Berg.
Wow.
See, the Berg family, they had always been extremely fucked up. But now that David had reached the status of end-time prophet, he could get away with pretty much whatever he wanted.
Because think about this, is that when he was just wearing a suit, just doing regular preacher bits, he was doing the rub downs on his daughter to get her go to sleep at night.
Yeah, he was masturbating his daughter from the age of like 9.
Yeah, this is the man who had sexual fantasies about his mother on a regular basis and all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and he'd also been having, incestuous relationships with one of his kids by this point. But when Children of God came around and when he became the end times prophet, this is pretty much when you see when a person does something like that, when you have such a disgusting, incestuous pedophile, this is what happens when that person gets to do whatever they want. When they get the license to take all of their fantasies and actually realize them.
Yeah, but that's when Michael Jackson made Thriller. He
just
created a cult that went nowhere.
Two sides of the same coin. It's
right.
like, what do you do? It's like, yes, fantastic dance album, and you're probably the best it's ever been, King of Pop. Just leave Macaulay Culkin alone. Now he's made a pizza band. He made a band about pizza, which I don't know goes back to Pizzagate.
The Pizza Underground. It was all Velvet Underground songs, but he replaced a lot of the words with pizza.
How about that kind of hurting?
100%.
Where if I get pricked in my arm, you're not allowed to fucking run over a field trip.
Yeah. A black child doesn't get crashed by a Buick.
Yeah, right.
so that I think that's the only way I'll do it.
Yeah.
I want some old bitch with cataracts off the road.
Pontiac Bonneville doesn't get to cruise right through a fucking state fair. Is this the way to my grandson's house? Hopefully someone sneezes on that woman before they let her renew her driver's license by mail.
Honestly, all these old people, they're the ones voting for Trump and shit.
Honestly, yeah. You know what? If you got the flu,
that's how we
go
fix
out
things.
and find
volunteer.
Go find where old people live and start sneezing in their mailbox.
Yeah. The second you get the flu, go hit up a bingo hall.
Right.
And let's get this. Let's fucking flip these numbers, baby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's get motherfucking Bernie in here 2020. Although apparently he's sexist, isn't that right?
Yeah, I
You
saw
just
that.
now figured that out. Stop.
Yeah. We've got Abby Rosenquist in the mix.
Adam is where is Adam?
Oh, the gay sex convention.
I'm looking
Phoenix.
forward to stepping on Bits in his honor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my best.
Already getting roasted.
Oh, you know what else is happening in Phoenix? The Stavros Halkias will be doing stand-up there.
Ooh.
In January 18th. I should really know this. I'm worried about this shit selling, actually.
Phoenix. What a white trash name for a city.
Phoenix?
Calling it Firebird, Arizona.
Yeah.
It's the only state with a stepdad.
Oh, yeah, dude. Fucking Trans Am. Fucking New Mexico.
Oh, I'll be in Phoenix on the 19th, so please come out to that. And then Pittsburgh on the 11th, Buffalo on the 12th. Anyway, I'll do more plugs later, but those are the ones I'm worried about selling. So please buy your tickets. And but I'm excited. People say Phoenix, it's trashy, the old ladies with big fake tits. Maybe I'll get sucked off by a divorcee.
Arizona is trashy as shit, but it's like so far away that no one cares. So you meet people from Arizona, they're like, well, I'm from Arizona, so you know what that happens? Like, no, I don't know.
Shut up.
I don't care. It's
Shut
not
up.
Florida. I don't give a shit. I'm sure it's the same exact thing as Florida. Florida did it first.
Right.
You're from a fucking just garbage desert.
Yep.
Should have stayed a desert.
At least Florida has has Miami. You know what I'm saying? Like
your family relocated there to be cool or something. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it's a real. I don't understand the appeal. I guess it's hot, but it's like people golf there.
It was
Are you
originally
talking about Arizona still?
Yeah.
The dry heat. I guess that's what the appeal is.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Interesting.
It was entirely founded by people.
That's why we stole it from Mexico.
Yeah.
We need this shit for our fucking sickly motherfuckers.
Well, the desert's about secrets. You know, that's why America has the desert. Keep all of our military secrets out there.
True.
The Indians.
Yep.
We
made them go there. Aliens. If aliens, okay, wouldn't Trump have popped off about aliens yet?
They wouldn't tell him. The president doesn't know about it.
The president doesn't know?
No, the president's not briefed on everything.
Obama probably knew.
No. Didn't you see Independence Day?
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
He's not.
They're like, sir, that's not technically correct.
Do you think that flashing light was really a power plant, dude? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, of course
in
not.
Astoria?
In Queens?
Dude, that shit was cool.
Or was it the fucking aliens, dude?
That shit was awesome.
It was cool. The sky was blue as fuck.
Yeah. Were you here? You saw
I saw it. I thought I was like, oh, we're dying.
He was in Astoria.
I was in Astoria. It was like, and I thought it was like something exploded because it's like, because from where I was, it was on the ground.
I mean, something exploded.
Yeah, it did. You're right. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like,
just to be clear,
did you hear it?
It was an explosion.
Yeah. No, it didn't sound like anything. But I mean, I guess because everyone else thought it was coming from the sky because I guess it was like whatever. I don't understand.
Yeah, being
how
projected
air
onto it.
particles work or whatever. But I saw I could see the like it coming from the ground. Like it was like. I saw where it was coming from because I was in Astoria, and I was like, "Oh, we're fucked." I was like, "I'm."
Well, yeah, that's because the aliens are underground now, and they're coming up from underneath.
Nice.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Is that what happened in War of the Worlds? Where were they? Were they coming?
There was a worm. Where's that Worms movie?
Tremors.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
I never saw that.
Tremors is good. As
Okay.
shit.
Yeah.
We were just watching, honestly, one of the best pieces of fucking media I've ever seen in my life.
Which
Two
one?
Of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just for those playing along at home, a fucking generator exploded in Astoria.
Right, and the sky got blue.
The
as
entire
fuck.
city, yeah. The sky was like blue, like a vibrating blue.
Yeah, it looked like an airhead, the blue raspberry airheads.
Yeah,
that
a bunch
color
of kids
blue.
got turned into.
Did you like Signs? I feel like that's a divisive movie. Some people really don't like it.
I
and some
saw
people
it
do
in like high school when there was like some weird testing day where they like show a movie instead of do work. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you liked it because it wasn't work.
So yeah, I just remember being like, whatever, that was fine, but I don't remember
didn't like
having
Signs?
an opinion.
I thought Signs was dumb. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I loved Signs. I fucking loved
You
it.
fucking dumb bitch. People say the new M. Night shit was good. The one with fuck, what the fuck is that guy's name?
A new one?
No. The ones.
Well, if it had been a good M. Night Shyamalan movie, there would have been something where you think it's aliens the whole time and then it's not aliens. For
Right.
whatever's causing those crop circles. And that's what he's good at. But then there's movies where he just like phones it in where it's like crop circles. What could it's aliens.
Yeah.
And the twist is they're allergic to water.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, I don't know, maybe he had like a 3-movie deal or something. And
Yeah,
he just needed to, like,
yeah,
pump out another
yeah.
two
I don't
pieces
think.
of
Okay,
shit.
the overall movie was stupid. Okay, like I get that the idea of water being what kills them is stupid, but there were good moments. Like there were good jump moments in it.
Sure, but you can put jump scares in fucking anything. I mean, there's like,
Yeah.
I'm not judging it based on that metric. I mean, there's like, I'm not gonna like complain about like Oculus and say like, oh, it was stupid, a spooky mirror. And it's like, no, there's jump scares and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's a
Okay,
movie
so that, I guess
made.
is all it
Oculus.
was.
It's a movie
Oh.
made by WWE. I'm not.
Yeah. Dude, I saw Mandy. That shit is so good.
Yeah.
You gotta see that shit. And I also rewatched. We won't talk about it since you haven't seen it, but it was like so fucking. I love Mandy so much. Also ran back fucking
Thor Ragnarok.
No, I did that. No. I just watched that
every week
on
you
Christmas.
recommend-
Yeah. No, ran back True Romance. That's a fucking banger.
I don't know if that'll hold up.
It doesn't hold up as much because when I saw it, I was like 16, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Damn, this is the best movie of all
I
time."
love that movie.
But it is so entertaining. Like,
Yeah.
that movie has like 6 scenes in it that would be the big scene.
I fucking loved that movie when I was like,
Me too,
16,
dude.
17.
Yeah. I was like, "This is the best." I literally pitched it to Eldest, and we were all watching
Yeah.
it. It was
I was like,
New
damn,
Year's
I want a
Day.
prostitute girlfriend.
Yeah, me too. I still kind of do. want
Yeah.
one.
The other
I mean,
good
I've dated
prostitute
cam
girlfriend movie,
Oh, yeah?
Leaving Las Vegas.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Here's a good double feature: Leaving Las Vegas and Love Liza. I've probably recommended that on the show before,
Okay.
so there's gonna be plenty of like, Nick already said those two.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? This fucking lazy shit. You get $40 million a day to say 2 movies twice.
Well, the other shit that I watched was there was this Tom Cruise. Did I talk about this already? How there was a Tom Cruise movie in the like late 80s that was a fantasy epic that was
What?
directed by Ridley Scott, and it was called Legend or some shit. And it was like it and Tim Curry played like this demonic guy. Tim Curry actually
That sounds
rocks.
great. Yeah.
It sucked. It was bad, but it was like But there's apparently some like theatrical, or there's some director's cuts like 2.5 hours long.
Tim Curry always looks like he's watching child pornography. Like they're playing child pornography just behind the camera in every scene.
That's how they get him when he's
take his little penis out.
Very good. Yes, keep going. Oh, you're supposed to be a hotel bellhop.
Yeah, it looks like he's ordering someone to fuck a child on his behalf and enjoying it.
Very good.
God, he fucking rules, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was, there were like, you could cut like a 20-minute version of, or like, you could cut like a short ass little snippet of this movie and think it was the greatest movie of all time, but it sucked.
Yeah.
It was really visually cool though. Tim Curry's like devil character rocked.
I miss getting high and watching like fucking just really low budget action movies.
Mm-hmm.
That was my shit when I was 20.
Yeah.
There were so many just terrible action movies that I saw.
Yes, hell yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's one I can't find. Here's the thing. Here's a bounty. I will pay literally $100 to anyone who can find me a copy of Death Ring. If you can find me a copy of Death Ring, it was a straight-to-video action movie.
Okay.
The box art, it says McQueen, Norris, Swayze.
Yes.
And it's fucking like...
Oh, yeah, I think you've said this
Richard McQueen.
Yeah.
Chad Norris and Don Swayze.
That rules, man.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Billy Drago is in it, though.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the most dangerous game, but
shittier.
Yeah.
Hell
No,
yeah.
actually, the best of all of the most dangerous game derivatives is surviving the game. If you've never seen that,
Never seen it.
It's Ice-T as a homeless black guy that gets kidnapped by like Charles S. Dutton.
Hell yes.
Fucking Gary Busey.
Mm-hmm.
Rucker Hauer.
Okay.
And then who's the name of that actor? I always forget. It's the older doctor from Scrubs.
Oh, I don't know his name, but yeah, I know who
F.
he is.
Murray Abraham's in it too.
Hell yeah, that's a
They all
nice cast.
Yeah, it is. And they all just hunt Ice-T.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He's where the fucking blonde ladies with big fake asses and tits are. Yo, have you seen his child, by the way? So this kid is half Coco, half Ice-T in theory. It looks it's a little girl with exactly Ice-T's face. It is the most unfortunate genetic
Every time
splitting.
there's a man that looks like that, their daughter always looks exactly like him.
It looks like a creepy doll figurine of Ice-T. It's fucked up. I feel bad for the girl. Hopefully she's rich as fuck. She'll probably like grow up.
He just like keeps getting to like try to get her cast in SVU as a victim, and they're like, we need to be believable. I'm sorry.
We need to think someone would actually rape this child.
I'm looking at it now.
Dude, tell me it does not look. She does not look.
I mean, it does. If you just show me this kid, I wouldn't be like, that's Ice-T's kid.
Dude.
But this is an ugly
Let me
fucking...
see.
Look at her next
This is
to
an ugly-ass child.
Oh, no.
Look at her next to Coco.
Let me get
She
some
just
more.
looks so tired.
Yeah.
No, it's like it's in the smile. It's in that Ice-T weird toothy smile, and it's like she'll be posing to next to Coco, and it's like mommy and daughter, and it's just like it looks so weird. It's like, but she's also so like chemically
right,
and it's just like what your actual daughter looks like. Just looks like Ice-T.
Wasn't there some guy who like sued his wife for getting
that got
plastic
brought up
surgery?
on the
Literally,
Is that
brought
a,
up
oh
on the
really?
last one. Yeah.
Oh, never mind then.
That's
Damn.
hilarious.
But that was like,
Was that real though?
No, it's like a
No.
fake headline.
I was gonna
from, like,
say
15 years
it
ago.
Adam's
looked.
dumbass.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Adam brought it up. Oh no.
Yeah, why the fuck do you think we had you on the show? We need a replacement for Adam.
Adam's dumbass got tricked by a Facebook
Oh
meme.
God. I was gonna say it didn't look real. At least I thought that.
Did you also know that Obama's actually instituting Sharia law this year?
Yeah.
Wait,
He
what?
put in, he put in a
Yeah,
very...
after the election, I photoshopped these articles that said Trump was bringing Sharia law, and I started posting it in like those Facebook groups for like anti-Obama stuff. And I had this one lady that's like, if this is true, I feel completely betrayed. I was wrong, and I feel betrayed.
I like that, the open-minded.
Oh,
It's
my
like,
gosh.
She thinks Obama's a Muslim that's bringing in Sharia law, but she's like, well, this might be true also.
If Trump is bringing
She just
Sharia
was
law, I
anything.
feel they have turned their back on me.
She doesn't even know what Sharia law is.
Oh, none of them do. Yeah. Unlike me, that definitely knows.
Yeah.
I know what it
Yeah.
is.
Can you explain it to me, Stop?
Yeah, it's like this. I would like to go into it, but I'm kind of busy right now. But otherwise, I definitely.
I'm just
would.
like shaking keys in front of your. I'm kind of busy.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's bad though. I don't
You
know
don't?
what Sharia law is.
I don't
It
really
means
know.
clerics or judges and everything is like. It's just religious law.
Oh, I just thought it was
Instead
like a Muslim word that they picked up and say that they're gonna, like Sharia law is like a theocracy straight up, basically.
Yeah, at least as far as like the judicial aspects are concerned.
Is it good for women?
No,
Definitely.
neither is the regular law. So
Yeah, it's really good for
That's
women.
fair. But that's deceptively not as bad, though.
I don't know. I watched a very convincing Reza Aslan video that said Sharia law is actually good.
Nice.
Yeah. That to be scared of Sharia law is ridiculous. And the truth is that Jesus actually invented pedophilia.
I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
There is a gap between, like in the Bible, where we don't know about what Jesus is up to. For real, there's like
childhood and age 33.
yeah. So it's like
He
maybe
wasn't
he was
doing anything.
Maybe he was sucking and fucking children. Maybe that's why priests do it. They get the extra secret parts of the Bible where they're like, and by the way, when Jesus was 26, he was fucking little kids. And that's how he got all his
They
magical
get caught
powers.
for the pedophilia. You don't understand. You haven't read all of the Bible.
Yeah. What if it's like getting badges? It's like Pokemon. He gets different skills or whatever by whichever children he fucks.
Well, what are the different kinds of children that you would try to fuck?
Like a retarded kid is the one that he can walk on water.
Oh.
You know, let's see, what would bring him back to life? Maybe an Asian kid.
Oh, well, how about a kid with leprosy and the patch won't stay on?
Yeah.
You just have to keep putting the patch back on.
Yeah, of course. It would fall completely off. Yeah, different. That's just I'm kind of a working theory about.
Yeah.
That's how
you can
Jesus
come
got
back
his
with some more
powers,
on that. Go do some homework.
by fucking children. What do you think about that one, Nick?
I got distracted by the time. I remember I had to go to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription. They closed at like 8.
Oh,
I gotta make
shit.
sure I do that.
What are you getting? Little dick pills?
Lithium. Close.
Oh, so your little dick brain pills.
Yeah.
Your brain has a little penis. You need these pills.
I ran it down to I shouldn't have done that. But then I was throwing up for 2 days, so I couldn't take it. I don't know.
Yeah, what's the point?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. I should just stop taking my medicine.
Yeah.
Fucking man, I want to die.
I mean, you could throw up any day, so
Yeah.
really, what's the point of taking
Yeah.
any medication for anything?
That's true.
We were watching. What's that
We
show
watched a
called?
couple TLC shows.
Oh
just
yeah,
before
I got to get back into reality TV.
It's good stuff.
Because you realize at a certain point, it's like the point of reality TV is like the regular TV is supposed to be somewhat aspirational. It's like, what if your life was this interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And reality TV is like, at least you're not a trans fatso.
Yeah. Well, let's separate the shows we watched. We started with Jazz Life. What the
I
fuck's it called?
am
I
Jazz.
I Am Jazz. Where there's like a Jewish trans girl who's like
Yeah.
17.
Well, the point of the show is that the family is Jewish.
They gave incredibly big titties to.
Huge.
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean, good for her. And she looks like you wouldn't guess, I don't think. Like they blocked her puberty.
I know she's cute.
Yeah, she's cute.
Mm-hmm.
And they're only going to give her a pretty shallow pussy according to the doctor.
5
so
inches.
I'm kind of interested in Jazz. You know what I mean? Like, but
Also, she's got all that money now from the
yeah.
show.
Oh, true.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay.
So you got some competition. I'm sure she's being hit up left and right.
Yeah, and she's also a child. But
Well,
you know.
I'm sure she'll be 18 by
That's
the
ever
time
stopped you
can meet her.
before?
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
It's never stopped. I like that all it's done is stop.
The dad stepped in.
You still got started, but it stopped.
Right. It's like, wait, do these times tables real quick, and then we can check and see if I'm gonna smash. But yeah, that was a good ass show, man. Just that young ass trans girl. But I gotta say, they have to be so crazy rich. So you can see the difference. Of
course,
you can see the difference in how rich her family is versus her like trans friends.
Who doesn't look? They don't look quite as spot on yet,
exactly.
as perfect.
Yeah.
As she's supposed to get.
But I don't know. How'd you get into the jazz life?
Oh, I don't know. I was bored the other night. Put some on my new things. I was watching that show and then a lot of snooker.
What is snooker?
I don't know really. I mean, it's hard to figure out.
But just tell me in very broad terms. Is it a game? Is it a
It's
show?
like a pool-ish type game.
It's a pool. I mean, we kind of already. I went into this on
billiards.
the real last podcast, but
okay.
Yeah, it's like. Sorry.
Are you looking at crypto again?
No, I keep getting there's a bunch of notifications on my phone from the New York Times, and all of them are interesting.
Oh, okay.
And also, yes, losing money. A lot of things going on today. I'm having a busy
snap afternoon.
Yeah.
Fuck afternoon.
I got that feeling. You know when it's like there's something you were supposed to do.
Oh yeah.
And you can't remember what it is, and you're like, I know I've fucked myself by now.
Yes.
Whatever the thing is.
Oh yeah.
It's like I'm fucked.
I'm fucked, and
taxes.
I don't know what's gonna happen. No, not yet.
No, not yet. But there's something I was supposed to. Yeah, just and it's
I know.
bugging the shit.
That's
out
how
of
I've done all the holidays. I was like, "There's so much work I needed to be doing."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, it's the fucking holidays."
Right? Yeah.
And I can't do anything now. And now it's by the way, it's January 2nd. We're recording this on the day you'll probably hear it. Probably, who knows? But yeah, it's the first day that's not the holidays, and it's like, fuck. I have all this work I have to do.
Yeah.
I'm fat as shit, even by my standards. Me and Elda stepped on the scale. We're a pussy hair away from 300 bills.
Each?
Or 3 bills.
You guys are the same-ish weight?
Yeah, but he's
oh,
also
that's really sweet. You guys are such good
6'6",
friends.
so he's
oh
also
my gosh.
He's also a full 6'3". Either way, he's much taller than me. Like a whole 2 inches. But yeah, I'm getting fat as shit, man. That's the problem with the tracksuit lifestyle. You never know how fat you're getting.
No, that's why you're supposed to wear tight clothes.
It sounds like a real gamble.
It is a game. I'm taking a real gamble on my health.
Yeah.
And luckily, I get to blow off some steam by doing regular gambling.
You didn't get a second sandwich earlier, though.
I
I'm
didn't.
proud of you.
Thank you.
We'll stop, get a second sandwich tomorrow. You can bet on that. Make sure the dog doesn't lick the couch.
Oh yeah, we
you.
stole the dog while Adam's at the gay sex convention in Phoenix.
Adam asked me to dog sit and didn't offer any money or to pay for the food for the dog.
I'm sure he'd pay for the food.
Pay for the food for the dog?
Yes, he asked me to buy food for the dog while he's out.
No.
All right, seriously, make
He's
sure
like,
that dog doesn't.
Can you take it to the vet? He's like, hey, it is technically the week you're dog sitting.
Yeah.
So you should kind of pay for it.
No, that makes sense. You get to hang out with the dog.
But yeah.
And like no instructions.
You can gamble on whether I'll get a second sandwich or not.
Oh yeah, at betdsi.com. Look at this fat bitch trying to do the splits.
We're also
we're
currently watching My Fabulous Fat Life.
Yeah, my big fat ass life, fatso style. You're watching my fat fucking fat
Big
ass
dumb fat
dumb
bitch.
bitch life.
How fucking long is this? It's a 2-hour show.
Yeah.
What
wow.
the fuck?
You can bet how long this show is at betdsi.com. They got an award-winning mobile app.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've been in business over 20 years.
Yes.
Which, you know, some of you aren't even 20 years old. So that means this website's life is worth. Look at her.
Oh, fuck.
She's doing pretty well, but I can't tell where her bones are.
Yeah.
So it's like she could just be.
Yeah.
It's just her legs hanging down.
Yeah,
It's like.
You know, been in business over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say enough good
Longer
things.
than you've been alive.
Longer than you've been
bitch.
alive. So if you haven't been around 20 years, you might as well kill yourself and tell them BetDSI made you do it.
In the note, specifically make it clear that it
Make
was
it
because
clear
of BetDSI.
that your family should sue BetDSI.com because they said personally that you should kill yourself if you're not as old as BetDSI.com. They've been in the sports book.
Mm-hmm.
They offer live in-game wagering. They offer shit. What is it called? Odds on basically
Just about everything.
Just about everything.
That's right.
Sports, politics, reality TV.
pretty much everything.
Actually, that is one of the things it says reality
I know.
TV. So you could bet on
Oh, really?
whether this big bitch turns fat or not. What is the point? She doesn't even lose weight anymore.
No, she's just fat.
She's just fat.
It's just
she stays
watch this fat bitch continue to be fat and be annoying the whole time.
We already had fat bitch shows, but they would be like, "This is the year I'm losing weight," and then they would end with like, "Krista died." Christabel died in that apartment, and she ate her way.
She tried to adopt a kid, or they were talking about it, but her BMI is too high. And she was like, "This is discrimination. This is literally."
I can't wait until we're like having to read articles about how discriminatory doorways are.
Just like the border at the wall is the first start. They're like, there shouldn't be borders anywhere. We should all be able to just roll around the streets.
It should be open. No clothes are discriminatory. Buttons and zippers.
Yeah.
That's discrimination, brother.
You can bet on how much this woman weighs at betdsi.com because they do offer shit on that.
Mm-hmm.
And they offer live in-game wagering. So you even change how fucking fat she is, you know? The Eagles are, it's 3rd and 10 and bottom of the 4th. And,
yep.
You know, they're down by 8. You're like, you know what? I want to change my bet to how soon that fat bitch is going to die.
You can do that.
Take all your money out of the
out of one bet.
Out of that.
That's what in-game
Eagles
wagering
Broncos
means.
game. Move it over to when is that fat bitch going to die? And he'll buy.
Yeah. That is literally what it means.
Yeah.
And if you have a problem with betdsi.com,
You should kill yourself.
You should
and
kill
in
yourself.
the notes say BetDSI made me do it.
Mm-hmm. And then, but call their award-winning customer service first.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they got 24/7 customer service. 2:00 in the morning, you call them up. You go, yeah, I put a damn bet on that piggly bitch. How come I ain't see my Murney yet? Where my damn Murney?
No one on earth says Murney.
No, that's my name, man. My name Murney. I say money, but my name Murney.
Where my Murney at?
Where my name Murney.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, but you know what my favorite thing is when people say like, you know, in Independence Day, Will Smith says "Welcome to Earth."
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you can watch it.
100%
clearly says Earth.
He says Earth.
With no issue.
It's like in memes.
Yeah,
It's been parodied where they say Earth in other like movies and shit, and it's like. You are just so clearly being racist. Like, it's not even something you can lie about happening. It's on fucking film.
Right. I choose to remember it as Earth. So here's what we're going to be betting on this week. Take the Ravens.
Of course.
Always take
Fuck
the
the
Ravens.
Chargers. You motherfuckers, if you'd been taking the Ravens every time I told you to, you'd be a fucking billionaire
You'd be
right
up
now.
fucking 20 million.
Okay? Youngest motherfucking starting quarterback in the playoffs ever. Lamar Jackson. He's 12 years old.
12 years old.
He's one of the kids Jesus fucked to get his powers. Salute.
I'm sorry the bullying been taking place at your school. When you sign up, make sure to use promo code CUM120, CUM120, so they know we sent you. When you sign up, you've got some options. You can just play and cash out, or you can take the bonus money, which is like getting a casino comp up front before you've played at the tables.
Mm-hmm.
Get yourself a nice little Chinese bitch to blow on the dice for you.
They offer that also. You can email them, and they'll send you your own personal Chinese bitch.
Rip me, bro, on the dice.
She'll blow on the keyboard before you put in the...
It has a rollover requirement, but it's free cash. So if you're going to be in the sports book, which is where we like
love
to gamble.
Gamble there.
Dude, we love gambling.
Are you a gambler, Stav?
The sportsbook with BetDSI.com?
BetDSI.
You're a fucking retard if you're not gambling with them.
Use promo code CUM120 up to $1,000. They're going to give you 60% bonus cash, which you turn $1,000 into $1,600 to play with. So once again, that's BetDSI, CUM120. Let's start the show.
Let's start the show.
All right, doggy, what do we got this week? Coming up on Rape That Spick. It's a new segment. We figure out. No, dude, I noticed this. You can do rape jokes if it's about a Puerto Rican woman.
Because I'm Puerto Rican.
No one likes them. Back at me because like...
Do they beep out the N-words that he does? Oh, okay.
What would be the point of even having him there?
Yeah, that's true.
They would just insert beeps.
Oh, fuck.
It would be funny to, like, edit an episode of Real Ass Podcast, and anytime Zach speaks, just replace it with like an end beep noise.
Yeah.
And then, he's crushed. People are laughing at it, but that's like literally his only contribution.
Yeah. Beep. Is everyone laughing at the N-word for an hour?
That's just all it is ever.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well,
oh, damn. She didn't used to be as fat.
Really? Oh,
I
I
think she's
didn't
gotten
see it.
fatter
No, I think
through the years.
you were looking
Well, I mean,
at.
yeah, you start off as a baby. So
No, yeah, that's a
you have to
different
get
woman.
Huh?
That's a different woman next to her.
No. I know that.
Yeah. Stop's learning the concept of two people.
I still don't quite have object permanence down.
Is that 2 or 3 people?
Damn, dropping object permanence.
Mhm.
My man got some Psych 101 going on over here.
Yeah, dude. I know a couple things every
Gestalt,
once in a while.
right?
Is that
Gestalt
her?
closure.
She wasn't even. I mean, she was fat as shit, but she wasn't. But
Well, she's still kind of proportionally fat. You know what I mean?
But she looked
Would
fine there. I mean, not fine, but you know what I mean. Now she's like fat as
But
shit.
those pictures gave her the confidence to get even fatter.
Yeah. Wow, wow. Wow, wow.
You know, be a fun article to write. It's like, when are we going to acknowledge black men's contribution to the obesity epidemic?
Dude, that sounds like it's got Nicole Mullen written all over
It's partially their fault.
it. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, she was borderline hot.
Yeah. Yeah. I would smash.
Look at this woman. Got too strong by accident.
I like a strong woman.
Yeah.
Do you?
Sure.
Her will or literally?
Whatever, man. I've been thinking about this. There's got to be strong women or skinny women that are very into a fat
This is
guy.
so funny, dude.
Like, because
Look,
it's
this
their
punching bag
problem.
action is...
What's that? Why would it be their problem?
Like, it's a pathology that they like. Because people like to get fucked or fuck people they hate or something like that.
Mhm.
So if you hate fat people,
they fuck you to make sure they don't
Stav's
get
only sexual experience.
because
Like,
everyone is
you know,
sad after
people-
they fuck you, and like every time they're like, "There's a big mistake."
Yeah, people just want to fuck people they hate. This is your only
They're always like mad, and they're like, "Wow, could I do this to myself? I promised I'd stop." And then they leave, and then so there's got to be one of them that's also strong. You know?
Oh, that's so funny.
It is not my only sexual.
Dude,
Well,
this looks
retarded
like
women are
Gollum.
strong, right? By definition. So
Not
haven't
that
you fucked a
kind.
strong
I
woman?
want like a.
Who are strong?
No.
Retarded people.
Oh, yeah.
I've never smashed the mentally disabled. That story was not about me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
that
they've
story
been
about
dumb.
Jake that everyone got.
It's not about Jake, man.
They already figured it out. Fuck it. People figured it out.
It's
It was
not Jake.
Damn, snitches get stitches, Nick.
I didn't snitch. They figured it out.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
I'm not going to talk about it.
Is that going to make him bigger or less cool in the DSA? If they
more cool? Obviously. Look,
Yeah.
dude, fucking retards is like 4 years away from being like, we also have pussies. Just because it's filled with candy doesn't
So, like,
mean it's not a pussy.
So you think in the future it'll be like how
I'm just
Trey-
like a regular woman. Just because my pussy is filled with Tootsie Rolls and warheads doesn't mean that it's not.
So you're saying
Dude,
the
that's
way
the thing about retarded girls, their pussies are tighter because it's filled with sour candy. Got a bunch of Sour Patch Kids in there, make motherfucker pucker up.
That sounds scratchy as hell, though.
she may have a big pussy, but I just wrap my dick with fruit by the foot till it's tight as hell.
What is this? Look at this
that
exercise class for fat women.
Oh no, and one has cancer.
Yeah, all you do is just move your arms left and right. Dude, this is hilarious.
This show sucks without Buddy, dude. There was
I
an
know what
awesome
happened
character.
to him. He should be.
There was
in
a fat
this,
cokehead that she used to be friends live with, and
Yeah, they buddy. Well, they end up married at the end of this season.
They do?
Or they get engaged or something.
what?
Yeah,
Spoilers, bro.
I read that online.
I didn't know that.
This show rules.
Damn.
Not as much as I am jazz, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am Jazz does rule.
Well, I guess
Dude, I gotta get back into HGTV, TLC. This shit is like, reality TV is fucking great.
Yeah.
Now that I'm off social media, I need some kind of connection
Something
with the
so
common man.
stupid. Yeah, true.
You know?
Yeah, you got to get out of your ivory tower, man. Everyone says that about you. You're just up here reading fucking scholarly scripts.
I I read. I play piano.
Yeah, that's right.
And
There's a grand piano in here right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't look. This one's
Nick is
trans,
actually
too.
sitting on top of it.
Not that one.
On all fours in a white. Oh yeah, jeez.
Oh.
Yeah, Maddie, dance student.
Damn.
I wish I could hear that voice. We got this muted. Yeah.
I wish I could hear
Damn,
that voice.
wow. Leslie Jones just got 7 TV credits in 30 seconds. She's 9 different people in this room.
Yeah, so check out my big fat fucking life.
My big fat ass fucking fat bitch life.
She gets engaged to Buddy, dude, the Coke boy?
I think so.
Damn.
Maybe that kiss meant more than
Yeah,
they
Buddy
thought
tried
it
to fuck
originally.
her.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway.
I remember the article that I read that inspired me to do any of that Nicole shit. I think was or it was at least early on. Was that one? Do you remember it? It was an Exo Jane about the white woman that went to yoga, and there was a fat black woman there, and it made her cry.
What?
Like the fat woman just was minding her own business, but she's like, none of this was designed for her body.
Are you kidding?
No, it was like it was one of the funniest things.
She was mad that somebody theoretically could be too fat for yoga.
Yes, yeah.
That rules. What a dumb bitch.
Yoga.
Honestly, I used to do yoga at a point in my life, and I felt great.
Yeah,
it feels good on the fat body.
Oh,
I did it
I don't
once.
know what it would be like on a fat body, but I did enjoy it myself.
No, the fat body's great. Because it's like, I was flexible as shit, but still fat. And that's a funny thing to be.
That's like
People
a nice
aren't
combo.
expecting that, you know? To be fat and be able to like kick your leg high as shit. And put your hands behind your back and stuff. You know, crazy flexible feats like that.
You can't find the article anymore. It was titled, "There are no black people in my yoga classes, and I'm suddenly feeling uncomfortable with it."
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
By Jen Polachek.
I suddenly feel bad not helping the black family I kicked out of the house I moved into.
Yeah.
Moving into there.
If only I could give them a partial scholarship for yoga while I displaced them very far into Brooklyn, where trains don't even run.
Yeah. Let's start a program. Yeah, let's ship them from where we made them move to back to back to their old neighborhood, so they get to visit it and watch us do yoga in their studio.
Yeah, you can't find the original article, but you can find this one. It says, a public apology. The piece that I wrote last week is deeply ignorant, insensitive, and self-centered, and I am entirely to blame for that. I'm sorry.
Hell yes.
It's tricky for me to specify where I went wrong, because as many have with the title, probably.
Yeah, the whole having the thought in the first place.
For starters, I projected my anxieties onto someone else and dehumanized her in the process. I wish I could find the original because it was so fucking funny.
Yeah.
It was like I watched her every move and tears began to run down my face as this big black bitch tried
As
to get
this
it
fat bitch used the fingers that were designed for eating fried chicken to do fucking baby pose. Whatever, man. Fuck.
I'm just appreciative that other white women make the bar so low.
Yeah, it's true.
So fucking
low. Do you feel
low.
like they're gonna come for white women soon?
What do you mean?
They're slowly doing it.
They already have.
Yeah.
Who's gonna come for white?
Yeah, but not the way they came for white men.
Who doesn't like? I mean, you don't
No
hear
one
white women shit all the time.
Yeah.
The thing is, white men have the benefit of being able, like, you can still do the thing where you're like, oh yeah, none of this shit means anything to me. I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Right.
It's like white women don't really have the room.
That's
to do
true.
That. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
The world does treat you bad, and
because white women fucked up and they threw us under the bus. So
we could have joined up.
Did
yeah,
they?
You could. Oh yeah.
Oh, big time.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't come crying us.
but I didn't. Just don't forget that. I've been defending you guys the whole time.
We didn't start the fire. That's what that song is about. Black bitches, retards, transgenders, bathroom stuff. Grown men pretending to be little girls. We didn't start the fire. Leave white men alone. We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't start the fire. Catcalling black woman in yoga class. Gives white woman race angst.
Yeah.
Stick.
No, there's plenty of white women shit. In what way do you mean? Just making jokes?
No.
That's it?
I mean, blaming, like, white women.
White women
for...
have been blamed for shit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but I just mean, like, you know.
We're your guys' scapegoat. We're white men's scapegoat.
Sure, absolutely, but yeah, I'm just mean like. I mean, I don't really know in any real way what I meant. I just mean like, oh, is this a new ottoman?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a storage ottoman.
Very nice. Like being blamed for being as big a part of society being bad as white men.
Oh yeah. Do you not listen to black women talk ever?
No.
No. What's the point of being a white man?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No,
black women talk?
Yeah. Yeah. That I guess that has been a new. It does swing back now every time where it's like white feminism was getting attacked for a while there.
Yeah, sure, and a lot of it should be.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm fucking stupid and don't pay attention to things, but.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Yeah. We didn't suck the man off, but we made him come by jerking his dick off.
Yeah, like, they won't come for Billy Joel, but they'll come for Alexa Ray Joel.
Yeah. Shouts out to. I wonder what Alexa's life is like.
Yeah.
Day to day. How does she wake up?
They'll come for white women if Hillary runs against a person.
True.
Well, Elizabeth is running now,
and everyone's talking.
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah,
doesn't count.
Nah, they're gonna give her the same shit, dude. They're talking about how she's like a dumb bitch already and stuff.
No.
But
she doesn't count as a person of color. Is that what you meant?
No.
Instead of Hillary.
Yeah.
If it's Elizabeth Warren versus Kamala or something.
Yeah. Then they'll probably be more like white feminism.
Imagine if I thought Elizabeth Warren was a person of color.
Yeah,
because
she does.
Does she really?
Yeah.
Was she serious?
No, that's her. That's what fucked her more than anything. Is like
Totally.
just doubling down on this. Like, got the 23andMe results.
Yeah.
Like a golden ticket, like Willy Wonka.
I'm not saying I can say the word, but I can spell the first two letters. They're like, just what are you doing?
I can't say it. If it comes out of my car, I'll mouth it though. With the lyrics come on. Yeah, probably.
Anyways. So, Stav, your dick doesn't work. My dick doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
There's a solution now.
What's that?
BetTheSI.com.
Dude, I'm getting so fat that if I didn't have before, the dick pills were, a little pep in your step. Give your dick that extra hard as shit thing. But now, I'm so fat that I need BlueChew.com to fuck.
And they work so well. The other day, I almost passed out and had to lay down after taking one. Yeah. I collapsed in the hallway. I couldn't see out of one of my eyes. That's how you know you're getting the extra powerful shit.
Yep. Yeah, when I said I had the flu, I actually was suffering from taking too many dick pills.
Right. Yeah, I like to take so many dick pills. It's like the opening scene from Apocalypse Now, where I'm just sweating in a room, hallucinating. Saigon. Shit, I was still in Saigon.
Yes, we do have fucked up, mangled ass dicks that won't get hard, but thank God there's BlueChew.com.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is there more? Is there actual stuff we have to read?
No, yeah, I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay.
Makes
Anyways,
your tongue
Blue Chew-
blue, and that's fun. That's
Blue
a great-
Chew
It does make your tongue blue.
It's a dick pill company that makes your tongue blue. It's like candy.
It does
it's like
taste
giving
like candy.
to a baby.
Yeah.
It's
To a horny ass baby whose cock can't get hard way too early in his
same
lifetime.
medicine as Viagra and
Cialis. It's the same active
No, hey, look,
ingredients.
that's actually a good sign. If you're taking dick pills and you're in your mid-20s, it means you're probably going to die around 40, which is like, take that, mom and dad.
Yep.
Now I don't
Retirement
have
fund.
to pay for your nursing home.
Figure it out on your own, you dumb old assholes.
I'm busy having sex. Yep. And that can all be accomplished with Blue Chew.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is the
You want an early exit from this mortal prison that we're in?
Fuck yourself to death.
Just keep fucking till you feel lightheaded and think you're going to die. And if you do that enough times for the next 10 or so years,
maybe you actually will die.
maybe one of those times you will die.
All right, there we go. All right, so they're chewable, so they work faster,
Mm-hmm.
up to twice as fast, twice as or twice than fast?
That's not a real question.
Twice
Twice then fast?
Twice than fast?
I don't know.
Twice as fast, man.
Twice as fast?
Yeah, twice as fast
Okay.
makes sense.
All right, the copy's right. I don't know.
It wasn't.
You can take Blue Chew on a full or empty stomach.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That's right.
So
You can swallow cum before
go
or
to
after
dinner,
take.
just skip dinner.
Skip dinner?
Go right to fucking.
All I've had for dinner, how I'm losing weight, add it all for breakfast, dick pills for dinner, baby.
It's cheaper than those other two, and then in parentheses it says Viagra and Cialis. I don't know if we're supposed to say that or not.
Who
but
knows,
It's
man.
cheaper than Viagra and Cialis. I can say that. Because I say whatever the fuck I want.
That's right.
I'm on dick pills.
That's right.
If anyone look, take them and you fuck up at work, you'd be like, "I'm sorry, I was on dick pills."
I'm hard. There's not enough blood in my brain. It's all in my cock,
Yeah,
boss.
right. I'm too busy having sex to know how to do my job. No doctor visit, no awkward conversations,
None
no
of
waiting
that
in line
shit.
at a pharmacy.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Ships directly to the door in discreet packaging.
Discreet, custom medicine packaging.
Yeah.
Just say a pharmacy,
Yeah,
man.
right, yeah.
Just say online pharmacy
Yeah,
or
right.
something.
Custom medicine. Like Exhibit is getting your dick hard. Damn, we heard your dick doesn't work, so we gonna pimp your dick.
Just bejeweled balls.
Dick should be pimped out.
They pluck out all your ball hairs and put like gold like strands, like gold, beautiful golden like.
I want one of those like old McDonald's cup MP3s in there.
Yeah.
Plays 15 seconds of Toxic at 92 kbps.
Hit clips? Did you have hit clips?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I loved hit clips.
One of your balls is a magic 8-ball.
Yeah.
You know? That's good.
Yeah. It's just like my eye.
Just like your eye, yeah. But it's fun. Oh yeah,
I've been trying to get the dog to bite me in the face so I'd lose an eye. Well, no one's been around.
What are you gonna do?
Just slapping her and sticking my face in her face.
You should put a little fucking liver in your eye.
Yeah. Blue Chew gives you. Oh, dog's excited about that. Gives you confidence in bed every time. You and your partner will love it. You're that partner. So if you're gay, you can also use it. Don't let the tone of this show fool you. Gay men are also allowed to use Blue Chew.
Yep.
Even if they're not allowed to listen to this show, they're allowed to take the medicine that we advertise.
That's
so
right.
if you got a friend out there that's gay, don't say, look, hey, I heard about this thing on Comtown. They say, I don't want to hear any more about that show.
Yeah.
You say, no, it's about your dick that doesn't work. Maybe I was wrong. You shouldn't just try watching straight porn. You shouldn't just try it.
Now, if your dick doesn't work, it seems like the natural solution in the gay community is to become a bottom.
How funny it would be if you were like, if your dick wasn't working and then you just found out you weren't gay. Damn,
I've tried everything.
Bum, 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 ba-da, 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 ba-da,
Just flashing back to all that cum you were
Yeah,
drinking.
yeah.
Like, I guess at some point I'll start liking it.
You were having gay sex for years? I didn't know.
I didn't know. You know?
I didn't know. I thought I was gay. I didn't have pills back then. Oh, wow. I was supposed to know in 15 years they're going to make pills? I was supposed to know that? Chew it and do it. Here's a great deal for you guys. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first order free when you use promo code CUMTOWN.
Damn.
CUMTOWN.
That's a
Just
bunch
pay-
of free hard-ons on us.
Pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code CUMTOWN. CUMTOWN.
Let's start the show.
Let's start the show, doggies.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. My
Okay.
boy.
Let's start the show. Buddy's back.
Buddy.
My big fat. Yeah, I'm out here in the fucking woods and I relapse. I'm feeling good as shit. I fuck it. I mean, I just want to die and do blow.
Respect to that, man.
Yeah, he rules.
Sometimes I would just, dude, I'm getting so fat again that I'm like, the voice in my head's like, don't fuck. Just get fat as shit and play video games.
Dude, it rules. I was saying that. I was
Just
saying to
take a
somebody
drug
the
that
other
kills
day,
your sex drive.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know Felix's situation, but I get the impression that he just never fucks. And it's literally just like 9 monitors in his apartment. It's like Battlefield 1 through 5 happening concurrently, and he's just gaming and
That's
Twitch
awesome.
streaming and then lifting weights, and it's like, God, what if a god among men?
Perfect life.
That's all we really want.
Yep.
So the thing is men don't actually want to fuck. We were tricked into it, but we can't admit that we're manipulated by social pressure.
Interesting.
Because what is in our hearts is whatever the fuck Felix is doing.
It's gaming, yeah.
You don't want to like die in a war or something? Isn't that what men want to do?
No, you want to die in 15 million wars, which is what gaming is.
Yeah. Yeah, you only want one death in a war? No thanks.
Yeah.
We want to fucking die we want to die against the Covenant.
Yeah.
We want to die against Hitler. We want to die against them all.
He got what? 1 Medal of Honor, maybe 2. I have played every Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
I've earned all of them. Sometimes I did really bad. Guess what? You just start over, motherfucker.
That's right.
Wait,
who's Audie Murphy?
Wasn't Audie Murphy the most decorated?
I knew a kid that I think had the same exact name, but he got caught selling weed. So, do you know that guy? Maybe I'm making it up. But anyway.
Audie, I think. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Everyone shut up. ISIS, shut up.
Audie Murphy was one of the most decorated American combat soldiers of World War II.
Okay.
He received every military combat award for valor available from the U.S. Army, as well as French and Belgian awards for heroism.
Oh, damn. My man got the Belgique awards.
Yeah.
Damn.
He received the Medal of Honor for valor that he demonstrated at the age of 19 and blah, blah, blah. So suffered a counterattack when Murphy was born in a large family. I thought he won 2 Medals of Honor, but
whatever,
I could be
dude.
wrong
It's
about
pretty
that.
cool.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Fuck Audie Murphy.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
I would love to be a war hero.
Nah.
I'm just deaf and I own like a cotton store. You spend the next 60 years of your life like selling pipe fittings in some bullshit town.
Like just a fucking short sleeve fucking flannel you tuck into your khakis.
Yeah, that's what I love about the end of Band of Brothers, where they're all playing baseball together and they do the like Sandlot, what they went on to do.
Mm-hmm.
And half of them are like, there's one of them that's like, he went on a sailing trip and no one ever saw him again. He killed himself.
What happened?
Yeah, like most
filled
of them
his pockets with rocks and jumped into the middle of the ocean.
What happened to Benny the Jet? Did he got taken advantage of by producers or something because he was hot?
Yeah, he plays on the Dodgers, doesn't he?
Huh?
Benny the Jet plays on the Dodgers, and then the fucking boy is in love with him, and he calls baseball games. The kid with the hat that's too big.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Kid with the hat that's too big?
The main character in Sandlot.
I just remember Benny because he was hot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can remember what they all look like. But
I only remember the fat one, obviously.
Yeah, what was his name?
I don't know.
And there was Smalls.
Orange haired?
No, he's the one that's killing me, Smalls.
The orange haired one?
Have you seen Angus?
No.
What is that, about a cow?
No, well, it's about a fat boy, so yeah. It was a fat kid in high school.
Damn, here's where she gets told she's too fat to have a child.
Robin Sizemore is his name.
Fucking bitch, Robin.
She probably picked that one because of her name. She discriminated adoption agencies. She's like, Robin Sizemore, there's something I like about this business.
I feel like she'll just get me.
Yeah.
We can meet with Robin Sizemore.
After being denied a baby, Heather heads to Auntie Anne's for some therapy. Damn. This is great. Suffering what would today be described as post-traumatic stress disorder, Murphy slept with a loaded handgun under his pillow. He looked for solace in addictive sleeping pills. In his last few years, he was plagued by money problems, but refused offers to appear in alcohol and cigarette commercials because he did not want to set a bad example. Murphy died in a plane crash in Virginia in 1971, which was shortly before his 46th birthday.
Who's Murphy?
Audie Murphy.
The decorated.
Oh.
God
yeah, that is your dream.
Yeah. That fucking sucks, dude. What a fucking horrible life.
Oh, God.
I hope I never go to war.
It's too late now. We're 30.
Dude, but as a general, they find me, they're like, we need a beautiful mind to
Maybe
guide
if you
us.
start playing video games. Do you think they're going to recruit from people who are good at video games?
Maybe Felix is going to be a general.
That's what all the all the incels that play video games and stuff. They're just training for the upcoming inevitable.
That is true.
War.
Drone war.
Yeah.
Hey,
Isis, shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
We're trying to make money to feed.
Shut up. Sit down.
If it wasn't for this podcast, you'd be on the fucking street right now, Isis.
That's true.
Your dumbass father can't provide for you.
Yeah.
He
That
needs
is
this
true.
podcast.
Hey.
Adam would be already submitting her to dog fights to try and make money.
Well, you have to pay your part of the rent,
I
Icy.
rescued the dog. It makes sense.
Oh, fuck, man.
Dogs like fighting anyway.
It's true. That's what they be doing in the wild.
True that.
Yeah,
Just
it's
like
not fair
horses.
that old people got to be in World War II.
Yeah.
Old
so
people
true.
suck.
Such a good point, man.
Yeah. Nothing. They shouldn't get anything good.
Yeah. They got the cool wars. They got to be racist out loud.
Yeah. They got to see the original Mickey Mouse that said the N-word.
Yeah.
Cartoons used to be so much better. Dude, I mean, they used to be funny.
Oh, yeah.
It's people are like, why aren't cartoons funny? It's like, well, listen, kid, they used to be, but your mom made us change it. Your mom's generation came around and brought all this Indian bullshit over and said we had to be nice to the colors. And that was the end of cartoons and good wars. You see, we used to have a nice balance with racism. We'd do it until it was fun, and then someone would take it too far, and then we'd invade their country and have a war that mattered. Now we don't do it enough, so we have to oppress brown people with drone strikes.
Drone strikes, that can't be that different from video games, right?
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. These people
It's
are
not- you watch the
practicing.
video, it looks like a very boring video game.
Yeah.
If they did drone strikes like when you called the chopper gunner from Modern Warfare 2, that'd be fucking sick.
Yeah. Just the whole village decimated. Oh, fuck.
Call a nuke, 25 kills.
Nuking a fucking Pakistani wedding.
Yeah.
Like
Dude, that Pakistani wedding thing is so goddamn funny.
Yeah.
All of the generals that were like responsible for that are still like Mattis was, I think, in charge of that whatever that
really?
massacre was. And to this day, he's still like, they're lying, it wasn't a wedding. He like has a quote where he was like, let me ask you this. Does it make sense to you that you have a fucking wedding 80 miles in the middle of nowhere? And it's like, all those people they lived in that town.
Yeah. They didn't have a fucking Walgreens around there.
right.
Yeah.
He's like,
Would
there's
you
no-
live somewhere without an Outback Steakhouse anchoring the shopping
Yeah.
center?
He's like, there's no evidence of like wedding stuff. There's no decorations or whatever. And then like there's like AP footage that clearly shows musical instruments. And they're like, look, bad people get married sometimes too. So.
Oh fuck, dude.
in the Middle East, like, they have all their incels become, kamikazes, and they think they'll die and get 72 virgins in heaven. But I think the American ones, to convince them to go into war, they're just going to tell them they get to murder 72 virgins. It's going to get to the point where they hate women so much here after playing video games for so long. They're like, we don't even want to fuck them. We just want to murder.
Elliot
We want to
Rodgers,
we want to murder 72 whores that didn't fuck us in high school. That's what their religion is going to turn into.
What if the 72 virgins you get are incels?
Ooh.
And Arab guys have to fuck.
They end up having to just fuck each other.
Please be gentle with my ass, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that's what they all really wanted the whole time.
It's still a type of sex.
Still counts.
Fuck. Damn, new motherfucking year. How are we going to turn it all around? What are the resolutions, guys?
Do you do resolutions?
No, I don't.
Do you ever try at least?
No.
No.
I don't try.
I don't either, but
It feels...
I've never done a New Year's resolution.
Yeah.
I don't think I have.
It also
I never did
feels
Lent.
so stupid.
Yeah.
Were you Catholic?
Orthodox. Greek Orthodox.
So did you guys do Lent?
Yeah.
I would just give up stuff that I didn't do already.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was the trick.
That's smart.
I'm very smart. So
yeah,
smart.
I gave up sex for Lent as a child in high school.
And your priest was like, "Oh, sorry, you
like,
don't get to
come
choose.
on."
You don't get to choose what it is."
Nah, we didn't. Our priests don't rape. Surprisingly,
What?
they have wives.
Yeah.
In the Orthodox Church, you're allowed to
Oh,
wife.
really?
So you get
Thank
actually
God.
straight guys being priests, as opposed to Catholicism.
Oh,
where it's
so
all gay guys.
everything's taken out on their wives instead of the children.
Exactly.
Oh, that's great. That's way better.
Yeah, in Catholicism, it's like maybe 10% straight guys, 50% gay guys, and 40% very active pedophiles.
Very active.
They're a minority, but they're
They make it up for the rest of them. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, fuck Lent though. Fuck fasting in general. Yeah, well, I heard actually the Catholic Church, they was selling fish, and that's why they said you can't have hamburgers on except for
Jode.
So that's actually why Lent is like it is. Yeah,
Probs.
That's why you can't be eating no meat because they actually bought
Long John Silver's.
They bought Long John Silver's a long ass time ago. I'm talking 1800s.
I love that Long John Silver's offers as a garnish just like shit out of the deep fryer.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a side is like just trash.
I've never been to Long John Silver's actually.
Here is a heart attack.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with it?
I've never been to one. They just didn't have them.
They're
What?
good. Long John Silver's.
They weren't in Baltimore. They might have been in Moco, but they weren't in Bmore.
Stop licking the couch.
I don't remember them, but I remember like one or two on like either like 95 or something, like on the Jersey Turnpike. But
by the way, the Turnpike
they had them all over Austin when I moved there.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, they have like I don't know what do they call them on the menu? The
Hush Puppies?
No, the name for that like grease trap.
Oh,
it's actually literally on the menu.
Yes. Drippings or something?
Yeah.
I got some drippings for you.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Long John. Yeah.
Long John's drippings.
That's what they call tartar sauce.
I cannot fucking remember.
The 95, I gotta say, something I'm real miffed about is how shitty the food selection is on the Jersey Turnpike.
Now
it's all Burger Kings, man.
It used to be good.
Do they have Sonics? Did you guys grow up with Sonics?
No, there's two Popeyes, but
did you have a Sonic though growing up?
Not growing up, no.
I want
In fact,
Sonic
me and
burger
my friends, right before they came to Baltimore, we were like, dude, we're gonna get fucking high as shit. And we're driving to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where the closest Sonic is, and we did that, and it was like a fucking 3-hour drive or something, or not 3, 2, a 2-hour drive, and it was like just a shitty fast food meal.
Yeah, of course.
We were like, oh fuck.
I don't know.
And then we
their
got
fries
home.
are just okay, but their tater tots are pretty good. Their burgers are decent, and their shakes are good.
Yeah,
I like heard White Castle was awesome.
Dude,
it was before those fucking movies, and then I went to White Castle and it was like, this is disgusting.
Did it used to be good and then the movie ruined it or something? Because I've never heard one good thing about White Castle.
Maybe you have to go to one that's not in the city.
Oh,
no, dude, there's
right.
no way any of them are good. They literally steam their meat. That's not how you cook meat. Yeah, they steam their shits. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Ew.
Oh, she look cute, bitch.
Oh, she is so cute.
Fuck. What am I gonna do to turn my life around, man?
Start doing prepped meals.
Maybe.
Rice
Prep
around.
them
Look, now
damn
this is
meals.
another show. This is a show about a bitch who doesn't have an arm.
No, this is Say Yes to the Dress.
Oh.
This show is a banger, honestly. I love this show.
Say Yes to the Dress?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of like women trying to get dresses.
What was that
wedding
show that
dresses.
was just gay husband?
Yeah.
Any TLC show?
It's a woman with a gay husband.
Yeah.
Coming up on Gay Husband. Well, I told Sharon I'm going out for what we call boys' night. She is not having
Little
it.
boy, I mean regular boys.
She
Grown
said
men?
she said she didn't want to watch the twins, but I said, honey, it's Friday, and you know it's half off drinks at Club Secret.
Club
Club Positive.
There's a bar in the Lower East Side called like Don't Tell or Please Don't Tell or something. I was like, interesting.
Oh, I should go check it out. See what they got over there.
You ever go to gay bar stuff? You
I
probably
went-
clean up there, huh?
Yeah.
We should start going to gay bars. I should fall off the wagon. We should start going to gay bars for free drinks.
That would be nice, actually.
Yeah.
I went to when I was in Atlanta. I made out with a homeless girl in a gay bar, and
then you left her there afterward.
Well, then she thought I was like rich and had a hotel room, but I was like on tour with like 6 other guys, and we were all splitting the same shit. And so
she was like, "I'll sleep outside."
And I just assumed we were gonna go to her place, and then she's like, I was like, "Great, let's go to yours." And she's like, "I don't have."
We're here.
She's like, "Yeah, I don't." I was like, "What?" And then and then I was like, "Oh, cool. Let's just go to my hotel." And I just like picked a random hotel. I was like, and she could see me trying to book it on my phone. Like while we were, I was like gonna just get a room to fuck in, and she's like, "No, I'm not doing this." She was just like,
she was above.
It was weird, man. Yeah, I think it ruined the mystique.
What I mean by they haven't come for white women yet, even when they're homeless. They're
They're
still
like,
excuse me, what do you think I am, a black homeless woman?
Yeah. Yeah, if I had a hotel room, I would have gotten my dick sucked that night, but unfortunately,
Hey, that's the name of the game.
I just rubbed a pussy in a gay bar in a bathroom while looking at pictures of men's hard cocks. So it was kind of like the best of both worlds in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Do you get hit on by gay men a lot?
Not a lot.
You're a bear or whatever?
My DMs get interesting sometimes.
You're a polar bear?
I'm not a polar bear. I think a polar bear, I guess, would have to be an old fat guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's got white hair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I believe I'm a bear. Some have called me a cub, a hairless bear, a young.
Are you hairless?
I'm not very hairy. I'm like,
Yeah, but it's like it's still there. It's
you're
not
right.
thick.
I'm not smooth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to.
It's indecisive hair.
I'd have to ask what my direct, categorization would be.
Yeah.
But, maybe I'll.
It's
just
like,
be
I like
gay.
if you search bear or daddy bear on Google Images. There's not a single picture of like a bear. So like a child couldn't like oh, my son might accidentally see it's nothing but gay men. There's not a single picture of like a teddy bear. Or
Well,
a
it could just be
bear
your
that's
specific search results.
No, it's
man.
not. I've
It's
opened
signed in.
incognito.
People are just giving away their like personal information.
Yeah.
Whenever I type this in, this is the first thing that pops
Yeah,
up.
when
I
you
don't
type
know.
in deepest, darkest desires, just me kissing Wilder Valderrama.
Yeah, but can you blame him? He's so
Yeah.
cute,
It's just
Fez.
drawings
I
of
love
me
Fez.
and Sonic having sex with Homer Simpson.
Yeah, that seems more right. Who's the bottom? Who's the top?
Sonic's the top, obviously.
Obviously, dude.
Sorry. Why is it obvious?
Because I don't know. Homer would have him down, and then he would just very quickly.
Oh, because it's not
reverse.
consensual, and there's
It's
no
not-
way
it's
that
rape.
there's
Oh,
no way
yeah.
that
Imagine
Homer can
being
catch
like-
Sonic.
Yeah, exactly.
So he has to be the one who's
Being in this guy's photography class. in
Whoa,
community college.
no!
Like,
Now that's a polar bear.
Yeah, an old.
He
fat-
looks like a guy I used to work with.
It's an old fat
Ken.
Hispanic man pulling his cock gooch apart so you can see his hard penis.
Damn. Wait, is that Ken? Ken was a photographer. Maybe he got into self-portraits.
Yeah, like welcome to community college. That's the first time. It's like when they passed a law that made it like free for seniors to go to community college. Just a gay, a horny old gay man's gonna take photography and send his cock pics in.
That guy, the guy who I worked with, had like a lot of accounts, but like I was like, maybe he'll die because he was like really unhealthy. I'm like, maybe he'll die sooner. I'll get all of his accounts. It would be a lot of money. But I'm glad he didn't, or else I wouldn't have moved from Nebraska.
Oh, there
you
you
know,
go.
he would have died. I'd be still selling mechanical controls.
Ooh, that's nice.
Dude, you know he fucks all the controls.
Rubs
Guy
his
brings those
old
controls home.
rubs his old hard cock all over him.
Damn, I gotta see a dentist.
Yeah.
I just want to get these teeth removed.
Right? I think that all teeth should just be removed, and we should
Get
like
dentures?
my friend
I don't wanna
Jessa.
do-
You know
look,
Jessa, right?
Look what's going on with these. It's like I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm brushing them. If they want to continue to get fucked up, that's on them.
I'd be skeptical about you not doing anything wrong.
I don't know. I think that we should just.
There was a year ago, I think you were talking about how the way you take care of your teeth is by taking a fishing hook through them or something like that.
No, I do have like a scraper that I use. The one they literally like a dental hygienist uses.
Yeah, but you're not licensed, bro.
That's not. It is. You don't need to be licensed to use a fucking
a pick.
a scraper.
You
What
shouldn't
the
be using a scraper, man.
Well,
I feel like you get
I stopped
overzealous.
using it because I was bleeding all the fucking time. You're supposed to.
Oh, fuck.
Do you go to the dentist regularly? Do you have health
No.
insurance?
I just got it. Kicked in today.
From what? Medicare read?
I just bought it. Yeah.
Okay, is it
Well,
expensive? How much is it a
It's
month?
expensive as shit. It's a wild amount.
Like $900.
No,
Wow,
it's
you
less
can
than
get
that.
this as a poster.
You can get.
Can you see his cock?
No.
Daddy poster.
No, he's a little bit modest.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's like, yeah, it's less than that, but it's a lot of money, and it's like, but I'm so unhealthy, and I have to get so much figured out.
Yeah.
This tooth, and on its own will be a couple $1,000s without insurance.
Jesus.
So like, I might as well just buy insurance for it. And I'm pretty sure I have sleep apnea because I'm fat as shit, and I've slept well in probably 3 years.
I'm going back to Missouri. I have family in Missouri. My great uncle is a dentist, but he's the one who my aunt, she's in jail now because she like was using his prescription pad to like prescribe people shit. So I'm really hoping she didn't fuck it up for me.
True.
Because he did help me with my teeth for free before.
I'm sure he would still do it. How old is he?
I don't know, 60,
okay,
70,
because great
60s.
uncle could be like old as shit.
Yeah.
But
I'm hoping
I don't
he's
know
still
if you
chill.
want an old motherfucker.
She was my
working on
in,
your
you know?
Yeah, she fucked up. She fucked the money up.
She really ruined it for us by being in jail and
Yeah, by giving people Xanax.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm about to be all over the fucking doctors, dude. I'm getting rehab on my foot.
Oh yeah.
I know what other. I'm getting this tooth fixed. I'm gonna get a fucking sleep apnea bane mask.
Oh yeah.
I think so. I have to have it. There's no way I don't. And then I don't know what else. What else should I do?
A Bane mask?
You know, you have to put some shit in your nose. And
Do you
shit.
need that? Do you have sleep apnea?
I'm pretty sure I do. I haven't slept well in like years, dude.
Really?
And I think every fat person has sleep apnea.
It just means you keep waking up. Maybe I have sleep apnea.
Yeah, and
you
it's
just
really
wake up in the middle of the night. I don't
It's really
sleep
bad
well.
for your heart and shit too.
Oh.
Yeah.
My dad has that shit.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does he?
He
You
sleeps
can hear
with a
him.
mask?
He'll start like snoring. No, he doesn't sleep with a mask. You hear him like wake, like snore, and then he starts like choking to death. While he's sleeping.
Yeah. That's not necessarily. Yeah, this guy's totally gay, by the way. We're watching Gay Husband. It's actually called something like. I mean, every picture of him, his eyes are too twinkly to be straight.
Oh yeah.
There's too much magic in his eyes. Yeah,
his prostate has definitely recently been hit.
Yeah.
With those eyes.
Hell yeah.
Do you get fingers up your butt, Stav?
No. One time a girl was about to, and I was just like, skittish, like instinctively. But I feel like if she just
went for
gave it a couple other tries,
it's her fault. She should have had a more confident energy going into it.
She really was not going in confidently.
Yeah,
enough.
you can't do that.
But I would be open to it, I suppose.
Yeah. Why waste it?
Absolutely. Why waste the butthole? It's a beautiful thing to put a couple fingers inside of. And then, plus, I like getting my balls sucked.
Yeah?
Sure. So why not get your ass played with as well? You know what I mean?
I mean,
you guys know what I'm talking about?
I mean,
No,
I don't.
I don't understand the leap between those two things. I like one thing. Why wouldn't I like something that's completely
Well,
different?
not in the ass.
I
but
like pussy. Why not get fucked in my ass?
No. Because
you know what I mean?
Because
they're both disgusting.
Yeah, they're both disgusting. But when you get your balls like tickled, it feels like when someone touches your ass a little bit. So I guess I'm saying.
You ever notice how when you get your balls played with?
Yeah, I was having a conversation with my friend Jim the other day. I said maybe I should just try it. You know, see if you like it.
Well, come on, Jim. You like getting your balls sucked, don't you?
Jimmy! Jim Toes! Get over here, cutie!
Wow. You look better every time I see you, I gotta tell you.
Jimbo!
Him wanting to fuck Jim Toos is the best part of that joke.
Yeah. Hey, has anybody seen Jim Toos? Real cute guy.
I'm all set, Joe. Thanks, man. Don't want to hang out today either. No, I'm kind of busy this whole
How about
month,
you? I'll let
actually.
you know when I can.
I'll
hang
text
out.
you. Yeah, I'll text you, man. No worries.
His whole act is about Jim Toos. Jim just sees him at the Comedy Cellar doing his set, and Jim's like, I'll try to get a spot some other time.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, dude.
Well,
God.
I think we should wrap this up so I can go to Dwayne Reed.
Oh yeah, get your fucking pharmacy.
Yep.
Well, everyone, thank you for listening to the first one of the year. We are doing a Funny Moms on January 14th. Before that happens, I will be in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on the 10th. I'm sorry, Lancaster on the 10th. Pittsburgh on the 11th. Buffalo on the 12th. Motherfucking Schenectady on the 13th. Phoenix the 19th. Buy tickets to that one. Doing Tucson, Hartford, Delaware, San Diego. Then I'm in LA on the 2nd. We added a second show at the Lodge Room. So please buy your tickets to that. Don't make me look like a fucking asshole over there. And keep buying the damn calendars.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going really good.
I need to get one of those.
Yeah, you got. I'll bring you one.
For my grandma.
Yeah, give it to her until I said what's up. So yeah, please buy tickets to that. Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Phoenix, 11th, 12th, 19th. Stavi.biz/tour.
Yeah.
Come out and see me. Thank you for that. Nick will be in Chicago. When? March? Nick's in Chicago at some point.
Yeah, March something.
We're also, all three boys will be, this is a big one, in D.C. We're coming back to the Black Cat. We're doing 2 shows, a stand-up show and a live podcast. Come to both, come to one, whatever you want to do. ISIS, fucking chill out, bitch. You're going to fucking unplug the goddamn thing. You fucking dumbass dog. Sorry to speak to you that way, but you almost jeopardized our careers. Anyway, yeah, come see all 3 boys March 30th at the DC, at the Black Cat DC. Go
Abby,
see
you
Nick
got
in
plugs?
Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Come to Whiplash Friday, Instagram, Twitter, Books Let's Podcast, and then,
Yeah, check out Abby. She's funny as shit.
If this dog unplugs this fucking thing, I'm going to punch Adam in the face.
It's not. We should end the episode in case she does. Fucking dumbass dog.
I hate Adam.
retro cut there. Thin Lizzy. Don't believe a word. On XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant. Bubba-doo-boo. Who's that over there? It's Carly Pilk Boys. You alright, Carl?
Oh, that's clever.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright, yeah.
Yeah, come on, up, bigger bagadoo, up, yeah? Project. There's people out there wanting to, cheer up their Saturday afternoon. We're the boys for it, yeah? We're like quick fitters.
Yeah,
come on.
Alright, Carl?
Yeah.
Come on!
Come on!
I'm alright, I'm up for it.
That's it, this is the height of excitement.
This is it, is it?
That's
This
how
is
you sound when you're 100%
This is you
excited.
off your head, is it? High on life. Christ. What did Suzanne say about you saying about a big ass? Go on.
She heard about it.
Should we recap
Yeah.
what happened last week?
Well, the week before, he said that her haircut looked like Dave Hill from Slade. She didn't like that. So next week I said, she was a bit grumpy. He went, yeah, I didn't mention her fat ass. Still thinking that she would never hear about this.
Yeah.
What happened when you went home?
She heard about that off a mate.
Yeah.
And we sorted it out. Didn't have to buy her anything. I just sort of said, come on, you know what the show's about and that. Stop moaning.
Yeah.
Right. That was alright until about Thursday, when I was reading about, do you know, like they say this and that, and whatever I'm doing now here, there's another one of me doing the same.
Yeah. But
well, no, he's probably taking some time off. He's probably having a week off.
Yeah.
But I was just talking about that, and she was saying, nah, that doesn't happen. And I sort of said, well, they definitely won't have a haircut like yours. Right? And that sort of started the argument again.
It's almost like you haven't learnt your lesson. Also, it's like you're talking about it again on air almost, in a way, so our mates could hear again. It's very short learning curve. You know, Carl, if there was if I cut a hole in a box and you knew there was an orange in there, right, and you put your hand in, would you be stuck there trying to get that orange out, do you think? Or would you just, like, let it go and sort of tip it upside down to get it out?
What do you mean?
I think that answers your question. Is that a cardboard box on your hand? So is there any other things you want to criticise Suzanne for while we're on air? Anything else? Anything that's been niggling that you feel you should get off your chest? The hair, the arse?
Nah, leave
No?
it.
Everything
leave
else
it.
is fine?
Leave it. I think so.
Okay.
That's good. I think leave it. Well done.
Now, can we just check what other big Carl features have we got today? We got Monkey News.
Got Monkey News
That's
coming up.
important,
Yeah.
yeah.
Got a bit of got Rockbusters and the film thing. That
still not got a name. The film thing.
Just me and a film and that. And
brilliant.
This week we're digging out the old the one when I'm in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Right, so you're going to make
Jack
an appearance.
Nicholson, brilliant film.
Yeah, brilliant film. It was my favourite film till I saw Godfather.
It's better than that.
Well, yeah, some would say that, yeah.
No, it is. The storyline's more interesting than
I
that,
didn't know there was an actual answer. I didn't. Sorry, it's what's best?
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
Is it?
Nest.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Where's Godfather? Because I want to know, because I don't embarrass myself. Or is it my fourth favourite film or something? Or
probably about fifth.
My fifth favourite film, is it? Brilliant.
Talking of lists,
I suppose I like Kez and the Elephant Man. Do I?
Do you?
Lists, Rick. I don't know if you saw in the paper. I think it's on TV this evening. It's as voted for by viewers of VH1, the music channel, and they've basically come up with a list of the greatest pop culture icons ever. There's 100.
Where's Elvis?
So Elvis, for instance, is number 3.
Jimmy Dean in there?
James Dean is in there. I think he's a bit lower. Let me see. He's number 22. We got David Beckham at number 1.
Oh, wow. Okay, well then, so Robbie Williams is in there, so it's British bias.
Yeah, Robbie Williams is number 9. He's just below ABBA.
Oh,
Number
okay.
8. But interestingly, this is of interest to you, I think. Number 66.
Yeah.
The Office.
That's all right.
Well, it is, Rick. It's nice that the show is in there, and that's a very flattering thing. I tell you what cheapens it. I tell you what undermines it.
Yeah.
The things that are lower in the list than the show.
Oh God! So we've beaten.
Well, I'll give you a little test.
Yeah.
Higher or lower? Do you think this is higher, near the top of most important pop culture icons, or lower than ours? Okay, I'm going to give you Superman.
Well, international, been around since the 30s, one of the biggest icons on the planet. I'll say higher.
Lower.
But yeah.
Ludicrous.
Okay.
Do you think higher or lower? Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon. This guy's been to the moon.
Well, I'd say lower then.
Lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is that saying the people behind the rocket or just him? Because he just sat in it, didn't he? He just sat there, he didn't do anything.
But it's the
what
icon.
he's symbolic of.
It's not how much work went into it.
Alright.
A few others.
What about things like Coca-Cola?
Oh no, they don't really count. It tends to be.
So it's not.
They don't feature. I mean, Mickey Mouse is in there. What do you make? What do you reckon? Tom Cruise, higher or lower? Tom Cruise is the #1 box office movie star in the world.
Well, presumably lower.
He's
then.
lower. He's number 81. Just about scraped in there. And it really is a list drawn up by people who've just sat at home and looked along their video and book collection.
Yeah.
Office, yeah, that's good.
Well, I think it is a reflection of that, but it's always the same that they you do an HMV poll and it's Pet Sounds, Revolver, Let's Get It On, Robbie Williams, Life Through a Lens, because it's it's the people that vote. It's a reflection of like those massive, you know, what's big at the moment. I was the most powerful man in comedy. Let's not forget.
Yes.
1 year ago.
Yeah.
Wonder where I'll be this year.
See, if that had been the laziest man in comedy, you'd have got my vote. Interestingly, though, at number 26, Carl Pilkington.
Oh, imagine. Oh. All Possibilities, Badly Drawn Boy on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and little Carly Pilcoids.
Rick, Susie's emailed.
Yeah.
She wondered if you could give a massive hello to Hannah and Charlotte and all in the sixth form at Cobthall School.
Yeah.
Did you want them to listen? Would you give them a massive hello?
shout out, yeah,
no
massive.
disrespect, man.
Where are they from?
I don't know, I can't quite pronounce it. Cobthall School?
Cobthall Massive.
Yeah.
They're probably known as.
Yeah. So good luck to Suze and Hans and
When
Charles.
did we start doing dedications?
I feel we should, because I've always felt that's just something that's lacking on the show. Interaction with the audience, you know?
Interesting only to the one person whose name is mentioned.
Of course. But that's how proper DJs fill up their time. They don't talk about monkeys and, you know, and all that kind of drivel.
Oh, do you think monkeys are drivel, Carl?
Well, we'll still be doing a bit of monkey news. It doesn't matter how much you have a pop at it. It's coming up in a bit.
Yeah.
Got some good stuff this week. I know it's been a bit dull last 2 weeks.
Well, no, it's not been dull. It's been totally untrue.
As ever.
Bordering on the impossible. I mean, monkey dating, saying, what tree are we meeting in? You believe that sort of drivel. So, I mean, oh, God. Jonathan Ross told a story about a chimpanzee once. It was about, but it was about how it escaped from the zoo, and it jumped on a bus.
Right.
Okay. Interesting. Funny.
I did that one.
But is there possibility in that one being true?
I did that one.
I think you said something like he drove the bus, or he was conducting it, or
I think
fares.
you said he took it to Spain. Do you see the difference? It's that little stretch of credibility that means it's all shite.
How is Jonathan Ross? All right. Is he? I wondered how long it would take before his name popped up. How is he? How is the old man? Looking forward to his birthday Monday?
Oh, dear. Yeah.
I don't know if any of the listeners saw Ricky on Jonathan Ross's TV show last night.
Yeah.
What? I mean, man alive.
What?
Well, that's not an interview. How is that an interview?
What?
It's not. He wasn't interviewing you. He's like two pals just having a laugh. And if we it was like it was a family do, and you just happened to film it and stick it on the telly. My friend made a good point. It was like any minute his kids were going to pop out, sit on that sofa next to you and go, "Oh, Uncle Ricky, do the little dance." It was unbelievable. I mean, what were you wearing for a start? What's that? Some tatty old jumper like you'd just been doing some artexing and you'd gone pot round with it. We're having a couple of drinks.
That was Lambretta.
Was it inside out?
Trendy jumper.
How do you keep getting things with the St George cross on it?
What do you mean? That's the only one I've
You've got loads of stuff. T-shirts, jumpers, shoes.
No, I've got a Union
underpants.
What's it? A French Connection
one. But that's not my concern.
I haven't got any underpants.
That's not my concern, no. It's just the fact that, I mean, firstly...
Yeah.
The fact that Ricky... For those of you who don't realise, Ricky is friends with Jonathan Ross. They are friends. Now, they've only known each other, what, a year, maybe?
About 2, yeah.
It's less... I think it's less than 2. And what worries me is... the friendship's too close.
What do you mean?
Because you're over 40. You see, it seems to me that after the age of 25, men should not be becoming really close friends with other men. It should be like you've had all your friends, you made them at university, at school, And if you were in any walk of life and you met someone at a party or a pub, even if you got on, you would not be phoning them every other day. Like going to an awards. What are you wearing, Jonathan? I've heard this conversation. What are you wearing? I think I might wear this. Is it too formal? Is that going to be too formal?
It's not true.
It is.
That's
You're
not
always
true.
on the phone to him. You're always chatting. I'm just going to pop around. Oh, I'm just going to play some tennis.
Yeah, we play tennis.
Always hanging out with the guy, and it's to me it's unhealthy. And this. It's just bled over now onto TV.
Hold on,
so,
one minute.
Whoa. So, you're there. It's like, I'll tell you what it reminded me of. Des O'Connor and Jethro. Coming on to plug his live video.
Or Tarvey and Kenny Lynch.
And then at the end of the interview, after they've been, mutually backslapping, he gave you a pet. Jonathan Ross gave you a cat as a replacement for your cat which died. Now, to me, that's an inappropriate gift.
Why? It's a lovely gift.
You should be. I don't think people should be giving pets as gifts.
Do you know what I've got in
I'm
there
not
for his
turning
birthday?
up to a wedding with. I just bought you a cat.
Oh, do you know what I've got him for his birthday? I've got him as child.
Well, you may as well, because that's what it's like, a cat to me.
I've got a small Rwandan child.
A cat to me is like, I've bought you this small child. I was going to sponsor him, but I got a bit of cash, I've flown him over. It's too intimate, it's too much responsibility.
Do you know what I think, Carl?
Go on.
I think Steve's a bit jealous.
I'll tell you, I've got good reason to be jealous.
What?
I've got good reason to be jealous, I just remembered this. Your birthday, Jonathan Ross was there. Carl Pilkington was there.
Yeah.
I don't remember being invited. I don't remember being invited. Was I there, Carl? You were there. I don't remember being there.
But you're with him all day and that.
Right,
So-
okay, well, yeah, but he sees you a lot. I mean, Jonathan, he's round his house every other day playing tennis, and who else knows what, swimming together and sat in his jacuzzi, cracking wise. What happened there? What happened there?
Oh, we've got to the bottom of it. Play a record.
The villa that we went to afterwards could only sleep
It may as well
six.
have been. How is the cat, alright?
Yeah,
What's your name? Jonathan?
Ollie. Hey-ya! Outcast, XFM, 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. It's that time, isn't it? Rockbusters.
Whee!
Come on, Carl, what you got for us?
All right, well, do you want to say what the prizes are?
Actually, the
or
prizes
we
are
just get
bad
away
this
in
week.
that?
Really?
We've got.
I'll be the judge of that.
Actually, what am I talking about? No, there's a 2-disc set, Rock and Roll Legends, on the cover there. We've got Buddy Holly, Elvis, Roy Orbison, and Little Richard. So
No one wants that, baby.
Nobody's interested. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, a DVD. I'm a Nick Cave fan and I wouldn't watch it.
No, you'd watch it once at most when there's nothing else.
Knowing Me, Knowing You.
No, I mean, Nick Cave's good, but when do you watch rock DVDs?
I
Yeah.
know. Knowing Me, Knowing You, a great series, obviously, but once again, on VHS. Who wants it on VHS?
Yeah.
Where are all the bonus features?
Absolute pointless
The only
so
thing
far.
that's half decent is this enormous hardback League of Gentlemen book, which is the scripts and all sorts of other stuff. If you're a League of Gentlemen fan, you'll love it. If you're not, I guess it's a good Christmas gift.
If you're not a League of Gentlemen, there's nothing in this for you.
No, exactly.
So...
So, you can either enter for the hell of it.
A pile of rubbish. What's the... Well, not as bad as the competition, I suppose, so...
No.
Go
Right,
on.
well, you know how it works. Cryptic clue.
It's not really cryptic, it's
No.
usually wrong. Yeah.
Right, so the first one, there's 3 of them, you get them right, you win the stuff. First one,
I'll get him close, I mean, because you could win this if you got one right, possibly.
if you go to Chepstow, you will.
Was that a clue or is that a point? Is that something?
That's a clue.
Right.
All
Say
right.
it again.
If you go to Chepstow, you will.
And what are the initials?
Just S.
Just S.
Right. Second one, E.T. is upset. What's up with him? Alright. E.T. is upset. What's it upset for? What's wrong with him? Right.
Different. So not cryptic, so go on.
M.E. The initials there.
N-E?
M.
M-E.
M for mother. M.E. Alright. And the third one, I had a tape with,
Jesus. Imagine Bob Holness doing this in the gold run against the clock. Right, I had a tape. No, I had a tape with some.
I had a tape with like Humpty Dumpty on it, and Hickory Dickory Dock and that on it, but I've broke it. Alright?
Constantly listening to trying to figure them out.
Trying to solve the crime.
Exactly.
Who pushed Humpty?
Yeah.
The initials there, B.R. Right? So, first one, if you go to Chepstow, you will. The initial S. E.T.'s upset. What's up with him?
Yeah.
Right, what's up with E.T.?
Dunno.
What's up with E.T.? E.T.'s upset. What's up with E.T.?
Yeah. The initials there, M-E, is that right?
Yeah. Let's go through that one more time.
Yeah.
If you go to Chepstow,
They're
you
like
might.
jazz questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Just freeform.
Exactly, yeah. E.T.'s a bit upset. What's that? What? Hey, dude, what's the matter, man?
And I had a tape with, like, Humpty Dumpty on it, Hickory Dickory Dock, stuff like that. Doesn't work anymore. What's gone on there, right?
What's gone on there?
B-R.
First time we said, well, you broke it.
Well, I broke it then.
Is that important or not?
Yeah. I broke it.
And you say it's B?
B-R.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, well, you can text if you have a mobile phone. So everyone, there's no excuse to not take part. 83XFM is the text, 83XFM, or the phone number. No, not the phone, obviously.
I think I know what the B might stand for.
And otherwise it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you.
Oh, it just sucks the lifeblood out of me,
doesn't it?
just listening to Rockbusters.
Something to bring you down even further, although it's a beautiful, beautiful tune.
Oh, beautiful.
Ryan Adams has got a number of different albums out at the moment. One is called Rock and Roll. It's not great, don't really bother with that one. Do dig out, though, Love Is Hell Part 1 from Ryan Adams. It's available at different places, and you'll find this on it. Track 5, Wonderwall, his version of Oasis is wonderful.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
It's a treat. It's XFM 104.9.
Yeah. Fortune Faded, Red Hot Chili Peppers on XFM 104.9.
You, of course, don't ever take the tube anywhere, Rick.
No.
You haven't done that for years.
No.
Take cars everywhere, or you walk.
No.
Or you get a lift from Jonathan. But me, I'm still forced to take the tube, which is also very embarrassing at the moment because
You're
those
not forced
posters.
to take the tube, are you?
I am.
What do you mean you're
what,
forced?
Am I made of money?
Well, you could
How
walk.
else am I going to get about?
You could walk.
What?
You can drive. Why don't you buy a car?
Oh yeah, driving into the centre of town. Congestion charge. Are you paying that? Are you a fiver?
What do you think of that, Carl? Hey?
Oh yeah, because he's Mr. Flush. He's Mr. Lavish with his cash.
No, I've moved in close. I know. I'm not moaning about it. I walk everywhere now.
Well, good.
Yeah.
I'm
Something
pleased
about
for
it.
you.
Yeah.
I'm
I
pleased for
moaned
you.
about it, but then I sorted it out.
But you're always whinging anyway. Let's not get on to you, Carl. It's always you.
Yeah.
So,
what's up with Steve today, do you think, Carl?
I don't know what's going on.
He's having a go, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not helping those posters being on the tube of us. That's not helping. I don't know if you've seen those posters. You obviously don't go.
I saw the, yeah. I haven't seen it on the tube, but
everywhere I go, I'm stood next to one. I can't avoid it.
Yeah.
I'm on the tube waiting. I look around. I go, it's us again. And it's so embarrassing because it looks like you're stood next to it deliberately.
But I can't browse in HMV now. I went last week, and you keep coming up to pictures or cardboard cutouts of Brent, right?
Yeah.
And I was in a bookshop, and I was looking at there's a big almanac of comedy. Right, and I was just looking through it, just browsing, like, killing time, and there was a picture of me, and just as I started looking at this write-up of the office, a tap on the shoulder, it was one of the worst there, said, do you mind signing some script books? So she saw me looking at myself.
Yeah.
And I wanted to go, I just turned to that page then.
Yeah, I was in a bookshop looking, there was a big book on sitcoms, it was like the A to Z of sitcoms or something like that, and I genuinely was looking up other shows, because it was about other comedy shows, and I was looking something up, guy that I knew came up to me, like that, and I just started like, just looking, Robin's Nest, where's that? Birds of a Feather, I just got to... Because it's like, I'm interested in comedy before the fact I got in comedy, so I will buy a book on comedy.
Exactly, yeah.
But on the tube, it's really awkward because it's like, it's everywhere I walk, they're kind of round the corner, so you don't sort of expect them. And then I'm sort of running now from kind of corridor to corridor, pillar to pillar, to avoid being stood next to this picture, in case I look like someone who stands next to his picture, trying to get recognised.
Imagine that! Of course, Carl didn't want his little round bald head on that.
Yeah. But I was on the tube today, and sometimes you can't help but overhear a conversation.
Yeah.
And this woman, there were two friends, they were sat there, and one woman said, she just said, I must tell you this. I was in the pub last night, and Dave called. And I said, Dave, he said, I can't hear you. I said, Dave, he said, I can't hear you. So I held the phone up so he could hear all the noise in the pub.
That was it?
That was the anecdote. That was the story. And I wanted to lean over to her friend and say, unless this woman has given you a kidney or saved you from drowning, do not be friends with her. Break up this friendship.
She hasn't got anecdotes.
Because what's that? And I've got acquaintances like that where you speak to me, get cornered at a party, this is the person who has not got anecdotes. The anecdotes, they're not stories. That's it. It's like you're expecting for something else to happen. Never does.
Well, I was with Danny Baker yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He's brilliant bloke.
Great guy,
First time
funny
I met him, and we got on like a house on fire.
Put his number straight in your mobile.
Well, we've exchanged numbers because he's got some great anecdotes.
You had to delete mine because you only got so many.
I might write with him because he's funny. He did this thing and it was absolutely brilliant. He's doing he wrote a documentary and he's a great guy. He's funny as well. You know what I mean?
It's this. I tell you what, it's the showbiz friendship. That's what I loathe. I think it's the fact that like somehow. You're sort of because it's like you haven't got to go through the formalities of making friends with someone because I respect your work, you respect mine. You know I'm a funny guy. You've seen my work. Yeah. Let's be friends. Yeah, of course. Yeah. And it's like, and it's a horrible kind of icky sort of.
Listen, Steve, me and you are going to stay in touch, whatever. So I mean, probably not my birthday this year, but next year.
Sure.
We've known each other 7, 8 years.
Yeah.
So come to that one.
Yeah.
Well, can I?
Do I need to wear the waiter's outfit again?
Oh, God. Oh, dear. PIMP by 50 Cent, or 50 Cent, as I call him. XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, you're Steve Merchant. There's little Carl Pilkingbod over there. Alright?
Alright. Yeah, not bad. Listen,
Oh, he's perked up.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back in the area. Well, you got something to say?
I was kept quiet in the first hour. I'll let you get on with it now.
What you got to say? Is it just have a guess? Is it about monkeys, Chinese people, or little gay fellas?
It's about little gay fellas.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Go on.
Yeah, but not because I like
Sorry, I'm
taking
just
a mick
making
in
a
that.
tally. Let me just note that down.
Yeah.
No, but it fascinates me, doesn't it? All stuff like that. That's a bit sort of different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that.
What,
You were showing me.
like monkeys and Chinese people?
Well, and that thing you were showing me before, the half woman.
No, you weren't impressed with that.
Well, no.
You know that woman that's got two pieces of genetic makeup in her, where it was two separate sperms and two separate eggs, fused, and she came out as sort of a normal person, but she had this residue of genetic material, and so she's had two children that aren't genetically the same as her.
Yeah.
Right? And they showed it in the paper by doing her half white and half black to show the two different, you know what I mean? Just for, he went, does she look like that? I said, of course not. He went, not interested then.
Of course. Yeah.
He said, how could I tell? Not interested in that at all.
Yeah.
If I'd have said she'd given birth to a monkey, fascinated, straight away.
Well, anyway.
Go on.
But that's what I'm saying, I'm just interested in weird stuff, right?
Yeah. So am I. That's why you're on the show.
Talking about little gay fellas and that.
Yeah.
Northern Line, beach, underground tube thing.
Not the boy band.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently, on a Saturday night, late, I don't know what that is, what time late is in the sort of gay community, as we've discussed before.
Yeah.
But apparently, the last carriage on the Northern Line, they all get in there.
What do you mean they all get in there?
They sort of take over the last carriage of the Northern Line on a Saturday night.
Right.
And it's like the gay carriage.
Right. And what exactly do? They just travel about on the Northern Line?
No, just have a chat and that, and like, just,
stick on the communards.
How do you know?
Someone told me.
See, I mean, I'm glad you've informed me, because it wouldn't bother me, but I feel I should be told about these things, because I'm likely to stumble onto that carriage by mistake, and it's not that it'd be a problem, it's just I might feel a little uncomfortable if there's a lot of people in, you know, the black leather gear and the moustaches, the hats.
I mean, to be quite honest, they'd be annoyed.
Of course.
Because they'd be expecting something a little bit, you know.
What do you mean?
Well.
They're good looking, most of them.
Sure.
No, they are good-looking fellas, though, aren't they?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
They're just a lot of the gay, you know, they look after themselves and that and look good. Keep themselves.
Some of them work out, yeah.
You see, this is the problem I have, because there's a lot of areas in London and elsewhere in the country where there's a sort of, you know, it's a gay thing, you know, it's a gay public toilet, or I don't mean it's gay, but it's not like a legal thing.
You mean it's a cottage?
But it's a cottage, whatever. I mean, I remember being, in Bristol once doing some...
You're confused when I said it's a cottage.
Yeah.
That's a term for where gay people go in toilets to sort of meet and greet each other.
But I
shake hands.
I was at the public library in Bristol once doing some studies from a sixth form, and I think the toilet was closed in the library. I was dying for the toilet, and I popped out and there was a public toilet behind the library. I thought, I can't believe my luck. Dashed down there. It was about 6-ish in the evening. I was working late. I was studying hard. I went in there, and I swear to God, I saw two fellas.
Is that unusual? Or?
Well, no, they were up to some hijinks.
What they're sort of like...
Do you know the thing that struck me?
What?
One of them had bright red underpants.
What do you mean? They
were actually doing, they were having some kind of, they were having relations. They weren't even in a cubicle, they were out in the...
Where were the underpants?
Around his ankles.
No.
Yes, I swear to God, I'm not going to make this up.
What old were you?
I don't know, like, how old you are in the sixth form? 16 or whatever? 17?
Yeah, and what did you do? Just joined in? What else did you do? You might as well.
I actually swore, I said, oh, F me. And then I went, oh, no, don't. No, I did, I swear to God. I did. I went, oh, F me. No, don't. Because I was panicked, and I ran out. And as I was walking out, a guy was coming in, I went, oh, hang on, mate. And then I thought, I better not tell him. I let him find out for himself. He might be going in there to join in. He might have got a call. Come down. We're going crazy on each other's ass. Come down.
It's conspiracy of Bristol.
But what
conspiracy.
What annoyed me
my
was...
lover. Want a bit of cart?
What angered me, Rick, was the fact that I wasn't notified, that there was not... I didn't know
there was no sign.
And afterwards, I spoke to other people about it, and they said, oh, it's a famous gay haunt. But what annoys me is I feel that they should put an ad in the local press, a big paper, like once a week, like, when they recall cars if they're damaged or there's a fault, or Currys might bring back stuff if they're sort of faulty goods, they say recall and we'll give you money back. What do you suggest? The gay community should put an advert in that just says, these are the hot spots, this is where you're likely to find us doing some stuff. If you're not gay and you might feel uncomfortable, avoid them. And just list them, or little pictures, or, a map or something. Anything, because like the gay tube thing, I don't know.
Fun. 1, 2, 3, railway cuttings.
Well, not that. It's more of a sort of social awareness thing.
Yeah.
So people, don't feel uncomfortable and...
But they don't want it exactly to be like, sort of walking in under a neon sign.
Why? It's legal.
yeah, big arrows. Oh, as if.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that?
Because, well, it's actually a public place. I don't think cottaging is strictly legal.
But they don't even have to specify what they're going to do.
But some people, they're not. Some of them aren't. I don't think it's probably seen gays, is it? Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, but it's not the people that go out and they say I'm gay and I like Barbara Streisand. It's presumably the sort of people that do that are people that either aren't quite out yet, or do you know what I mean? Or they're doing having a quick one away to their wife and kids.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know completely how it works, but I'm sure there probably isn't a place like free bumming here tonight.
No, there is kind of.
What?
Because I was walking home one night through Soho, right? Just because that's the way I have to go, not because I choose. You know what I mean? I wasn't going there on that, right? So I'm walking through, right? And I was handed like a card, which was like a gay event, right? Now that's a bit weird, isn't it? That straight away he's presuming that because I'm there that time of night.
Well, and you've got a shaved head, and you sort of like, quite look after yourself, and you've got some nice clothes.
Yeah, but it's still.
And you look like a little bit rough, don't you, from Manchester? You look like a northern rent boy who comes down to stand outside McDonald's.
But the card was rubbish, right?
What do you mean?
Had this fella on it, right, all sort of greased up and that.
Why would you look?
Just having a look what he'd handed me and that.
Right.
Just having a look. Picture of him, sort of sailor's hat on, tan body, like, just his arse out, like that. And, rubbish slogan, right? The best bum in W1.
Is bum there a noun, or like a verb?
What do you mean?
Well, to bum. Is it like, get the best bum you've ever had? Or, he had the best bum?
I think it's just
I don't suppose you asked. No. I don't suppose you called the number to check. What do you mean exactly by this? Does it mean you've got a great arse?
Do you mean I will be well bummed? Or do you mean you've just got a good...
Come on now, let's...
Can I just, a final point about... Because I asked my friend how it all works up on the Heath, because I live in Hampstead Heath, near Hampstead, and I was where I didn't want to go walking and get involved, get myself involved in anything.
How can you get involved?
No, but again, I didn't want to walk
sort of like, is it like, oh, you believe it? I couldn't say no. Oh, my wrist, it's knackered. What do you mean? Well, I was there for about 2 hours, I must have gone about 43 of them. But, I didn't like to say no, because they were so pleased to see me. Oh,
well, it's
God.
not so much the fear of that. It's not
good skiing practice. I was doing 2 at a time for a little while.
It's not the fear of that so much as the fact that, again, you don't want to gate crash someone else's party. Do you know what I mean?
No.
You don't, if there was a straight couple having sex, you'd want, oh, I'm sorry, and you'd want to avoid that area.
Of course.
But I find so someone told me how it works, and apparently you just go and sit on a bench or something, and then a guy just sits on the bench and they just look at each other. There's not really anything said. It's just a kind of nice evening or whatever. I guess it's like 2 in the morning or whatever. And then they go off in the bushes and ding dong. But it's like, I don't know how that culture's developed.
I love this programme.
But why can't that be the case with women? That would be amazing. You just go out to the park, and at 1 in the morning, you just sit on a bench, you just
be like a scene from Gigi.
Exactly.
Where he's just walking along with the perambulator.
Yeah. Exactly. But that would just be a joy if there was none of this formality. You've got to talk to them, buy them dinner.
Oh,
you know,
you're joking.
Romance.
Oh no.
Just this kind of informal thing. It'd be great.
So what would you do then? You go up to a woman and go, come on.
Yeah.
Let's stop mucking around.
We know why we're both sat on this bench.
There's a nice bush over there.
Yeah.
Let's have a bit.
Yeah, and then she'd go, yeah, great, thanks. I'm killing some time before I, pop into town.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect, thanks. You make my weekend.
So you're jealous of gays as well as me?
In a sense. In a way.
What do you think, Carl?
Let's put a track on.
Why? Are you getting scared now?
You brought it up.
Is it getting too close to the bone, so to speak? Radiohead and They're There on XFM. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
I was talking to my dad the other day. He was saying he lived in Bristol and my family lived in Bristol, and so they can't really listen to the show. And he said, I was thinking of buying your grandparents a digital radio for Christmas so they can listen to your show. Imagine them listening to that last link.
About you.
And then me seeing them at Christmas. Steve, you never told us you saw 2 blokes bumming.
Yeah, and then what's that about you jacking off 30 men?
Exactly.
You've got to say no, lad. I know you're a nice fella, but just because they want relief, you're not the man for it.
Oh dear. They must be so proud.
Yeah.
Rockbusters.
Yeah, they'd be loving this, right? 3 clues were, first one, if you go to Chepstow you will, right? The initial was S, that was sea horses. Alright, that was the answer there.
I'll give you that.
That's fair enough.
I'll give you that.
E.T.'s upset. What's wrong with E.T.? What's wrong with him?
Yeah, right.
The initials M.E.
Yeah.
What's up with him? He was Missy Elliott. Alright, Elliott.
Doesn't count at all.
What?
Doesn't count at all.
Missy Elliott. You know what I mean? What's wrong with E.T.?
What is that with him?
No, just let him explain it. Sorry, Carl, do it again. I wasn't listening. Do it again.
Elliott, yeah. Who's in E.T.?
Yeah, I'll just do the clue again.
Right. E.T.'s upset. He's looking a bit sad and that. What's
what, E.T. the extraterrestrial?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Right, and his mate, who's in it's called Elliot.
Yeah.
Right, he's upset. What's up with him? Well, he's Missy Elliott.
Missy Elliott, what's she got to do with it, though? I don't understand.
No. The way you'd say it, you say, what's up, E.T.? And it'd go, oh, Missy Elliott.
Why would you mention her? I don't understand. Was it a thing in the film?
Missing.
She wasn't even around.
Oh, missing?
Oh, Missing Elliott. Oh, no,
that makes sense, Carl, but she's not called Missing Elliott.
It's meant to be about rock stars, though, isn't
it?
Missing Elliott, isn't it? So it's meant to be about rock stars, isn't it?
It's just cryptic, though, isn't it? Cryptic clues.
Oh, no, that's not cryptic. That's shit. You.
Right, the third one. I had a tape, and it had Humpty Dumpty on it, and...
I love when he says Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah.
Humpty Dumpty.
Hickory Dickory Dock and that. But the tapes broke.
Yeah.
That was BR. Buster Rhymes.
Say that again, I dozed off.
Sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean?
Who's the winner, Steve?
No, it doesn't. No, do you mean busted?
Well, it's kind of like that. Cryptic.
No, it's not. No, cryptic doesn't mean change it, so it's not the same.
Steve, who's the winner? We got loads of right answers, so...
It's interesting, this email system, it flashes up suspected spam. If it, spam is that stuff that gets sent around the internet.
Yeah.
And it flashes that up if it thinks it's going to be a spam email. And every time it comes in with a Rockbusters answer, it just says suspected spam. In a sense. In a way. Let's give it to Catherine Jakeways from Hackney. She's got those answers.
Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Talking about your parents listening, Carl was in Heat this week, and they mentioned that he does this thing on Sky. What is it?
It was this thing with Richard Bacon, some programme about watching telly, and you just talk about what you're watching and that.
And he was annoyed because he said because his parents are there, and so he's not doing it. He's not going to turn up because they mentioned it in Heat.
And so his parents might watch?
Yeah.
Why are you worried about that?
I don't like them watching stuff, do I? I told you. It dates back to when I did Little Donkey at school. Sure. I don't want people watching me.
What's that? Just renew us on Little Donkey? What happened?
It was just, I was there to play the drums and that, in We Three Kings. I was loving it, you know. I got a bit carried away.
How old were you?
About 13,
Yeah.
right?
Really?
Probably.
Yeah.
About 10, no, about 10 probably.
Yeah. Go on.
6.
Between 6 and
Where old were you? What school were you at?
Okay, you were playing Little Donkey.
Yeah.
So, and,
No,
No,
you
but
must...
it was one of them schools where everyone sort of was in the same one. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, a Manchester school. Just
what
the one
do you
classroom.
mean?
Well, it's like...
What, sweeping chimneys in the day and then 1 hour of learning? What are you talking about? What school were you at? Was it infants, junior or
They
secondary?
didn't really do that. It was
What
one where...
do you mean? You did that? They still have to abide by the laws of the land in Manchester.
No, but it was a lot more... Like you had infants, but
Yeah.
you also had, like, the older lot. There's kids there who... When you're in the younger year and that, you'd see kids and you go...
Talk English and use terms that people do when they're talking about schooling.
I don't even want to talk about this.
No, how old were you? What
I'm guessing maybe 6 or 7 or 8.
So you went from 13 to 6?
Yeah, but like I say, it's hard to remember because...
Imagine if you were giving evidence in a trial.
Yeah. How old were you? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I can't really narrow it down other than 7 years either way.
You know, theoretically, he could get called up for jury service. Right, you're on...
White Stripes, hardest button to button on XFM. That's a frightening thought that you came up with before the break. That
Carl on jury service.
Carl could be responsible for someone's rest of their life.
Yeah. Because jury service, that applies to anyone. Anyone could get sent the form. I think you're obliged to go unless you have a really decent reason not to.
Imagine it was a really, really important trial.
Well, what annoys me is that isn't it supposed to be you're tried by 12
good
of
men
your
and
peers?
true. 12 good men
and true.
Yeah.
Good men and true.
But, and women, of course.
The only
these
thing
days.
I can hope is that the defence attorney would wheedle out Carl at an early stage.
Oh yeah, objection. I object.
Yeah.
Why?
I object. Have you heard of something called Rockbusters?
Yeah. Well, sorry, you can't just object on that. Okay, then what if I tell you my client, standing trial, is a little gay Chinese fella? And here are some of the tapes from XFM.
What would you do? He's prejudiced.
So how does it work then?
You just get called up and you have to do jury service unless you've got a very good reason.
And it's not, I normally have Mondays off.
Yeah. Oh, you wouldn't like that.
Oh, yeah, or
you have to get there at 9 o'clock.
I've got to prepare monkey news.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't stand it.
Just wouldn't do it.
What would you say?
Say, oh, don't get me involved. Because I got involved once.
Don't get me involved!
No.
What do you mean you got involved once?
Well, with the police and that, when I lived in Manchester, I saw a bit of car crime going on.
Right.
And I got involved. Hassle. I'm telling you.
How did you get involved? You phoned the police?
Yeah. Yeah, because I thought, well, I know, well, that's just it, but I thought I'd hope somebody did it with my,
Yeah.
So, and it's just a hassle. Loads of phone calls.
Canary.
Having to stand on a balcony of this, tower block that I lived in. Police shouting up at me. I'm stood there with my underpants on, right? And what it was, a car had been robbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I call up the police and that, right? Said, right, listen, car's been robbed. And they said, where is it? I said, I don't know, just across the road from where I live, right? So I tell them where I live. And
where do you live? How old were you, 13?
So she's asking loads of questions and that. I'm saying, look, whilst you're asking all this, they're actually getting away, so, will we leave it? And she's like, no, we'll track it down, blah, blah, blah. So I said, well, look, I work nights.
What could you see? You could see some
lads
just
pushing a car.
Pushing a car?
Yeah.
That's how they steal cars in Manchester, is it?
Yeah.
Everywhere else in the country, they're getting in, they're driving them away.
In the south, they drive them away.
Exactly.
You usually sort of like
In
start the
Manchester.
engine. You get away a lot faster. What do the police do? Push their panda car after them.
Exactly.
Say, come on lads, don't cheat, don't get in the car. They're just pushing it.
It was late at night and that. And
okay.
You don't want to start the engine.
Of course you don't want to wake people up, not when you're nicking cars. Of course you don't.
Alright,
No,
so is it
late at night? Hold on, they weren't gay. They weren't gay, were they? They were out late, really? Come on, Carl. So what happened?
So, anyway, I said, look, don't call me back. I'm going to bed, right? I've got work in a bit.
Brilliant.
So,
let's go. What?
So that was that, right?
Where were you working?
Next thing, right? Phone's going. Hello, it's the police again. I said, oh, I told you not to call me. Right?
I told you not to call me at home.
So, they said, right, the police are outside. Can you go on your balcony? She's like, oh. So I'm 10 stories up, right? Stood on the balcony with like my underpants on.
Yeah.
Right? And the police are saying, where's the car? And I'm saying, I don't know, they've gone down that road now. So I'm trying to point to them, they're shouting up saying which road and all that. And I just thought, why did they get involved?
Yeah.
I don't think they found it.
No.
It was hassle.
The blokes were pushing it too fast.
Exactly.
They were in the next street by now, weren't
But
they?
don't get involved. Don't get after that.
Imagine him being on some sort of trial where it's like some sort of mob affair.
Yeah, gangland murder.
Imagine him going into the witness protection. The police just explaining to him, your new name is Jeffrey Peters.
Why can't I be called Bruce Wayne?
Well, no. Mr. Pilkington, listen. Imagine that. Do you know what witness protection is?
Oh, go on.
Amazing.
Look, it's when, supposing you were to give evidence against the mafia, right? You've done a job for them and they had to give evidence against them, right?
Right, well, if you're going to do... I mean, all I do was 2 kids nicking a car.
Yeah.
Don't start messing with mafia.
No. Listen, of course not, no. But imagine you were in the mafia and that you got caught doing something, but instead of going to prison for the rest of your life, you said, oh, well, I can give you Mr. Big, yeah? So they go, okay, give us Mr. Big and we'll let you off, right? So the police go, right, okay.
I got handed this leaflet in Soho.
So you say, okay, well, I'll give you names. They go, right, you get evidence in court, and you go, yeah. They go, right, we'll have to get you away because you'll be done for. So you give us all the names of Mr. Big, right? We'll give you a new identity, a new passport. We'll let you go and live in Canada for the rest of your life with Suzanne, right?
So why have I got to do all that?
Because they'll bump you off, won't they?
How did you know it was me?
Because you have to give evidence in court. So they go, oh, Pilkington squealed.
So you got to change all your life?
Yes.
Yeah.
They've killed someone, yeah?
Yeah. Well, look, you just know... No, you're giving them in to keep you from going to jail. So you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison because you were involved in something, or whatever. It doesn't matter, Carl!
No,
listen!
How would the mafia know that I've said something?
Because you say in court, those are the people. He's Mr. Big, he's Mr. So-and-so, he ordered the hit. Don't you know anything?
It's a lot of messing around, though, isn't it?
But...
So I've got to leave this job, yeah?
Yeah, I think they might try XFM first.
I'd have to... What, I'd have to bin Suzanne, would I?
No, she'd go and live with you.
You have to cut off all your ties with your friends and family, though. You can't contact them. You've got to leave them behind.
Would she have to change her haircut?
Possibly.
When did the murder happen?
Yeah. What would the new identity be that you choose? What would you choose for yourself?
What name?
Probably, I wanted to be called Brett when I was a kid.
Okay.
Right. Brett what?
Brett Pilkington.
You got to change your surname, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Maybe go ex-directory.
Where would you move to?
Probably back up north.
No.
Well, no.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Can I suggest, maybe, Brett Hanson and go and live in Australia or Canada or something. Well, maybe when they're not operating, maybe, and they just forget it.
You might have to change your identity as well. You might have to grow your hair. Well, you can't grow your hair, but maybe wear a wig or a moustache.
What would you do? What would you wear?
So, like an afro or something?
Something like that.
That would be brilliant. That would be absolutely brilliant.
And I've got to do all that just because for 5 minutes I stood in a court thing.
Yes.
And said he's the one who did it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, why can't I just wear the afro and the glasses when I'm in the court? Say my name's Brett, right?
Yeah.
Change my voice a bit. He did it, and they go, thanks very much. I go off, I carry on my life.
That's
I still come in here on Saturday.
I don't know why they haven't thought
that.
That
is genius. I
don't
know.
Discounts all the witness protection scheme.
Why don't they do that?
Yeah.
So they go, well, I'll go to court as Brett Hanson
Yeah.
with an afro, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
Right, and then when I come out, I'm back to Carl Pilkington, still talking like that, but without the afro. That is perfect. You've got... Why don't you call the FBI and say, listen, I can save you billions of dollars a year. You're a genius, Carl.
All right.
Well done.
Or Brett, should I say. Don't Look Back Into the Sun, Libertines on XFM. I'm excited, Steve. It's that time. It's that time of the week.
Go on.
Well, Carl's in a little film.
Oh, that's what you're excited about?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant the show's almost over. Right?
Yeah, no. Come on in, Carl.
Right, so, yeah, I'm in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
Took a scene from it.
Yeah.
Got to listen carefully in that. At the end, there'll be a question on, like, the clip that you've just heard. It's sort of like what they do in the Krypton Factor and stuff. So do you want to read out the prizes? Or just
yeah, little taster things. It's a couple of rock and roll albums. We got the...
Why is it called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
I can't remember. I think it's explained in the book. but I don't remember. I haven't read it for many years.
If someone knows, just a quick email to do. I'd like to know that.
ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. You can win yourself, if you get the question right, the League of Gentlemen Series 3. We've got that Rock and Roll Legends again, the Best of Blondie, a nature programme, and the Old Grey Whistle Test, Volume 3. So if you're over 50, you'll enjoy that.
Yeah.
And just, if you haven't seen the film, it's just about, like a... What would you call it?
Well, it's a guy who thinks he's going to get away with prison by going into a mental institution. It was a new experiment, but he finds out he can't get out and he's sort of trapped. And well, people know it. Everyone knows what.
Just play.
I saw it last week, so
just play.
All right.
Well, you know, I've been observing you here now for the last 4 weeks, and I don't see any evidence of mental illness at all.
No, I'm not mental. I never said I was. I mean, all right, I got an E in history, but that isn't why I'm in here. I'm in here because I had to get away from the outside world. It was doing me head in. I've been working too hard. I'm stressed out. I've been working like loads of hours Monday to Friday. I've been working on a Saturday with Ricky and Steve. Right, that's been doing me head in. People think that's a laugh when it isn't. Right?
You busy right now, are you? You got something to do right now?
See, this is why I'm here today, Doctor, because he's doing me head in.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, he's doing me head in. I came in here to get away from Ricky. He is just as bad.
I was smarter than him, ain't I?
You're an idiot, right? You're just...
we're just good friends.
No, we're not friends. And if you were a friend, you wouldn't be doing that to me, Ed.
How do you mean that?
Well, don't ask...
Come on, I'll show you. Yes.
Lower your bunk.
Get him out.
Get him off me! Get off!
Now. Just hold it right there. All right.
You get off! Doctor, will you tell him?
Come here, don't hurt you, does it?
Of course it does.
That's it. Hold on to it. Not too hard. You'll crush all the air out of it. We're gonna...
You normally do... Get off! You normally does it harder than this. But...
No. It's warming up. Warming up.
Well, somebody else!
All right, baby.
Get off! See what I mean, Doctor? That's what he's doing every day. The state of this. I don't know why you do it, because it's not as if you're going to crack it open.
But I tried, didn't I? God damn it. At least I did that.
I love it, the effort.
Yeah. It's almost, I wonder if it's almost a strange premonition of the future.
Yeah.
You in some kind of home.
Alright, well,
what's the question?
Little question then. What result did I get in history?
Good.
Right.
Yeah, well, tricky one that. ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
Or text, will we take text?
I haven't really bothered to check the text.
Alright then, email.
Thanks for that, Rick.
Sneezy.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll play,
Pernese Brothers, yeah, it's a lovely tune from their album, what's it called? Yours, Mine and Ours. Blinded by the Stars.
See me like a passion that took such a long...
Blinded by the Stars from the Pernese Brothers. We've a couple of texts. I do occasionally have a look at them.
Go on.
We've had one here complaining. It doesn't say who it's from. It just says, "Wow, really clever homophobic material. Genius. Switching off, idiots." I don't know what they mean. It was not clever homophobic material. It was just homophobic.
Well, what do they mean, though?
But how is it homophobic? We weren't being anti-gay. We were saying we don't understand the gay world.
And anything that's...
We were querying and questioning it.
Yeah, and Carl, see, this is what I mean. Carl gets us into trouble. I can't go through Chinatown anymore. It's not really a town, though, is it?
It's not really a town.
It's
more of a novelty street.
Novelty street with restaurants.
Yeah.
But I can't, you know, and when we sort of like talk, we get tarred with the same brush as him, because the man's an idiot.
Yeah.
But we often say that. We are not homophobic. I don't think Carl's homophobic. He's confused. He's interested. He's got nothing against Chinese people. He's got a little theory that they don't age well. I mean, they're not meant to be homophobic and racist. They're showing that Carl, I don't know the PC term for this, is a bit mental.
Yes.
And, you know, I think we're doing our bit by letting him on
the air.
On the air as well. Like that complaint he got about that woman on, what's it called? Who are you looking at?
Yeah.
Because he said about, I don't even want to repeat it, but he said something, you know,
Yeah, but I never meant to upset anyone with that.
No, I know you didn't. No, I know you didn't. No, but I mean, it's on a website now, and you know, to be fair, she does say it was Carl that said it, and you know, we were the idiot presenters that let him on air. But it's like Carl is bad for our reputation.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? It's funny to be in a room with him, but then I want to sort of shake it off.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do about
Guilty
it.
by association.
I know. What have you got to say for yourself, Carl, for some of the stuff you come out with? What have you got to say? I mean, I know the answer. It's absolutely from the heart and genuine...
ignorance.
And confusion and interest. You haven't got a malicious bone in your body. Well...
Towards me, yes, but yeah, other people.
But again, he's just honest with you. He says...
Well, don't repeat what he says.
No,
don't repeat it, just leave it.
But it's not as bad as some other things. But he's, you know, he says... Remember you just say that when you first met him, he looked a bit odd, but you got used to it.
Yeah.
Now that's from the heart. That's like him sort of like being honest and nice, but he doesn't know what that... And we can take it, of course.
Well...
What have you got to say for yourself?
I haven't got anything to say, really. I mean, there's been other weird stuff going on in the week and that.
Go on.
No, I might as well talk about it next week, because we're wrapping up. All I'm saying is I talk about what's gone on.
Yeah. Have we got monkey news? Have we left monkey news behind?
Monkey news! Come on!
What happened?
You can't offend monkeys!
I'll tell you what is annoying.
What?
Steve's told me about a film that is about a monkey going off with a woman.
The Charlotte Rampling thing where she...
It's a film called Max Mon Amour. Yeah, she has an affair with a monkey. Go on.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
You wouldn't like it.
We can't go into it.
You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like it. It's not like, it's weird and you wouldn't, Carl, it's not like a nature programme where he wears a bowler hat and can talk. Okay? The nature programmes that you seem to see.
Yes, I'm trying to think, I haven't seen that one.
No! Yeah. Come on, do monkey news.
Well, monkey news this week.
Play the jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news, you
Right, it's about this monkey that was knocking about in the 1950s.
Right.
It was known in the sort of LA area, right? And apparently, again, I haven't really checked all this out, I've just picked up bits that look interesting.
Yeah.
Wore a golden mask, and like a cape and a leopard skin belt and stuff, right? So people didn't know he was a monkey.
Of course they didn't know, yeah.
They thought it was this bloke who's going around and he was helping out crime situations and stuff.
Right, you're an idiot. So, this disguise, that you see a 3'6" bloke with arms the length of his body.
No, but that's the funny thing, right? They sort of thought, it's a bit odd, you know, he's stocky, yet extremely flexible.
Yeah, and hairy, because he only wore a white mask and a belt.
And a distinctive jawline and stuff. And then,
right.
Apparently, like, he used to sort of get to his...
Nothing we say gets through, does it? You've decided you can picture this monkey going around solving crimes, and it's...
telling you.
Let him finish the story. Time's running out.
So it sort of get to its crime by, like, swinging from the trees and stuff.
Of course it would,
right?
yeah.
Well, people just thought it's a normal fella.
Of course.
Then what happened was...
This is the bit that's going to annoy me, isn't it?
He helped some fellas out, like, you know, and for a reward... They were like, do you want some money? You know, you've helped save our lives during a crime and stuff. Do you want some money in that? And he just went straight for the shopping bags, got a couple of bananas and apples, right? And as he was bent down, looking into the bag, getting the bananas and apples, they pulled his mask off. Little monkey.
So he wasn't allowed to work for the police anymore?
It ended there.
Sure.
Weird, isn't it?
Rick, can I tell you the meaning of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Yeah.
Can we never speak of monkey news again?
Yeah.
It comes apparently from an American children's nursery rhyme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. Some fly east, some fly west. Some fly over the cuckoo's nest.
Brilliant.
Now, thanks to Ian for emailing that in. Shall I give someone the prizes?
Yeah.
Phil Corbett. There you go. That's the first one I've pulled out. He correctly guessed that it was E. It was an E that Carl got in history. The only qualification he's got, and it's an E.
Do you know that woman?
Judge the monkey news based on that.
Go on.
That woman who went out with the monkey.
What?
It's a film.
It's a film.
It was Charlotte Rampling. In the film. I don't know who played the monkey.
Did she have any kids?
What, with the monkey? In the film?
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I'm going to get it out and stuff.
No.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, because that would have been interesting.
Well, no, it's just that the problem there is the kids would always look more like the dad.
See you next week.
What's up? Today's episode is brought to you by a good movie. No. Actually, a great movie. I'm talking about a movie that got 99% on Rotten Tomatoes. 99%! That's only 1% from perfection, which in my mind is The Rock's body. I don't want to get into it, but that's the way I think of The Rock, 100% perfection. And this movie is as close to The Rock's body as you could possibly get. I'm talking about, of course, Don't Think Twice. It's Mike Birbiglia's brand new film. You know Mike from the world of stand-up. He is a very talented writer-director. He's teamed up with Ira Glass to make a movie about fame, jealousy, success, all those things through the eyes of an improv team. The movie stars Keegan-Michael Key, Gillian Jacobs, Mike Birbiglia, Chris Gethard, Kate Micucci, and Tammy Sager. It is really, really good. New York Times even said it was great, and Chicago Tribune calls it one of the best movies of the year. The Village Voice says it's the funniest comedy of the summer. So wash the bad taste of any of those movies that you've seen this year that you've been bummed out by with this. This is the antidote to every other shitty summer movie. I'm talking about Don't Think Twice. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll feel like they've talked to you personally. That's right, Don't Think Twice. Also, a quick plug, Jason, June, and I all did an animated pilot that I created with my friend Nick Giovanetti. It is called Bad Guys. You can watch it right now on the Adult Swim website, just for fun. You don't have to do anything else. It's free. It's fun. You can check out where to find it on our Twitter page or also on our Facebook page. But check it out. It's called Bad Guys, and Jason and June are really good in it. I'm in it too. All right, let's get on with the show. I am rich, but never seen. I am primarily white, yet full of green screen. Who am I? If you guessed the gods of Egypt, you're right. We saw it, and you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just being a hater, because we really wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? That is Vander Talens with his real band recording our theme song. Give it up for Vander Talens.
That's his real band? Not his fake band?
Well, you know, look, Vander travels with a bunch of different people. It's like, kind of like the E Street Band. It kind of comes and goes. I'm joined, as always, by Jason Mantzoukas. How are you, Jason?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
I am very good. I am days away from having a child, which explains why...
You look great.
Thank you.
You look
Thank
great.
you. I feel good.
You're carrying it beautifully.
Been drinking, smoking. It's fine.
Get
it doesn't affect anything.
Nope. Yep.
But it does explain why our second co-host is not here. June Diane Raphael. She is on maternity leave.
Yep.
And so that's that. And after this episode, we're going to go on a brief 2 to 3 week maternity leave. So Jason, you can just stay here childless.
I'll be here, no kids, alone, crying in the studio, talking to whoever wants to talk to me about whatever bad movies they've seen.
But we have a very special show today. Not one guest, but 2 guests from one of my favorite podcasts. If you've not listened to it, you got to check it out. It's called Throwing Shade. Please welcome Brian Safi and Aaron Gibson.
Yay! Thanks. What an intro.
Yeah. I'm very
Jason,
excited to have you guys.
What's up?
Do you have anything to say about our podcast?
I love your podcast.
Well, if you love their podcast, you can go see them live. They're touring right now. Yeah.
Touring the country?
That's right.
Yeah.
Go to throwingshade.com.
Sleeping in different beds around the United States.
Just slutting up the country.
Slutting it up. We will talk more about their tour in a little bit, but let's get into Gods of Egypt.
Ooh, I need to apologize.
This was a Jason Mantzoukas recommendation.
This was a Jason Mantzoukas recommendation because I caught part of it on HBO recently and was like, oh, we should do this. And then when I went to watch it, I realized I had watched part of Exodus, Gods and Kings, the Ridley Scott movie that is also a nonsensical all-white people in an environment in which everybody would not be white.
Well, this is an interesting point. Well, I think we stumbled upon something beautiful here.
Oh, yes. This was, when I started watching this, I was like, wait a minute, I thought Christian Bale was, and then I was like, oh no, this is terrible.
Well, in case you haven't seen the movie, take everything you know about Egyptian mythology and forget it completely. Because I think the only thing that you need to know is that maybe Egypt ship exists, so they don't even really get the pyramids. There's really very little.
There's a sphinx.
Yeah, there's a sphinx. Oh yeah, that's good. And anyway, it's about two brothers, one good, one bad. The bad one, Set, that's right, Set, tries to take over the world, and the good one with one eye, Horus, tries to stop it
That's
with
his nephew. I'm already going to correct you.
Okay, sorry, his nephew
boy.
tries to stop it with a mortal who is waiting to bring, who's just wanting to bring back his dead girlfriend. That's basically, I mean,
sort of.
There are so many subplots, boring subplots.
Yeah, very
that
boring.
Have no like it was literally like first draft on mescaline.
It was also so many meet cutes.
Yes.
Like I feel like there were so many times where everyone was flirting, even when the dialogue, even when no one else was around. It was like a flirty.
And everybody's constantly running into each other. Like we're talking like an expanse of land that is enormous with millions of people plus the underworld.
Yes.
Like, and everybody's constantly like, oh, you're here too. Oh, look at this. Isn't this wild? We're running into each other here.
50% of this movie is people walking into things and seeing people, and then other 50% is things that they've walked into falling down.
Yes, all of which is green screen.
Oh.
Like, this is a movie that, like, must have been just shot in a green screen prison for these people.
I called this movie, like, a platform movie because it's like, all they had was a platform. It's like, all right, you're all on this. Yeah. Don't worry. And then there's the skies exploding. And
it was all just, like, so smooth and shiny. It just felt like Scottsdale. Like, just, like, really, like, upper-class, shishi, like, desert. It was
I would love to set this entire movie in Scottsdale. Gods of Scottsdale. Everything's the same. We haven't yet talked about the fact that the gods are 25 feet tall and the mortals are not. And that's is a real thing that happens through the whole movie.
Yeah.
Jamie Lannister is 25 feet tall, and the human guy he's running around with the whole time is a Hollywood actor, so probably 5'1".
Yeah, it's opposite Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that
was jarring.
And it also never works.
Never
that, like
looked
the
good.
giant person with the it never has looked good in any movie.
I wanted some
I don't
more
like
POV shots of just like how like looking down on the like
It must have made shooting it very difficult.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean...
No, remember, you got to look down when you talk to him. You down further. Your eye line is way down here.
And this guy only had one eye, so it's even harder. All right, so I want to just ask a general question, because this is when I started watching this, is like, are you ever excited to see a movie like this, like an Egyptian?
Always.
Really?
And I have to be honest with you. Always. I think I saw Exodus Gods. I love biblical epics.
Okay.
I'm not a religious person at all, but I love the Ten Commandments. I love Ben-Hur. I saw Exodus.
What
it was
do you
terrible.
like about them?
I think just the scale, just the absurd. The dialogue never matches the scale of what they're doing. It's always so pedestrian and
or like modern, like. There was one moment where Tiny Man was like, whoa, calm down, everybody. I was like, no one's ever said that in Egypt.
Ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt.
Well, the first scene where our mortal, meets up with his girlfriend, I'm like, wait. It took me by surprise because it was so jarring how casual they were.
Very
casual.
casual.
You could have just replaced the scenery and put this in like a regular like rom-com and about
completely
fine.
The first 10 minutes of this movie is shocking. Like, I mean, because it really.
I stopped it like 3 times. Wait, I gotta rewind it. Did I miss it? I don't.
Because the dialogue's so cute, and Gerard, no one's accents match at all.
Not at all.
Can we just? I want to play Gerard Butler's accent because Gerard Butler is like, I'm not changing the fact that I'm Scottish. By the way, I won't do that.
But even his own accent is inconsistent throughout the movie. His real voice is inconsistent.
Doesn't match anything.
Check out. This is Gerard Butler's accent.
Wait. Sorry I'm late. 3 days to cross the desert, and nearly one more to pass through all your admirers. Set, brother. Good to see you. And you, brother. There's always a place for you here. Such a big day for the family.
This is in front of millions of people. They're on a stage in front of millions of people at a king's coronation ceremony.
There's opening line. Wait, sorry I'm late. It was like that show, Thank God You're Here. You remember that horrible improv? It was felt like that.
He's like, hey guys, my bad.
But also, they're speaking in a voice even lighter than what we're speaking
So
in.
casual.
And the audience all heard that joke.
Died laughing.
Yeah, they were like,
killed it.
So are gods just naturally amplified? Because they're presenting but they're not even. They're just like, all right, so we're gonna coronate the king today. And they're like,
Yeah.
There's no yelling. There's no pomp and circumstance. And they're in a field bigger than like Wembley Stadium. Yeah, talking at a normal volume.
They're about to put the crown on Jaime Lannister's head, and Gerard Butler shows up, as we just heard. And they then proceed to have an intimate 4-person conversation on the dais or whatever they are on, in front of who are millions of people who are just rapt, watching them undergo like family drama. Basically,
it would be like if you went to go see like if you went to go see Hamilton, and then like Lin-Manuel's like mom came on stage and was like, "Hey, baby, you forgot your sandwich." It was like that level.
The show's going great tonight. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Mom. You know,
and then everyone in the audience is like, "Ooh!"
Everyone was still as invested as
no
they
one
were
has
in
any
Hamilton.
questions.
No. It was such a strange choice for the director to be like, so at this coronation, we're going to be at our most casual.
Yeah. Yes,
like we're just.
This is you just came in. It's like you're grabbing a snack from the kitchen. It really that scene, and again, it's these first couple of scenes that you're like, all right, what is going on? I can't get the tone.
They're setting up nothing except for the fact that everyone's related. So when Gerard Butler turns on his brother, which, as you can see from the beginning, the confusing family tree that happens when you're like, wait, who's related
Everybody's
to who?
ages were wrong because Gerard Butler's brother is played by Brian Brown.
Yes.
Who is a much, much older actor.
Yes.
Yeah. And Gerard Butler is the uncle of Jaime Lannister.
And they're the same age.
They appear to me to be the same age.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey Rush is the grandfather, who I believe is the same age as Brian Brown.
100%.
I was like, what's doing here?
Is Jeffrey Rush Zeus?
No, he's Ra.
Ra.
He's the sun
sorry,
god.
yeah, okay.
I mean, I wish it
But
was
was
Zeus.
he
Then we'd
called-
have a Greek pantheon of
Yeah.
gods come down and kick these gods' ass.
It's true.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man, can your gods turn into battle armor?
Can they turn into like Iron Man with animal heads? No, Greek gods can't do that because that's ludicrous.
There
Or
was
Greek
a
gods.
literal-
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead.
This is skipping ahead, but there was a literal Iron Man moment.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah.
There was that,
And in the
and
end,
there was-
when they put his heart in,
Yep.
that was just like you just basically.
Iron Manned it.
I would have rather watched them stop the film, put in that scene from Iron Man, then start the film again.
Because when he does do that thing, he's like dipped into boiling hot lava.
Yep.
And they're putting in pieces. But this is the thing I was so confused by, and this will kind of run throughout the whole movie. Are these Egyptian gods? Pieces can be taken out like Legos.
Well, that's the
like,
thing.
no
plop,
big deal.
plink,
Yeah. Plop,
So
rip them
at
out.
the end of the coronation, Gerard Butler pulls Jaime Lannister's eyes out, and the eyes come out like they're from a car,
Yeah.
spark plugs. They come out like they're blue glowing spark plugs, like they unscrew.
And meanwhile, his eyes.
Because later he gets them and just pops them back in like screw, screw, screw. Uh-oh, my eyes work again.
And also, you would think that maybe they would do something to his eyes when they were in, because there are these blue glowing orbs. But nope, just totally normal eyes. There's nothing even special about anything.
Well, no, he has special eyes because he can see. You remember when you see his point of view, he can like zoom in on things.
He's got eagle eyes.
He's
Which
got, like-
didn't happen, and it happened like twice.
I know.
And we were supposed to get that.
And far enough away where you forgot that was a thing he could do.
Correct.
Also, this is skipping before, but I think the opening line of the movie is something like.
Get
in that
ready,
VO
this is gonna suck.
Is like, yeah. It was like, let me see how much of this I can recall. Literally. And it was like, what?
Wait,
Because the narrator is the mortal as an old man,
Yes.
right?
Was it Jeremy
Totally different
Irons? It
accent.
sounded like Jeremy Irons.
Yes.
Oh, I hope it
And
was.
the mortal did not.
No, we can play a little bit of that opening just to hear the opening VO, because it is pretty great to be like,
If you know the whole story, from what I recall, it goes something like this.
You don't know.
Before history began, Egypt was
there.
the birthplace of all life.
That's not
a paradise worthy of the gods who created it. So the gods
And then- yeah,
decided
and
to
then it
live
just
there
goes-
alongside their lesser creation.
So not only are they
Man.
doing this, what they're doing here is saying, again, everything you know about like mythology in Egypt, you got to forget that, because we're going to do something different. And also, I don't even know if I know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Like, so it's two frames of being confused. It's like
so confusing.
you have no frame of reference for it, and I'm not a reliable narrator.
And then the mortal guy really, I mean, it really just was like it was like watching a real life version of Aladdin. Like it was that annoying and just like stealing, robbing, asides. He drove me a little crazy.
Watch me do a cartwheel.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know.
His hair really bothered me.
I didn't like his hair. at
No.
all. I didn't like his hair. I felt like, and I didn't.
It looked like a pre-Revolutionary War like judge's wig.
It was sort of like in the Patriot.
But like
yeah.
not, yeah. Like I kept wanting to see a small ponytail nape of his neck, but it never showed up.
You know what's interesting? The guy that does the voice of older Beck. Also, the main mortal's name is like the least Egyptian. His name is Beck, and he looks just like a white, handsome guy. He couldn't. It's basically like we want to do a movie that's set in ancient Egypt, starring like a waspy British guy whose name is Beck. Like, this is nonsense. Anyway, the guy, Beck is 26, and the guy that does that ancient voice is 30.
What?
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
I had to look up because the whole movie I didn't really understand anyone's names, and so for the entire movie I thought that Gerard Butler's name was Seth.
Oh, yeah. Well, what is it? Seth.
It's Seth. But,
so it's, I mean, I get that.
When I was like, but it's much funnier if his name is Seth.
Yeah.
Do you know what drove me crazy?
That's like Kevin Lannister on Game of Thrones. The Tywin Lannister's brother, his name is Kevin. Oh, and here's Kevin Wait, what? We've got Tywin, Tyrion, all these great names, and then Kev, get over here, Kev. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, what drove me, one moment that really got under my skin because I was just like, what a great opportunity, missed opportunity. Did anyone understand what the Sphinx was saying?
Oh, no.
I had to rewind
I pulled this clip too.
I was so excited for that riddle, and it was unintelligible.
It was the only part of the movie that I really agree. I was like, okay, this is cool. Like, I understand that this is a thing, and they got to get the smart guy.
Problem solving. I can get on. I understand plot-wise why this can happen.
Yeah.
Great.
This is the Sphinx, and you can hear it, and I wrote down what it was, because I did Google it. Here we go. This is the Sphinx in the movie.
Okay, just stop right there. Stop right there for a second.
In the basket.
What?
Basically.
Like from the get-go, nothing makes sense.
It's so much reverb. It's worse than Bane.
Yes.
It's like, I'm like, well, this is arguably the only part of the movie that you would want to hear.
I know. And it's the riddle of the Sphinx. This is like, oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Trespass announced the king. Also my riddle, or cease to be.
Go on. I'm waiting.
I never was. Am always to be. No one ever saw me, nor ever will. And yet I am the confidence of all who live and breathe. What?
Order. You are order.
And by the way, this is where this movie kind of sucks ass too, because he asked that question, and you can actually hear it a little bit better when you've isolated all the images, because the majority of this movie also is just snake-like creatures.
Yes.
Like, someone was like, hey, can you design some creatures? Yeah, they can all be snake-like.
As long as they can all slither.
Yeah. Everything, the Sphinx was slithery, they had like guys riding on giant dune snakes. They had
those.
Oh, those are pretty cool. I like that sequence.
Was that lady from Diane Ward?
Oh my gosh,
I don't think it is, but I
it's
just
not.
no.
Okay.
They were in Chappie though. The Diane Ward people.
Oh, okay.
They were in Chappie.
Good. That's what I needed. I needed to know they were in something.
They're. Don't you worry. They're out there.
Are you talking about
Ninja and Ninja?
They had
and,
names?
Oh yeah, the Diane Ward people. Of
No
course.
snake ladies.
I believe it was Yaya Ding as Annette and Abby Lee as
Annette.
Annette. Oh,
Anat.
Anat.
Okay.
And then
Estart.
I loved that scene. I loved the snakes. I thought that was great.
That was my favorite sequence of the movie, and I think I was just always confused about where we were at. Like, I was even confused, like, when I was like, are we in the underworld? Are we not in the underworld?
It's a movie in which people are constantly going from place to place. I don't have any understanding of where and why.
No.
Oftentimes they don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of times characters are saying, why are we here?
Yeah.
Why are we here? Oh, we got to talk to Ra. Okay. How are we doing that? bing, bang, boom, now we're at Roswell.
And also, every scene felt cut so short that they just sliced it in half, and you were always in a new place.
Still 2 hours.
It's a 126-minute movie. And that's the other thing too. Like at the end, they're like, "Well, let's go back to the Capitol." Oh, you had that ability to just traverse from the underworld to back to the real world.
And when the girlfriend just leaves the location when she's about to be killed, and I'm like, you could have done this the entire time.
It's so stupid. By the way, I wrote two lines down that I think illustrate similar points of there was what you were saying earlier about the voiceover where you're like, why are...
They're like, we don't give a shit, why should you?
There was one where Jamie Lannister said to John Bon Jovi, which is what I'm calling that mortal, because there was weird oh, this is going to be a funny scene, orchestral music. We're about to say something funny, so we're going to show you with this Looney Tunes thing. There was a moment where Jamie Lannister said, "Do you think I'd put any effort in trying to amuse you?" Which I was like, well, this whole film doesn't understand the irony in that. And then there's another one where it was they were trying to figure out, but they didn't know where they were. And then, it was one of those things of sorry, I'm figuring this out while I'm saying it, but where they were like, why are we here? Why haven't you figured this out? It was next time run towards their weak spot. This is about the snakes. And then Bon Jovi says, how do you know they have a weak spot? And then Jamie Lannister says, I don't know, but they must, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not happening in real time.
Yeah.
This is a script. You can figure this out.
Why can't he know?
Yeah.
Why can't he know that they have a weak spot in order to defeat them?
And why didn't you know what running was?
Time.
Yeah.
By the way, this is also my irritation with this whole movie is you set up these things that should be they get the philosopher, right? That guy Toth, who I liked, Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah,
no,
that's
great.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah,
I can't.
That's Black Panther.
It was shocking. Yeah,
and he comes in and they set him up. He's contemplating a head of lettuce, and then they bring him there. And he doesn't figure out the fucking clue. The mortal does. And I felt like that was a weird undercutting. We got to get this character. This character's so important. We got to get him.
Also, do you get 3 guesses?
Yeah, that was the another...
Are you allowed 3 guesses?
That also drove me crazy.
I was like, I don't know that... Maybe that is part of the rule of the riddle of the Sphinx that I'm just not knowing. But he immediately is he gives his answer and he's like, wrong. He smacks Jamie Lannister once, and then they're like, "Oh, wait a minute. Well, let me try again. Wait, what?
You could just stay there forever." Yeah, that drove me crazy.
If you think about what happened in the first 30 minutes, first hour, it's so hard to even.
Oh yeah.
He loses his girlfriend.
We still haven't even talked about the architect.
Oh, the architect!
Fantastic. I love that guy.
Me too.
Didn't you? Is this unfair to say? As shitty as this movie was, I respected every single person in there because they all did. I thought they did a great job for the bullshit that they had to do.
Everyone was in. Everyone was like, I am here. I am committing. Gerard Butler, I know he didn't do anything with that accent, and sometimes it didn't match, but I was like, fuck, man. He's ready. He's like, I'm going to do bad guy.
Yeah.
This is where I will say, I believe this to be true, a cast of Americans could not make this movie.
Oh, yes.
No.
There's simply something about these are this is controversial. I know people are going to write in and be like, no, that's not true. Here's this person and that person. But this is a movie in which everybody in it is men.
Right.
Grown men, fighting and for honor and the hierarchy of all this stuff. And for some reason, we just associate that with whether it's British people or whether it, I guess, Jamie Lannister's Danish? What is
yeah, or Australia,
whatever.
Like the Hemsworths, whatever.
Great. And then they're all men, but there's something about those accents, there's something about this that I'm like, I get what this is.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you could cast Americans in all these roles and have it land right.
Well, you it gives it that for whatever it is, that weird bullshit realness. It's the same way you're saying that guy is just a few years older than the 26-year-old doing the voiceover. It's he sounds like he's lived a life. That sounded to me like Jeremy Irons. Let me tell you the story. And it's oh yeah, I'm just 32 years old. I'm 32, and I just got a new iPhone, and then I programmed it.
The thing that is still that is, I mean, we talked about it at the beginning, but that is so shocking in these epics still, especially set in Egypt, that has not changed Cecil B. DeMille did the Ten Commandments, is the full-blown whitewashing
Oh,
of
yeah.
every single character, except for Chadwick Boseman.
And slaves.
Yeah.
Except for Chadwick Boseman and like slave children who are all black, basically.
I mean, and Chadwick Boseman is kind of playing again like
Wise,
the
magical.
yeah, we got to talk to this guy. He knows more than us. Like, which is also a stereotypical kind of Legend of Bagger Vance-esque
Like
character.
the wise black man.
Yeah,
I feel like Chadwick Boseman in this movie, to me, was what I imagined Gina Gershon was like for Showgirls, in that like she was like, I get what this is, so let's have fun.
Yeah.
I think
like he was
Jeffrey
doing
Rush,
a crazy accent. Jeffrey
Jeffrey Rush killed it. Like I pulled a clip of him, Jeffrey Rush doing him just talking about
Jeffrey Rush now, I believe, only does movies in which he has to undergo a lot of prosthetics. You know, like because isn't he Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's what he does now.
I think he's like, if I'm gonna be on a movie like on this level, cover me up. As much as I can get on my face. So you can't. Is it Jeffrey Rush? I'm not sure. He's like,
They all played by that rule, which was, I think, really smart. If you're lazy, of like, for the fight scenes, can we just transform into something where you don't need
absolutely.
us? Fully happened.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then like the movie even ends on the most irritating thing is like, obviously the good guy wins, and he's like
the good guy being Jamie Lannister and Baby Bon Jovi.
Yeah, Baby Bon Jovi. And then he was like, hey, you watch Egypt for a while. And then it's just like,
I'm gonna go fuck my girlfriend. Where is she?
I'm gonna go find her. She's in the underworld.
Yeah.
Oh, so what? So did you guys? Oh, sorry. Do you want to play that?
Oh yeah, I should play it. Just this is how Jeffrey Rush can kind of just kill it right when he gets on stage with even a weird line. Here we go.
Hail thou, great god Ra.
Normally when a bird lands on my boat, I kill it before it can shit. What is this? You dare bring a mortal to the source of creation?
He's valuable to me. I could not leave him behind.
I think he's great. Like I feel like he's like delivering that line, and I feel like
good.
I wanted more Spaceboat Jeffrey Rush. I liked Spaceboat Jeffrey Rush
again,
or Space Raft. I should
What
say.
is
that?
What is that? What's the worm?
Yep.
Oh, the worm
What
is
is
like
that thing?
I thought at first. This is my.
Is it the worm from Dune?
I think so. The worm from Beetlejuice definitely auditioned for this. I read about that. But
that worm gets work.
Oh, he's a great worm.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not like that
Golden
worm from
Globe,
Tremors.
no.
The Tremors worm pushes it.
Yeah.
And this
Like,
worm
too
is
big.
always
That's
just
the
do it.
back and me of worms.
There is
Yeah.
something about a monster with with rows of teeth that is totally fascinating.
Oh, I
and
like
effective.
that.
Yeah.
Well, to me, this is what I thought, and then I realized I was wrong. But I will share with you my bad idea. So he is the god of the sun, right? And I thought every day he battles with the night, and that was the night, and like the night beats him. And then it's night, and then he beats it back, and it's the morning. So it's this constant battle. But then I just found out it's chaos, like the
Right.
snake of chaos.
Yeah.
God, that would have been good if they had gone with that.
I would have liked that idea, like that
But
every
you're
night.
not wrong because it does fight during the night. He's like he has to keep the worm at bay at night.
When it's the strongest?
I think when it's trying to attack, I think.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm also confused about the powers in this world because they always are saying they can't bring anyone back from the dead, but yet in this movie, everyone's being brought back from the dead. Jeffrey Rush is killed in space, and he's like, "Hey, wake up!" And he's like, "Oh, what? What happened?
What are we doing? Are we ready to go?"
I also had an issue with the fact that I was angry about the fact that that gods got to decide what your afterlife was.
Oh yeah,
that was just at the whim whoever was ruling. That drove me nuts.
Well, we were going down one path too. Aaron, you were saying something, and then we played that clip.
Oh yeah,
I know. I forgot what I was going to say. I don't know what we were talking about before that. I'll figure it out.
I was going to say
We
that
have not. Oh, sorry.
when the girlfriend goes to the underworld, you see this gigantic line. And then all of a sudden, she's at the front of it. I'm like, she made really good time in the underworld. Like she really.
They also said it was going to take like 7 days to walk to like the scales of whatever or the afterlife.
Another boat. It looked like to me.
So many boats.
I liked those. I liked the underworld decision making scene. I thought that was cool.
I liked when they went to the underworld. I also liked that the guy running the St. Peter of the underworld, like who decided was like when shit went down, he's like, oh hey, hold on, whoa, the underworld's closing. Guys, back up. Don't walk into this shit. Okay. I got he became like a real frustrated just manager of like a Best Buy. Like
Middle manager.
All right, everybody, calm down.
We're gonna get this sussed out. Our computers are down right now, so we're not gonna be able to decide who goes to heaven or who goes to hell.
I can only take cash, no credit cards. The machines are down.
Your gold is worthless.
I know what I was going to say. So at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, no one cares. At the end of the movie, you don't know where you don't know where
Zaya.
Seth's girlfriend is.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Zaya.
Electra.
Yeah, Electra.
Electra from the Daredevil series.
Yes.
You don't know where she is, and then I was reading online that they were. Was this Sony? Or whoever did the Hunger Games.
Okay. Lionsgate.
Okay, so Lionsgate was like, this was at the same time. I guess they were producing it at the same time or something at the same time as Hunger Games. And so they were setting this up as a new franchise that would be as successful as Hunger Games. So that's why that has a cliffhanger ending, because they were setting it up to be
more films.
Yeah.
That's so dumb because I don't think people are interested in these kinds of movies. Like none of those.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
I
feel like they all fail time and time again. Prince of Persia, Exodus of God's Wings, the new Ben-Hur. I just saw a poster and I was like, bah.
I feel like these are movies that are made for international audiences.
100%.
But then again, this movie cost like
140 million.
and it made 145
all overseas.
But even if it's
domestically,
overseas,
or that's added everything all.
No, it made like 30 million domestically. Yeah, it came out. We were talking about this before. It came out a few months ago.
Yeah, it came out in 2016.
Do you have
February
any recollection?
February 26th.
I thought this movie was like 2 years old.
No, this came out like months ago.
Wide release.
I am shocked.
By the way, the Rotten Tomatoes score is 16%. It was, for a $140 million movie, that's exceptionally
This movie is, I really want to reiterate, this movie is terrible.
Yeah.
But again, the performances are good.
Yeah.
That's what I admire.
Except for, I love... I'm all in on Gerard Butler.
Same.
Yep.
I'm all in. I wish this guy would do better stuff
Me
because
too.
I find him interesting, compelling.
His characters are always well rounded. He does weird, idiosyncratic.
He can be funny.
He could beat Matthew McConaughey at the game of doing quality movies really well.
Yes, he's like he could be to me. I'm like, oh, why isn't he having Russell Crowe's career?
Right.
Why is he doing this and not a Gladiator?
Yeah,
like something that is a swords and sandals movie, but is actually good.
But I think what it is he's a guy, like, he had his 300, right? Like, that was his big, boom, I'm here.
And he was so good.
But then I think he's made some good choices, but the movies haven't clicked, because I think Olympus Has Fallen is hands down one of my favorite, like, action movies.
Totally.
It's so good. Like, it's in that old
It's very fun.
80s style. It's like, there's, like, ripping out throats, but he's great. And it's like, it's not like schlocky. And Morgan Freeman's in it, and like, good people are in it.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's a fun-loving guy. He's like, fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah.
Fucking do this. This would be fun. Like, and I think he may not be picking, I don't know.
I mean, with Matthew McConaughey, the issue was, from my understanding, that the production company he was just saying, like, yes to all these rom-coms and not really thinking about the movie, and was surrounding himself by people who were like, yeah, just make the money.
Yeah.
So it might be a situation where Gerard Butler's like surrounded by
Gerard Butler.
Please, we got to get him new reps.
Let's represent him.
We will get him some solid work.
Let's start a management company.
We need it's all called do a movie with Allison Janney. It'll fix everything.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm looking at it.
Is that it? That's the.
I just feel like if you
that's the project.
Once the road to recovery begins with Allison Janney.
Yeah. 100%.
I do feel like this is an interesting thing too, and I feel like Sam Jackson falls into the same category, where like they asked him one time, like, why do you do all these movies? And because Sam Jackson's quality of work is
just like Michael Caine.
Yes,
right. Yeah.
But Sam Jackson said something that I feel like may be similar to him, which is he's like, oh, I want to be in the movies that I liked as a kid. So like he's just like, oh, giant shark movie, I'm in.
Yeah.
King Kong movie, you get it. Like, and I think he's just sort of like, I'm in on the simple premise of, fuck, cool, we're gonna blow up this city. And I feel like when you look at a lot of his stuff, he's working with cool people. Like, it's like the guy who wrote Seven. All right, I'll be in the next movie that he does.
Yeah.
The guys who did Crank, I'll be in their movie. I'll make a romantic comedy with Katherine Heigl at the height of Katherine Heigl being in romantic comedies.
Right.
Like, he's making all the right choices. Jennifer Aniston, great.
Yep.
Like, again, it's like he's not like devaluing. It
No,
just is sort of like either gets there a day late or like no one cares.
He does get there a day late.
Yeah, just like, oh,
if you had as much money as I assume Gerard Butler has, wouldn't there be a point where you're like, I want to start doing stuff that is actually
Unless you're just having a blast.
He may just not realize it yet.
You don't think so?
I will say sometimes you're making something and you're like, this may be bad or it may be great. I don't know.
Right.
I think it must be hard to know that when you're making this. He
Sure,
could have
no
thought this
one-
was going to be good.
I don't
And
think
he's got,
anyone
like,
works on a
Jamie
movie they
Lannister.
think is going to be bad. I think everyone's like, oh, you know, it'll all come together, and it's
Yes.
we don't even, especially in a movie like this, because you're like, we don't even know what is going to be here.
Visually it's going to be amazing, and we've got Jamie Lannister, and we've got Jeffrey Rush, and we've got all these great actors.
One of the most surprising things about it is with that budget, and I honestly was like, well, this just must have been released overseas, not here, but that it was, and that they thought it would be a franchise operation. That the special effects were so terrible.
Oh, they were
bad.
shitty.
They were awful. Like some of the worst I've seen.
And the sound design was like, oh, these two robot birds are fighting. Let's get two pots and pans.
Ching, 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 ching.
It was like someone was going through grandma's like.
But it takes place in
stuff.
ancient Egypt, and it's as if every single thing is made of metal. You know what I mean? Like it might as well take place in a future society where everything is metal.
No offense, but total offense to Zack Snyder, because I think he set up this style of filmmaking.
Completely.
Like 300 was cool and different, and I've not seen anything using that style that has achieved anything as interesting as that.
Down to the Old Man VO. That was such a 300.
Yeah.
Like down to all those elements.
This was exactly the, and it just like that looked cool because it was sort of like you could tell like they didn't have enough money to do it, and they did something cool and made it
stylish.
But when you have $140 million, it just feels
Well, here
like
was the thing
so
too.
bloated. Yeah.
They had $140 million, but looking at this movie, you have to say, like, it's not like they chose their spots to make to do like CGI animation here, or like, here's this one battle we're gonna do. All of the movie is always computer generated.
So when you get something
All
like
of
the
it,
snakes, you're like, well, I've already seen 17 of these things by the time you get to the snakes. So
And the
even
snakes
as impressive,
have no weight in the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything, even though the snakes look cool, like when you put snakes in a world in which the ground is CGI, the snakes are CGI, the background is CGI, everything is green screen.
And no one
then
seems-
you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what's going on.
And no one and you're right, and no one seems to care about, like, it doesn't, nothing seems like, ooh.
Yeah.
Just like,
Because when literally anything can happen, like nothing is surprising or carries any weight.
Hey everybody, sorry to take a quick break here, but we have to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors are fucking awesome. I can't tell you how excited I am to talk about our next sponsor because it is a life-changing product. Now, I know a lot of people may think they have a life-changing product, but this one actually changes lives. I'm talking about Sonos. Do you guys know what Sonos is? All right, Sonos basically is a speaker system that you could put in your house. You have an app on your phone. It hooks up to all of your music, and then you can play it wherever you are in the house at any given point. I put speakers all over my house. I'm just pop out my iPhone, and I'm throwing it on. It has revolutionized everything. No plugging cords into things or anything like that. It's all done via Bluetooth, internet, whatever. I don't know how the technology is done. All I know is my music comes out of a speaker. I put the speaker wherever I want. I've put them in walls. I have little things that I bring out. You can bring it out. You can portable. Some of them are portable. So basically, here's the deal. Sonos speakers are the shit. The app is the best. Get yourself a Sonos speaker. Play your music anywhere and everywhere. Be the cool person at your house or party when someone's like, oh God, I hate that track. Just pull out your iPhone and switch that shit up. Okay, you can be in one room, you could be in every room. I have them all over my house. I can have my whole house playing NPR. I could then just switch it and have it all play the Raiders of the Lost Ark theme. I could do whatever I want with Sonos. It's fucking cool. Cool as shit. Sonos, check it out. I don't even think I have to tell you to go do anything more than that. Just check out Sonos. I think you'll dig it or like it. Either way, I think you'll be into it. Oh yeah, I'm talking about Avión tequila. Let me tell you a little bit about Avión. I just drank Avión. That's right. I'm recording this after we recorded our real episode. I poured it in a glass tonight knowing that I was going to do an ad for it here on the podcast. And let me tell you, it's damn good. Avión tequila, you probably heard about it on Entourage. Turtle, right? I think he invented it. He didn't. Turtle's a fictional character. This is actually a tequila made from people who give a shit about tequila. I mean, they are from a small little place in Mexico that is delicious, okay? It is so, so good. I think once you try this, you're going to be like, oh shit, Avión is delicious tasting tequila because it's made by real people with a true passion for their craft. They pride themselves on the art of creating beautifully inefficient tequila. You can sip on it. You can put it on the rocks. You can put it in a margarita, whatever you like. Tonight, what did I do? Poured it in a glass with some ice, a little bit of tonic water, went to sleep. Later, woke up the next day, don't have a hangover because it's smooth, it's inefficient. They actually don't take the easy way out. They make it hard, so their alcohol is actually fully realized. I don't know if that's a term that you can use for tequila, but I think it's fully realized. Anyway, here's what I'm going to say. Try Avión. I think you'll really like it. It's an ultra premium tequila. Keep it in your freezer. Break it out for the good times. Break it out for the bad times. Just break it out. Please drink Avión responsibly, or I'm going to come after you and be like, dude, what the fuck, man? All right, now back to our show.
There's no stakes because everything you can, because nothing, there's no stakes because nothing feels real. Like when Baby John Bon Jovi breaks into Gerard Butler's house or whatever to steal Jamie Lannister's eye. There's like what could be a cool, like, you have to pass, like, Indiana Jones style, a bunch of traps. You know, it's a whole sequence, 3 different bridges of traps that he has to outsmart. And it's as if this kid might as well be Spider-Man. He has superpowers where he is able to, like, gymnastically jump and bounce and this and that.
There's no tension even.
And none of it was real.
Doesn't even try to make it look hard. Like
not at all.
Just jumps through those things.
He is almost killed in almost every scene of the movie and never is ever nervous, never breaks a sweat, never is like, whoa, that was tough.
He lives in a world where buildings are constantly falling down. So again, he is like...
And being built. And being built. Set builds a tower that is higher than any other tower, I think within like a year.
Oh, it was a year. It was a year and it was already pretty high up.
That's impossible.
But you know what's dumb? Yeah. When I mean, really, this is a bad business plan.
Not with
when
Trump
you're,
2016.
When you're,
Lock her up. Lock her up.
I'm so glad we're all on the same page about that.
If you're in this world, if you're a 9-foot god and you have infinite powers.
Oh no, they're like 25 feet tall.
My point, exactly. Like, why would you then have mortal slaves building your shit?
Oh, because they are like
you can do it in
ants.
5 seconds.
Oh no, they're not going to do it. They're gods. No.
That's why they need their architect, which gets back to our architect.
Why did Horus? Okay, so
his name's Horus, right?
At the end of the movie,
the architect is
Ursha. That's the protagonist.
Yeah, Horus is Jamie Lannister.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Jamie
Ursha
Lannister
is the architect.
Jamie and I like that actor as well. What's his
Rufus
name?
Sewell.
Yeah,
he was great.
He's great.
No one would ever fuck someone named Horace, ever.
Really?
I just want to say.
Man.
If this was a radio play version, people would
but
be...
Horace, the root word in that is whore.
Oh, right, you're right.
Pretty slutty.
Yeah.
Like, I'll say this, like, if you're a Horus and you're a fan of the show, we don't, Aaron does not speak for us.
No.
Right.
You know, I would totally fuck a Horus.
So would I.
Come at me, bro.
And just so you know, I don't want to offend anyone who
I don't want to put Horuses on blast here.
Egyptian religion, it is the most significant deities in their culture.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah. But
so just
come
so you
at
know,
me. Come at me, Greek nerds.
No, not Greek.
Egyptian nerds.
Anybody. I don't care who you are.
Doubling down.
When at the end of the movie, Horus and Baby John Bon Jovi are going up with Rufus Sewell, the architect, up the elevator in the tower that is the tallest tower. And they're on the elevator. Why is there an elevator? Come on, that would not happen. Okay, regardless, here they are. And then Jamie Lannister is like, you know what? I'm going to jump out the window and climb up the front of this building rather than continue to take this elevator up. Why?
Can I ask you a question about that
why?
scene?
Why does he climb up the front of the building?
Yeah,
they're in an elevator going to the top.
Yeah.
What's up?
But, this is why I'm confused about that scene, and maybe this will answer it or be more confusing. So they're in the elevator with the architect. Is the architect helping them, and why?
I think he's under hostage.
Yes, I think they're holding him hostage.
Okay. So, but he's okay. All right, fine. The whole thing.
Right,
and then
because then he says, I'm ready to die.
But then he also says he's like, well, because I was confused because they're like, take us to whatever the top penthouse, please.
Yeah.
And then they're on the way up. The architect is like, this building boasts 15,000 feet of stone. And I was like, we're on House Hunters International.
Oh, well, he's just proud. He's proud of his work. He's the master
Well, by the
builder.
way, one of my favorite things, it's not a joke, but I just love the specific that he had a desk and he has like all these scrolls all over his desk. He's like, oh, the scrolls smell like
blueprints.
I just like that he'd be like, oh, sit down, I've got all these scrolls, just like going through scrolls.
good.
It's like, and I get that he has a room full of scrolls. And then also, they look at the blueprint, and the blueprint is.
Bananas.
The blueprint is like cave drawing.
No, it's like hieroglyphics.
Hieroglyphics.
It's all hieroglyphics.
It's hieroglyphics, and they're like, "Oh, look at this, great design."
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and this is Bridge is
there's
gonna
a
have
trap
some jaws.
here,
And
and- yeah.
It's like, and you're looking at this nonsense. I mean, not nonsense, but it's like they're reading hieroglyphics as if
it's like just casual speak.
Yeah.
And they are like slaves who would never know how to
Never
read.
know how to do that.
Well, by the way, I think the one part of the movie I really wanted to see was
When that girl puts on that green dress that he steals for her at the beginning of the movie, and this girl, the woman is beautiful, but she puts on the green dress, and it's as if the green dress in ancient Egypt that is for sale like in a street store has like a built-in push-up bra. Like
that was crazy.
It is like a red carpet dress.
Tits
Dude,
up
they
all
built the
down.
pyramids and they also built up these
Built
brass.
those pyramids, if you know what I'm talking about.
You know, the Egyptians did invent the bra.
Really?
That is
Really?
a real thing. Yeah.
So maybe you're wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
It's the
that's what they're
only-
trying to get at.
It's the only thing they got factually correct in this whole
Yes,
movie.
is those tits were high
Lift it
and
up.
tight.
I do feel like the movie did have an element of someone sitting behind the camera going like, sick. Sick. That's fucking sick.
Oh, you know
bro.
what? Oh, yeah. Or them coming to them and be like, okay, so you guys are going to get up on this thing. And then what you're not seeing is that you guys are in a flying chariot that is being carried by giant bugs. Wait, what? Okay, so there's flying giant bugs. And so you're flying those instead of like horses or something. But it's a chariot, but with flying bugs.
And remember, you're always looking a little bit up because
Yeah.
he's 9 to 25.
Oh, and remember, talk a little loud because like the ambient wind noise would be there.
But I think that this director, because he's done some cool stuff. He did The Crow and he did
Alex
Dark City.
Proyas.
Yeah, he's done some interesting stuff. I feel like he got everyone on board because no one
Sure.
seems self-conscious about getting on a chariot run by scarabs and like hitting them like you would hit like horses. Like, yeah,
When you bring him up, the fact, this is why I said Greek earlier, he's a Greek guy born, he's born of Greek parents in Egypt.
Wait, which
Oh,
character?
really?
He
Alex
grew up,
Proyas?
The
the director grew
Oh,
up
really?
in
Oh, wow.
Egypt. So the fact that,
This
and
is his story.
I guess that he and the producers apologized as
Yes,
a
for the-
preemptive
yes.
thing for all the whitewashing, which I mean, honestly, that's what made me super bummed out was this guy lived in Egypt and was like on board for this casting.
Well, it's
like,
also like it's funny when people go, "Yeah, I didn't really think about it. We're thinking about
You
the
can't.
Yeah, like
You can't make a $140 million movie though without like
Without white
without a
people?
white
Without-
cast.
without even,
That is
like-
like the craziness of it.
but without like thinking like, huh, like one guy in there that's black, I guess.
No, the reality is like they should just not make this movie.
Yeah,
But
You know what I
also,
mean?
also, I feel like for Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister, he's not a box office. That it seems like
Right.
it
No.
was such a conscious choice to be like, well, this guy probably will bring in what $500. I don't know.
No, I tell you this. I had a meeting, a Hollywood meeting.
Oh,
is it on Sunset or Hollywood?
Welcome to Hollywood Corner with Paul Sheehan.
Here you go, guys. Real facts. Real
How did this
truth.
get made? Hollywood Corner.
Right up for you. Here you go. I remember I was in this meeting and they had this like a binder with all the actors that they wanted to work with and who they thought were going to be doing TV really soon. And the list was ridiculous. Like the people they thought were going to be edging into TV have had gigantic movies in the last year. So it's like that's how far off. But the last page of this like pamphlet of all their actors was a picture of the cast of Game of Thrones. And at the top, it was like, we want to work with any of these people.
Wow.
It was like, and that was their mandate. Any of these people. And I think that is the mentality. It's like, yes.
Yeah.
Every Game of Thrones person
Badass.
is in
Yes.
this.
Well, that's why
coming
you're
to
seeing.
this.
I just saw Ghost the Dire Wolf in an episode of Modern Family.
Deep cut.
Those dire wolves are working constantly.
But to be fair, the direwolf was doing comedy.
Of course.
Oh, Ghost? Whose was he?
Ghost is Jon Snow's direwolf.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was.
Summer.
But he did Groundlings.
Yeah,
and
that's
he
true.
had a comedy background. He got into
Yes.
this, so it's easy for him.
No,
to do that.
it makes more. Actually, he made more sense.
And isn't he lucky that he can do both?
Oh,
comedy
yeah.
and
So
drama. Not everyone
lucky.
can do that. Comedy's
So
hard, so
lucky.
not everyone can do that.
You can't always fluctuate.
Oh yeah,
He's a regular,
That's what I loved, and I love that thing. Like you've got your Thoros of Mir. Like I want to see that guy pop up in an episode of like Better Call Saul.
Absolutely.
Like with Jamie Lannister, this is the question I have. Will anybody recognize anyone from Game of Thrones in regular clothes? Because Jamie Lannister at least looks like his Game of Thrones character in this.
Yes, he does. That's the thing is, I
Except
feel like
he's shirtless, which is like, hey, guess what we got?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, he worked out so hard. I noticed in one part of that movie, I read one thing online that he got down to 7% body fat. So when you do that, your muscles are insane. And he was wearing some sort of bodice that looked like he had
Elvis robe?
Yeah. Oh no, that was at the end. I know
the
which
one that had the
you're talking
metal.
about. Where it looked like
Did he had like pendulous breasts?
Yeah, he looked like he had breasts. They were just like Blanca. I was like, wow, I've never seen like male breasts like
Male
that.
cleavage.
Yeah, it was
Every time I watch these movies, one of the first things that pops into my head is always the diets of and how miserable they must have been.
Especially on the days where they're shooting the fully like topless, like chest out, ripped.
They're
and
not-
what a
that- by the
shitty
way-
week they've had.
Oh, yeah. They have
It's
to
an
like
eating
pound
disorder.
water. Yeah,
It's
'cause
a
you have to-
male eating disorder, that shit that they
you
have
have to
go
pound
through.
water, and then like you got to get it all out, and then you have like basically like
No
4
salt,
minutes
no
to
soda.
get it.
Yeah.
And it's like
Workout.
yeah.
It's like
So
what is
stressful.
it, Foxcatcher, when he has to like drop all that
crazy.
all that weight.
It's so stressful.
I also had a problem
But it
with
worked.
It's
It
so
great.
so
it worked,
hot.
and I mean until he was killed.
The fact that he went through a very depressing thing, which is that he lost his eyes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And then he's in a cave for a long time. And
great
but he's,
cave.
A year.
I mean,
great,
like,
a really
nice
By the
setup.
way, not a bad deal. Like,
No.
all right.
I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, and it seems
It's
to be that they were
chaos
bringing
out
like
there.
Guys,
they
I'm
were bringing-
25 feet tall, and
Where-
like people
but-
bring me tributes.
Yeah, but
Wonder,
where are
like,
the
was he like were tribute sex? Is that because he's like, oh,
Yeah.
no more tributes? Like he's like living a pretty
The best
good
life. Yeah.
But where are the free weights?
He's just doing.
Where is it? Is it like
They don't-
Linda
gods
Hamilton
don't-
style?
gods
or
don't
is
need-
it-
push up on the crypts, you know.
Gods
just like,
don't
There's
need
no
to
such
work
thing
out.
as an out of shape.
They don't
God.
work out. They're
That's the
just-
thing I thought too. I was like, he's been in that cave all this time, and he's like, he pops one eye back in, and he's ready to fight.
Yeah.
And I was like, wouldn't you be like fat and out of shape at this point?
That
Nope.
I would have liked to have seen that scene.
Yeah.
Of him having
Now
to do
he's
a
a
Rocky
slob.
style. Yeah.
Am I gonna ask a question that reveals how stupid I am? But I will. Like he said, he doesn't have all of his power, but he didn't seem to lose any power. Like he like
What it was without 2 eyes. He was trying to say without 2 eyes, he couldn't fly well.
But he does.
Ish.
But doesn't
Remember
he
when they crash land?
Oh wow,
You know,
that's
it's like that. I
But
think.
I thought at that point that was because Ra had given him some kind of like booster shot or something.
like yeah.
Like he had a B12 shot, but
And
then
they
it ran
kind of
out.
don't, and they don't
Oh,
kind of
maybe.
show it either. He's like, "Can I get that? Can I take some of this water?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Gotta get back out there." I don't.
No, he does take the water. He wants the
yeah.
water to
Oh.
put out the fire, not to drink.
Oh, okay,
The
right.
water is to put out the
Yes,
fire,
right.
which they then don't do.
I fell asleep a
And
couple
it's
times.
not
That
even
was-
important. He's carrying this water vial around that he gets water from
Because-
Ra's Sun Ocean.
That
I
was
feel like a
disappointing
crazy
because I
space
actually
It's
did want
water.
to see.
Space is water.
Right.
That's what this movie posits, is that space is full of water.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I was going to say
Perfect.
about him.
Does it make the worm a fish?
Well, I mean, then so that's a well.
I mean, right?
I get eel.
Yeah.
It would be an eel.
The fact that he doesn't, we're not clear about what his powers are exactly. And at the end, I still have questions on, because there's a part where John Bon Jovi's like falling off that big obelisk or whatever, and then he goes to rescue him, and he turns.
Jamie Lannister does.
Jamie Lannister goes to rescue him, and he turns into the Iron Bird. From all the Journey albums, and then he grabs him and he's like, "Oh, I thought you couldn't fly," and he's like, "I guess I had it in me this whole time."
I just needed to choose
Which is
other
such-
people, not myself.
But that's just such bullshit because then that defeats the other thing where he's like, when Gerard Butler takes like the 3 parts and like kind of Tin Mans himself, he's like, "I'm put your brain in and your eye and whatever and your heart." He's like, well, really strong.
And that's the
So,
thing
like,
is they keep saying in order to beat Set, we have to like extinguish his fire with the space water. They don't extinguish the fire, so the fire is always burning. Plus, Set also makes himself much stronger by putting in the brain, wings, eye of other gods, which make him almost undefeatable. And Jaime Lannister is just like, bang, 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 ha, 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 I win.
I know. That's right. It was
by ripping his wings off. That's all he does, right?
He rips his wings off. He rips the
brain out.
By the way, that fight sequence is like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like,
And also,
long.
when it's the two actors fighting, it looks so lazy.
It's so terrible.
Like they weren't trained well, or they weren't up to it, or something.
It feels like they may have had training, and then they put on these like very heavy
That's what
costumes, and it's like, it just looks lethargic, and like I'm like, I don't know what happened.
I don't
there.
either. It did not.
Did you
look good,
guys
though.
laugh when there was a moment where Jaime Lannister, I don't remember what happened, but he had his wings off, or something happened where he landed like Iron Man? Do you remember that?
Yeah, he's like, boom, yeah.
I also liked when Gerard Butler told the girlfriend that he was like going to go see his wife, and she was like, "But that's your wife. What are you going to do with her?" He's like, "What are wives for? I'm going to kill her." And it was like, what was that logic?
Yeah.
The male-female relationships in this movie left a lot to be desired.
Well, the fact that Jaime Lannister's wife or girlfriend then got involved with Seth out of like necessity. I'm not going to back down on Seth.
Yeah.
Out of necessity, and then she makes jokes about how she's actually his enemy, but then she turns out she is his enemy, but he puts up with her anyway.
She's also, when she meets baby John Bon Jovi, she becomes obsessed with the fact that he's in love.
Yeah.
This movie exists in a world in which the gods are mostly obsessed with just whether or not people are in love.
Yeah.
Like,
But
in true love.
But that's like kind of like one of those weirdo things. I feel like gods are these like voyeurs. They're like the people like watching people fuck. Like I feel like
like the gods
ooh,
in Hercules in New York.
Yeah,
like
they're just always like trying to figure out what love is because I think they don't experience it. It's the one thing
gods
that
don't experience love.
I don't think they do. I think a god.
What about the god of love? What about the goddess of love?
They're just giving people love. Yeah,
Yeah, and
what about the gangster? What about the gangster of love, Steve Miller?
Well, he's also Greek.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's Zeus, Apollo, Steve Miller, Aphrodite.
Only some call him the gangster of love. That's not a unanimous.
Some people just call him Maurice.
That's just
guys.
All
some
true.
people just call him Maurice.
That was my favorite tangent.
I want someone to make a picture of like Steve Miller in like these outfits, like just superimpose his head on like a.
He deserves that. I think he'd like this movie.
I think it's Steve Miller. It's his #1 movie of 2016.
Definitely.
He was
and
all
Secret
in
Life of
domestic
Pets.
sales.
I like Secret Life of Pets. I liked Gods of Egypt.
I can't believe
and
it
Mr.
came out
Robot.
this
Is that a
year.
movie? No,
Yeah.
Steve, that's a TV show. I like Mr. Robot.
I still can't believe it came out this year.
It's so great.
That is shocking.
I know.
By the way, did I'm forgetting his name right now. Not Osiris? Who is the god of light? Oh, Jeffrey Rush. Did he get slimed? Cause when Gerard Butler is like shooting at him, it's like he's being covered in like blah.
It's like lava. It's the sun.
Okay.
It's like I think that spear shoots the sun.
Okay, so he's just getting covered in
And
sunlight.
why couldn't they bring back the king to life? They brought everyone else
They
back.
cut him into 14 pieces.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, they cut him. That's what.
But then it stopped.
Also, that you
Literally,
could kill a god with a knife? That seemed lame too.
Well, or you can at least like Jeffrey Rush would be floating there forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
why do they bleed gold?
Yeah, not just gold paint.
Yeah.
They like Benjamin Moore 402.
I mean,
is what they is like.
I did kind of think
like Pantone 19. It is just
Crafter's
gold
gold.
paint.
Because it looks like it has like a liquidy base to it.
Yep.
It's when Gerard Butler is bleeding out at the end.
It
it's
looks terrible.
Hilarious.
It's so weird.
Yeah, it's.
But
bizarre.
was it does? Do you feel like it was done in? I mean, I'm going to say this in post, or was it like?
Welcome to Hollywood Corner.
Because it did seem real, like
Post
real.
means when you're done with the movie, they do extra things to make sure that's no one gets it, but that's
Thank you for explaining. Yeah.
I think that was just because it looked just like paint spilling out.
It's not even an important question.
No, I think they're covered in paint. I think they were like, and you got golden for veins.
Because
gold for veins.
This will be the practical effect that's going to sell the rest of the world.
Do you know that I read that 200 of the crew members
died?
Mass suicide right after this movie. No, 200 of the crew members worked on Mad Max Fury Road. Can you imagine how disappointed they must have been? Because so much of that was done practically.
Yeah.
And this was none of it.
Maybe it was, I guess this came out after Mad Max. I was going to say, maybe like, they were like so psyched to do practical stuff. Like, we worked on this fucking thing. No, but I bet you Mad Max had
This
to
is
be
a
done.
money job for that crew.
You're right. Maybe they were just like, it's all in
They're
a
all
room.
just standing on the side of the set going like, fuck, man, I could have done this. We should get a big rig in here. Just get
That's true. Maybe they were relieved. Yeah, it was a nice vacation for them. Yeah.
Just by the crafty table, just eating like little mini carrots. Like, man, on Mad Max, we'd be here all night.
All this being said, I would like to be in this movie.
What? Really?
If they were like, hey, you want to come and like run around and throw a sword around and like whatever, I would be. I think I would do it.
This is, by the way, a new question we should ask at the end of every one of these. Would you like to be in this movie?
Would you want to be in this movie?
Yes.
All right.
I would have done it for sure.
Aaron?
I would love to be in a movie like this because I know I will never have the opportunity.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You know?
There's also like so few stakes because if you even listen to the dialogue, like it's literally like Brian, you say something, and then Paul, you say something, but what you say doesn't respond to what Brian said, and then I can come in with something exactly like totally opposite. So there's no.
You could just be shot separately.
They did a great job acting, but you could literally
just say a line.
Have any intention, take, or whatever. Don't have to worry about your backstory. You don't have to worry about where you're going. You can just be bananas clown style.
Well, it's almost like they made this movie in an effort to be like, oh, and also feel free to remix it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, here are the pieces. Build your own movie.
I will say I was in a movie year one, no, not to brag, but year one where
Welcome to Hollywood, brother. How did this get made?
Here's the deal. Inside
Paul
scoop.
Shears, Hollywood.
And one
So
of the
you've been to a meeting and you've been in a movie.
I don't want to talk about it too much, but yes.
Aren't we doing a crossover with You Must Remember This, where we're just doing the Hollywood stories of Paul Shears' life?
Meetings, jokes I told in meetings.
Longworth.
I can't wait to hear the tone of that episode. It's just all over the place.
Hey everybody, I wanted to tell you about the Now Hear This podcast festival coming up October 28th in Anaheim, California. It's like Comic-Con for podcasts. That's right, How Did This Get Made will be there, plus Comedy Bang Bang, Mark Maron, and many, many more. Tickets go on sale the morning of July 11th, and they will go fast. So go to NowHearThisFest.com. That's NowHearThisFest.com for more details. Come see us in Anaheim in October. But it was so much fun. It was a biblical movie, and it was so much fun to be on like those sets and be like in a toga. It was actually really
like
cool.
Make believe 1950s.
Yeah,
Hollywood.
like there's like chariots and flower petals coming down. You know, it was just very. It is. I think that's the reason why you get these good performances, because it's like a Western too. Like they'll always be making these, big like epics, and then Westerns, because I think at the end of the day, actors are like, I'd like to put a gun on and ride.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but take all that away, and all you're really doing is standing on a green stage with a lot of armor on.
Yes.
That's the problem. Like, we think it would be fun because it'd be all these things, but none of it's
in
there.
this instance, it would not be. You would be in like a hangar-sized studio in a full green screen.
With dots out all over your fucking body.
And what you're saying, I think the reason a lot of times it doesn't seem like people are affecting each other in scenes is because they cannot, due to the discrepancy in how big or small they're supposed to be, they can't be in scenes together. They're not actually. You're not in a two shot. You're not actually getting baby John Bon Jovi and Jamie Lannister in the shot because the forced perspective would be wrong. Like you have to shoot it in a way that Jamie is gigantic and huge and little guy is little guy.
And you could never even make eye contact. Oh,
No.
man. Well, clearly we had an opinion about this movie. There are other people out there that had a differing opinion. It is now time for Second Opinions.
Second Opinions!
All right, these are 5-star reviews culled from Amazon, and they are great.
I wish you could see Brian's face.
I can't wait.
This is great.
So
Okay.
exciting.
So this is from Joseph L. Punasayan, and this is written March 21st, 2016, so he just saw the movie in the theater, came home, and wrote this. I've studied Egyptology, and I have to commend the scriptwriters for presenting the Egyptian pantheon very close to the mark. The human world was topographically not identical to Egypt, and the crown of the king was not the historic pharaonic crown, but the pantheon of Egypt wasn't even real anyway. I'm so tired of remakes and reboots, and it was great to see an original film that stands on its own merits. Thoth, The god of wisdom was a real hoot. And the character development in Horus is what this film is all about. The CGI supported the plot instead of the other way around. Proyas has put J.J. Abrams to shame. Not one planet got blown up, JJA. It's impossible to make a film without detonating your franchise. Take that.
This guy was just burned by The Force Awakens somehow.
Oh,
Or Star Trek, and is taking it all out on this.
And this next one, that guy was. I like that he was a
first and
studied.
last name.
Oh yeah, and he studied Egyptology, and he's like, I'm on board. Like he's on board.
But then he says the two things they got wrong.
He
at the very
immediately
beginning.
says two things that got wrong, and then calls characters who
real
have no charm or funny thing about them.
Real hoots.
Real hoots.
I will say that one of the things he says I do agree with, and even though this is not entirely a successful version of it, I also like that this is not a remake of some nonsense or a thing. This is some effort to be
We
like,
always say that. Yeah,
let's take something and make it original and find a way to execute it, and it just doesn't.
The Mila Kunis movie,
Jupiter
Ascending.
Oh, Jupiter Ascending, one of my favorite Eddie Redmayne movies.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
He's
boy.
great in that. I mean, he's crazy in that.
He
It's good to
is
try.
I agree.
chewing up that scene.
I love it. Whisper, scream.
Making a meal
And
out
by
of
the
that
way,
movie.
does that in every movie, just
Yes.
somehow didn't get away with it
Yeah.
there.
I do think that people like on these movies feel like they're not reined in because the director's like, we're gonna do this. And he's like, and I'm gonna do this. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
And also, I think that in movies like this, without any understanding of where you are or what you're doing, when it's a lot of just stuff that's going to be filled in later, you're just making a choice and kind of just going with
But
it.
can I say something about this? How I didn't even think this movie failed on an aesthetic level. I just was confused the whole time, and that's the script.
I kept on stopping it. I rewound it. I was like, it was hard for me to keep track of when they were in, like we said, where they were, what they were doing, and it should be essentially a simple movie. To a certain thing, like he's bribing him to get his girlfriend
And
back.
also, maybe this is a simple-minded thing to say, but when you have that many accents working together, there is something that's like, what did they just say?
Discordant about
What did
it?
they just?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
I felt like I feel like sometimes when I see Shakespeare, I see Shakespeare.
You brag so much.
I saw some Hollywood. I saw
no longer fun.
I saw amazing actors doing Shakespeare. Both the girls from Two Broke Girls did Shakespeare, and I saw it and loved it.
Oh man, that must.
I know.
That's how they were billed. The two girls from
I was
Brooklyn.
trying to just find a weird. They're both fantastic.
Yes.
But here's what I was going to say. The idea. I always feel like when I watch Shakespeare for the first time. In the first 5 minutes, I'm like, what am I getting? And then and then it gets in. But this movie never did that click in. I was like, what? And I just never really ever found my footing after
Because
that.
they make it again, and I know we are, but immediately it's so difficult because you're like, you can't even grasp the concept that they're not brothers, that they're uncle and nephew.
Yes.
It's so hard to grasp. They don't make it easy.
But here's another review here. This one I liked because it really. And by the way, all these reviews is a rare thing here. And this one I like because he keeps on telling you what type of movie it is.
Awesome.
From Jay Benison, and he wrote. Gods of Egypt is a fast-moving, beautiful, fun fantasy adventure set in a mythical place full of mythical gods and mortals. And if that's your cup of tea, you'll enjoy it. He then goes on to say, this movie will either amuse or annoy you, depending on your taste and how pedantically serious you take your fantasies. All right? And then at the very end, he continues by going, the dialogue is peppered with sardonic lines, ironic lines, and just plain funny one-liners. And if old-style adventure flicks are your guilty pleasure, then you won't be disappointed. So,
Any option, anything you want to feel about this movie is valid according to Jay.
These are very earnest reviews, and it's been very, these are interesting to go through.
And not stupid, really. It's not like, I liked it, you know?
It was their thing.
They're thoughtful.
Yeah. These next two are my favorites. Here we go. This is from Nostrum. He goes like this. Truly one of the most creative interpretations of Egyptian mythology ever filmed, starting with Gerard Butler as King Leonidas of Sparta, rushed in to play a bearded Set. The clever use of the talented actor playing Odin playing Horus, the lack of anyone looking remotely Egyptian. But then, what do we know? Egyptian was 1,000 years ago. Sadly, one of my favorite actors was stuck playing Ursha. I weighed him, I measured him, and I found him wanting. I like Beck. From his looks and style, he would have been an excellent Anglo-Saxon peasant. Maybe he thought he was playing one. Great special effects. Great special effects. Yes, I say that. Used to enhance the story rather than for their own sake. And last, attractive women. 5 stars.
I want to fuck that guy.
5 stars.
He hit all the buttons.
I have a theory.
it.
Swedish guy typed it all out, put it in free translator,
Yeah, maybe.
then posted that.
Well, I also think you're right. He got something totally wrong here, which is also, well, first of all, he said that, like, that Gerard Butler was rushed from the set of 300, which was many years ago. So it was a slower rush. And then also that the Swedish actor playing Odin, playing Horace.
Maybe Nikolai Coster-Waldau played Odin in something else.
Something Swedish.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And finally, we end on this.
I hope it's a detective show like Law and Order.
I bet it is.
This is
Odin's Beat.
This is from Donnie Stevenson, and he challenges you to look it up because he goes, I'm a combat veteran and former Special Forces soldier, so it's just not toothless morons that seek entertainment like this. Shove your Citizen Kane shit, because that's boring.
Whoa.
I had a great time watching Gods of Egypt. Sure, it's English white guys. Sure, it's got absolutely no basis in reality or even mythology, but it's fun. Imaginative images, monsters, magic, sights, fights, and thrills. Plus, they sold it. The actors did not break the immersion, and that's good enough for me.
Wait, the actors did
5 stars.
I get
the immersion?
$100 that guy was asleep after the first hour.
But also, break the immersion. What movie have you ever watched where it's like, I don't know.
Were they looking at the camera? I see you there, combat veteran.
Look down the barrel. I don't know.
Also, don't bring up your military history as a reason for us to be on your side for everything you're about to say.
Yeah, like, I mean, I
thank
get
you for
it.
your service.
But, like, also thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for your service.
My dad's a
Donnie.
Vietnam vet. He doesn't start out every sentence with that.
Well, by the way, being a Vietnam
I
vet
do.
has not like. But by the way, that would be like if he reviewed a film maybe about war. He's like, hey, look, I saw this, and I see what they were doing here.
Sure.
This is a movie like you could be anyone.
Fantasy
you could be
film.
a child. Yeah, it's like not like it's like not like.
I was robbed at gunpoint, and I like this movie.
So that's what they had to say. Well, I guess we'll just go around real quick and say, would you recommend this movie, Jason?
I don't,
Oh, you seem like you're struggling here. I thought you would easily say no.
Yeah, this is a pretty big no for me. I would maybe watch 20 minutes of it just to see what we're talking about. Just to get a lay of the land.
And actually on YouTube, you can watch a lot of the clips of the film. Kind of the best parts.
I would do that. I would not watch, because it is just unfathomably long. I remember
really
being
is.
like, this literally happened. I was watching and I was like, okay, I must be at least near the end. I looked, I was 40 minutes in.
I paused
exactly
it
what I
so
did.
many times.
40 minutes.
At a certain part, they literally, like, the end of the movie happens, like, they defeat Gerard Butler, and I'm like, 20 more minutes?
Yeah.
And then the last shot is 3 minutes of him flying, like, and water gets on the camera.
Yes.
Oh,
he flies around like his metal bird character, Jamie Lannister does, and like we're all like gonna be rapt to watch him fly around.
That extra 3 minutes was probably cost like $50,000 or $75,000
at least,
and unnecessary.
I would recommend this for clips, and I think it's a good Sunday hangover kind of. I like that.
Yeah, I feel like it's like if like Jason mistakenly did, if you catch it on HBO, stay around for like 15, 20 minutes.
And you watched a handful of it, I think you'd be like, oh, I get what this is.
I actually think the first 15 minutes is worth seeing.
I agree. I think, because that was where it was the most. I at least understood what was going on. And then after that, because if you tune in, you may be like, well, I don't know what's happening. Just rest assured, no, I don't think anyone really does.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was, it's no audience, guys. I'm going to say no on this one either.
What do you
say?
Yeah.
I have a very specific situation in which you should watch this. On the airplane, you've seen every other movie that's on demand, and you have work to do.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a background movie.
I think it's a background.
By the way, I think you're right.
Because otherwise, even giving it full attention, I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
No, I was watching it with Wikipedia at certain points because I was like, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what's happening because I couldn't tell if I was overtired. And I was like, am I not getting it? So Wikipedia was like, sometimes I watch Game of Thrones like that too. Just kind of reading along to kind of see where I was at.
Totally. Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so anything that we didn't talk about that anyone wants to touch on?
I think we covered it.
I think we did. And now let's talk about your guys' tour. You guys, this will be coming out. You guys will be tomorrow night in Denver, Colorado, at the Bluebird Theater.
You know it.
And then you're heading off to Texas for a bit. Then you're going to Boston. Then you're going to New York. Then Philadelphia, D.C., North Carolina, Georgia, Canada, Michigan, Illinois, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and then home in Los Angeles for September 30th.
And not to toot our own horns,
Yes.
but the North Carolina show, we're donating all the proceeds to
the UNC Chapel Hill LGBT Center.
Yeah, so we're doing that's a free show that we're
Well, definitely we can.
Gods of Egypt donated nothing to the LGBT.
You better believe
it. You can listen to your podcast wherever podcasts are downloaded or streamed. But it's throwing shade. But what do people expect at this live show?
Oh, okay. So it's very different than the podcast in that it feels more like a stand-up show. We play games with the audiences. It's very interactive. You can go to throwingshade.com/tour for all the dates and ticket info.
And thanks so much for having us. This is
it's
so
so
much fun.
So excited to have you here. And so definitely check out
Do you guys
throwingshade.com.
shoot merch into the audience with t-shirt cannons?
Yeah,
and so
but we
forth?
shoot posters.
Okay,
yeah, this year we have posters.
But we shoot them out of t-shirt cannons.
That's painful to the audience because you're basically throwing a hard,
throwing
gun
paper cuts at
kicks,
people.
so it hurts us too.
Yeah.
Great.
Jason, you want to plug anything?
No, not really.
It's August 19th.
It is?
It's August
19th?
It's August 19th.
Oh, wow. So I will, no, I don't have anything to plug. I mean, you can follow us on Twitter on How Did This Get Made.
Yes, all of the updates, all of our new live shows, and all that sort of stuff. You can follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, and you can add us to Stitcher. That's right. Make sure you make us a favorite on Stitcher. I don't know why you need to do that, but they're telling me that you have to. It probably helps with all the things that keep the lights on here. So make sure to add How Did This Get Made to your Stitcher favorites today. And
I feel like there's something...
Oh, you know what I would like to plug? This is just not even a thing, but it is a thing. Katie Couric has a new podcast here at Earwolf. And,
nice.
Wow.
No way.
And she's awesome, and you should definitely check that out. So check out Katie Couric's brand new podcast over here on Kirking It Up. And you know, who knows? Maybe we could have a crossover episode with Katie Couric.
Oh my God!
Very
What
soon.
can we do to make that happen?
It may be happening. You never know. May be happening.
That
So
would be hilarious.
definitely check out Katie Couric's stuff. Thank you guys so much. All right, and the big announcement, of course, is that we are going on a brief sabbatical. You go on your vacations, we have babies. That's right. A paternity and maternity leave is coming up. This is our last new episode until September 9th, when a new minisode will be dropped. So I apologize for that, but it's a brief break, and we'll be back ready to go once more. Thank you guys so much for listening, and a big thanks to everyone who makes this show possible. I'm talking about Avril Halley, who pulls all these amazing clips. Nate Kiley does all of our research. Marissa Zeitz, who kind of produces this whole thing behind the scenes. Our engineer, Sam. Everybody at Earwolf, July, and you. Bye-bye. That's it. That's our show. And once again, a big thank you, a big shout out to our friends over at Sonos. That's right, Sonos is killing it in the speaker game. Here's the deal, right? You live in a house, you live in an apartment, you want to play your music, you put speakers, Sonos speakers, anywhere in your house. And then guess what? You're in your bedroom. You want to listen to a song, you pull out your iPhone, you hit your button, all your music right there coming out of your bedroom speaker. Say you're in the kitchen, hit a button, it's coming out of the kitchen speaker. Say you're working in your bedroom, but you're also working in the kitchen. Connect the speakers, they're playing in both rooms. All I'm saying is it's your music the way you want it and what room you need it. It is the best. No more connecting plugs, no more charging in, no more stations that are bulky and you need to get an adapter. Sonos is the shit. I love them. They are so, so good. Control all of your music with their fucking awesome app. I'm not even going to tell you to do anything. I'm just going to tell you, check out Sonos. If you're liking what I'm telling you, if you live in a house, it's the fucking best. If you live in an apartment, they got some great, just high quality speakers. They're so good. Why, when you're in your bed in your studio apartment, why do you want to like crawl over your bed to get a cord to plug this fucking phone in? No, just shoot that shit to a speaker. It's so, so good. Oh, Sonos. Thank you.
I'm Trayvon Free.
I'm Mike Drucker.
You are now in the room where it's happening.
Where we geek out about the best musical of all time,
Hamilton.
Hamilton.
We'll be talking about the lyrics, the history, the production, and we've got some amazing guests. We have actress Kristen Chenoweth.
I'm rooting for you, and I'm sorry you shot him.
Comedian John Hodgman.
I ran home, and I said to my wife and 2 children, you have to listen to this.
Hamilton cast member Jasmine Cephas Jones.
Yo, this is amazing.
Subscribe right now, and you'll never miss an episode. Join us in the room where it's happening.
Everybody!
That's amazing.
This has been an Earwolf production, executive produced by Scott Aukerman, Adam Sachs, and Chris Bannon. For more information and content, visit earwolf.com.
by the sewer where the rain goes down. Like this girl I once knew, 'cause the sewer is so hollow. And the yell could last forever. Like the night my girl went away, gone off in a world filled with stuff. Lights start changing and there's wires in the air and the asphalt, man, all around me. And I look down and my shoes are so far away from me. Man, I can't believe it. I got a real indication of the laugh coming on. I got a real indication of the laugh coming on. That old wind is howling like a cold steel train. Girl has left me, not coming back again. Got rusted bullet holes in the Dodge and a hot burn like a solar flare. The grass by the house is dry, man, and the horsefly buzzes, buzzes, buzzes. I see myself. I see myself start to smile. I got a real indication. Of a laugh coming on. So I'm going down this street and I'm trying not to smile. Cause the street is where I'm going and the curb is at the side by the sewer where the rain goes down. Like this girl I once knew. Cause the sewer is so hollow. Yeah! Could last forever. Like the night my girl went away, gone off in a world filled with stuff. Lights start changing and there's wires in the air and the asphalt man is all around me. And I look down and my shoes are so far away from me. Man, I can't believe it. I got a real indication of the laugh coming on. I got a real indication of a laugh coming on.
Cave Comedy Radio is brought to you by adamandeve.com. Input the code CCR at checkout for discounts.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
All right, Marcus, you ready to go whenever?
Yeah.
All right, that's Marcus. I'm Ben. Finally back from disgusting L.A. The fella to my left, who is he? I miss your beautiful face, and I don't recognize it anymore.
It's back in the New York groove, Henry Zabrowski.
Yeah!
Get out of my way. I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
How many times have you said that since you've been back? Keep in mind, he's only been back for, 4 days?
4 days. I did push a woman down.
You did?
I did. In Union Square, an old woman was edging up on me like she's my fucking boss. So what did I do is I hip checked her right into the street.
Good hockey maneuver. Any cars hit her? Was she okay?
No, she didn't square the term. The thing was is that she was trying to cut me off on the way to a train, like she could.
Classic.
She was muscling me, and the thing is, I have a low center of gravity, so you come at me, I got little hips. I'm gonna put the hip to you.
Absolutely, I've seen
Dropped
him do
her
it.
like a bad habit.
That's very good. Ironically, you don't drop many of your bad habits, though.
No, but there is one bad habit that I'm looking to drop.
Uh-oh. What is this, Henry?
I just want to say it's come to my attention that certain sensitivities have been brought to my attention. And I just want to say that I think that is a general understanding is that they most of the things I say on this program are in a jesting fashion. I'm a bit of a joker.
Yeah. You could say that.
You know?
Yeah.
And
larkster.
It's just really hard. And I understand some of the views that are expressed on this show are of an extreme nature.
Yes.
You know? But it's so hard when, you tell a certain race of people that there's a pot of gold over in a fucking end of a rainbow.
Sure.
And they dig through a bog for an hour. You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
just saying, and I'm not saying anything bad about the Irish. I'm saying that they are curious people that are they're highly sensitive group of people singing songs about their mother.
Let me just
Drinking
stop you
product.
really quick, Henry, because I think you're making everything worse.
No,
we
what
got
do you
an
mean?
email recently, Marcus and I,
Yes.
and Henry. We received an email from a wonderful Irishman, a nice fan. We could perhaps read portions of the email if you would like.
Yeah, his name was like shillelaghira@gmail.com. Like
It was not that. It was not that.
That is not. Here's what he says.
It was ISIS@shamrock.gov.
Okay, you're making it worse, but that's all right. He's a very large fan, but he was slightly saddened by Henry's hatred of his people.
His name is John McConnell.
A normal. I mean, it is.
It's quite Irish.
It's
you
very
know, so I'm-
Irish,
but I am going to say, but it doesn't make me hate him.
No, not at all. He says, really great show, fucking hilarious.
Thank you for that, John.
Just please stop being racist towards us Irish. It really bothers me. You probably don't give a shit, but some of my friends who have been longtime listeners have stopped listening to the show altogether, and I almost stopped tuning in too. The best podcast ever, really, though. Really enjoy the creepypasta episodes. You should make a full episode about the Zodiac Killer. Really interesting story. So sorry about the rant. I really am a big fan. I was just put off by the podcast knowing you guys hate my country.
Marcus stumbled over the keywords, the best podcast ever. Best podcast ever.
But I will say, yes, I am sorry that if you felt that I was racist towards the Irish, but when it comes down to it, we all,
Henry?
Just keep moving on. Like,
and by the way, out of all the fucking races and people we've made fun of, it's the Irish?
It's the Irish.
The
is the
Irish
big one.
are very sensitive people.
I just understand, it's like in Ireland, it's beautiful when it's sunny outside. It's just hard to be there when it's raining because when you tile your roof with potato shavings, it just leaks into the living room.
Now, of course,
okay,
in Ireland, they have proper roofing. Don't the roofing actually got me.
There
That's
are
a sensitive
houses there.
subject.
They don't
for me.
live in
Yeah.
potato pueblos.
No, they don't.
They don't live
That's
in
fine,
potato
but again,
pueblos.
They're not some potato Eskimo type people. They're a wonderful bunch. And thank you for listening, John. And let your friends know. Last podcast has thrown a peace treaty out to the Irish.
Absolutely.
So tell them to come back to
Coming
us.
for the Mexicans.
Mexicans are next. Fantastic. All right. Speaking of fantastic things. Let's just discuss this. Today we're going to be talking about spectrophilia.
Which is, we did sort of a sex episode last time, but again, it rears its ugly head. The internet provides us with fodder. Spectrophilia is
Let's
the
just
idea.
give a quick definition of spectrophilia.
It's people who like and want to get fucked by ghosts.
Do they want to get fucked by ghosts,
Sometimes.
or do ghosts just have sex with them?
The big thing is that you're just not going to go out on a date with a ghost, because a ghost just shows up in your house while you're asleep. So sometimes a ghost lets you know that it's in love with you by putting its ghost penis inside of you. But
but there are some tales of female ghosts raping males. Right?
Absolutely, but that's just empty Yahoo answers, just like looking for anyone to believe that they're not a virgin.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
But I also think that, so where it started was that we were going to do a whole episode on hauntings research, and I went very thoroughly through the world of modern hauntings research, and it is very boring.
Okay.
There is a man named Ed Ozowski who was a guest on Coast to Coast who started a while ago. There was a scientist named J.B. Ryan who was the first to create parapsychology as a legitimate science. He created a program at Duke University, Dookie University, where the poo-poos go, and he
I'm not going to give that to you. No, I don't.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But he is putting together. So when J.B. Ryan started, anybody who thought that if you thought that ghosts were real, you were a total idiot, and they treated you that way. Right. But now he made it a legitimate science, and Ed Ozowski was a man that trained with J.B. Ryan, who he described as a true gentleman.
Very nice.
And he has created this like sort of team of rivals through a place called hauntingsresearch.com, and what he does, it's like a couple of former police investigators, a couple doctors, some physicists, and they go out and they take pictures and they try to record evidence of ghosts. And here's the thing is that they haven't found any for a while.
So you mentioned that these programs are very boring. I think it's interesting. J.B. Bryan seemed to be he created his own competitor with this. What's his name?
Oh, there's
Ozowski.
Yes, Ed Ozowski. And
so why is Ed Ozowski's show so unbelievably boring? Because it sounds like incredibly exciting stuff. You're looking for ghosts, for Christ's sake.
I sat down and watched these 2 YouTube videos that he had put up on his Hauntings Research YouTube page.
Okay.
Of which there are hours of material. And it's like, ultimate evidence of ghosts' existence.
Is it ultimate?
It is. Each one is an hour long of pictures of orbs, and I understand, I guess, what orbs are, because he puts on his website, like, other, like, really compelling photos of, like, from the 1880s of, like, people, like double exposure photos of, like, people standing in the background of other people, and they're like, oh, that's the old mammy from the plantation.
Right.
She's been there for thousands of years.
Yeah.
But it's like now, they just don't have anything, and so
and what equipment are
stuff,
they using in the show?
You have your EMF recorders
Right.
and cameras and stuff like that, but it's specifically not like fun, and because they want to show everybody that it's a science.
Right, but it's not a science because it's never once proven anything.
No. Yeah, you bring me a leprechaun's coat, I'm going to believe in an Irish scientist. You know what I mean? But I can't even believe it. You bring me the sheet, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'll believe in the ghost.
Sure.
Yeah,
that
you
makes a
bring
lot of
me
sense.
the ectoplasm in a jar, I'm going to put it on a piece of fucking toast, and I'm going to eat it and say, oh, I had a spooky breakfast.
Exactly. You treat it like an Australian treats his Vegemite. You're going to spread that right on some nice
Right
bread.
on a little girl that I've raped.
Oh, we'll talk about that.
Australians are another type.
Oh, you're saying the Australians are doing that? Okay. I thought that was an
I'm just
admission
saying.
from the mind of Andrew Zabrowski of
Yeah,
his
yeah.
past. I rape little girls while eating Vegemite.
No.
Once
No,
again,
no.
Do not isolate that sound bit either.
always lock up the doors. Remember that, Henry, before you step out.
And then
always lock up your brain doors.
Then I went from there to another group named Ed and Lorraine Warren. These are the guys that busted open the Amityville horror case.
Yes.
And again, to an elderly couple that was like at the top of their game of ghost hunting in 1974, and not a fucking fuck thing has happened since then.
Are they more or less exciting than this Ozinski character?
More exciting just because they obviously designed their own website, and so it is a website that has been designed by a 75-year-old couple.
And it looks like it.
Well, let me give you some background on Ed Warren. First of all, this is Ed Warren's self-written bio.
And there is a lot of Ed Warren's self-written bio.
It's all self-written.
Yeah.
Ed Warren grew up in a haunted house.
He does everything with weird capitalizations.
Yeah,
and like
there's two tildes on the ends of haunted house, and haunted house is capitalized.
Very cool.
In Connecticut, from the young age of five until he was 12.
That is a young age.
He reflects, my father, who was a police officer at the time, would often say, Ed, there's a logical reason for everything that happens in this house, but he never came up with a logical reason. My family would all go to bed, and just around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, many times I would hear the closet door begin to open up.
Think about it.
At first, I'd look into that closet and see only shapeless darkness.
Uncle Louie eating lasagna? What are you doing in here?
Then slowly I'd start to see a light beginning to form, and it would morph into a ball shape, sort of like a basketball, and then I'd begin to see a face in that ball. That is called a ghost globule.
I made a couple of ghost globules this afternoon while I was sitting by myself.
It's also called the basketball that you have.
But in your globule, was there the face of an old woman who was not looking at all pleasant?
Just in the reflection of my computer screen.
Very interesting.
The globule would then come
like
out
when
into
you-
my bedroom, and then accompanied by audible footsteps and heavy breathing, the room would then become icy cold, an unnatural cold, a capital P, capital C, psychic cold.
Yes. Okay. So this kind of plays a little bit back to the back to an episode that we had recently. If you were raped or if it was a ghost. I mean, this was the 1950s when this man saw his ghost in his closet. Do you think that he was just too afraid to tell his father that the somebody's getting grabby hands with him?
No, I just think that there's just nothing going on in town. You know, that day that the movie theater that plays the one movie is like not playing the movie anymore because it burnt down because
Right.
old blind Jerry was smoking a cigar in there.
Yeah. They shouldn't have had him lighting all the candles.
No, absolutely. Why put him on the emergency candle detail?
Exactly.
I just wanted to make it romantic, blind Jerry said. But on that website they also have all this like great like their appearances on national television, which is they have a guy on there interviewing them for a quote unquote television show called Seekers of the Spiritual, Seekers of the Supernatural, and you basically, by reading the other material, you find out that the guy named Tom Sparrow, who is the host of this show, is their son-in-law, and that was like all set up to just them to tell their story again about how they're the only ones who know the real story about the Amityville Horror. And they called me over before anybody. You think anybody's got pictures of that house? He's like, I got the pictures of the house.
But I mean, Ed Warren isn't wrong. Fake it till you make it. This is the Hollywood tradition. He did everything right. You know?
He did, and he is now dead.
He is.
He is a ghost, so he achieved his final dream.
Indeed, and perhaps he is going out there and penetrating unwanted women who do not want it. He might very well be participating in some spectrophilia himself, which would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, so this spectrophilia stuff popped out because Marcus found a very interesting article about this concept called ghost marriages or ghost brides that he's going to get into now, and then it led straight into ghost fucking.
Yeah, well, naturally, if you're married, you can do whatever you want.
I mean, it should be ghosts sleeping on the couch because someone's in the ghost doghouse.
I mean,
for the night.
if you have a ghost,
someone wants to go out with his ghost friends, but he can't because he's got to sit down and go to Ghost IKEA. And he's got to get ghost shelving units for his fucking ghost apartment.
And that's going to cause a ghost fight. I mean, it's so hard. If you have a ghost wedding, does just one half of the room stay empty?
I'll get into that. Well, this all started from a story that I read about 4 men in northwest China who have been sentenced to prison for the grisly crime of digging up the corpses of 10 women.
You need a wife? Me dig your wife.
Yeah. That's going to happen a lot, folks.
Oh, yeah.
And selling them for ghost marriages. The grotesque brides were sold for a total of 240,000 RMB. I don't know what that means. Or $38,000.
$38,000
Yeah.
for a corpse?
Yes.
We're in the wrong business, guys.
But it's like going out with Kate Moss.
It is.
If you want to pay $38,000 to go out with a skeleton. Whoa!
I liked it.
The bodies were sought by families of men who died as bachelors. The buyers were arranging ghost marriages, a traditional custom. Gay. That word's going to come up a lot as well.
So
Gay.
both parties in this marriage are dead.
Not always. I'll get into some of the different ones.
This is amazing.
Yeah. The bodies were sought by families of men who died as bachelors. The buyers were arranging ghost marriages, a traditional custom in which parents might find spouses for their unmarried deceased children so they can have a family in the afterlife.
I mean, it's a brilliant idea.
My question is like, why ruin their afterlife for them?
That's the thing.
Shouldn't they be single and mingling?
Right,
in
singling,
heaven?
mingling, going on, ghost.com websites, finding their ghost OkCupids and
Okay,
things
boo,
like
kid.
Yeah, OK Boo Kid is fantastic. Yeah, they're getting arranged marriage, but I mean, they don't know the personalities of these corpses.
Hey, this is not the first time this has happened in China. In fact, it has been even grislier before. Back in 2006, Chinese police
And
arrested.
that's not even that long ago.
No.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say back in like 13 BC.
No, like a few years ago. Yeah. Chinese police have arrested 3 men for killing 2 young women to sell their corpses as ghost brides for dead single men.
Well, that's murder.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
murder.
They one confessed to killing a woman bought from a poor family for $1,500.
Good amount of cash, though.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Not a bad amount of
Get her
money.
at fucking Trader Joe's. Oh, Trader Joe.
She thought she was being sold into an arranged marriage, but Yang killed her in a gully and sold her corpse for 16,000 yuan, but he bought her for 12,000 yuan, so he made a profit.
Big, a 4 yuan profit.
Yeah,
4
and
grand yuan.
He and 2 accomplices then killed a prostitute and sold her for 8,000 yuan. And the man who killed him said, "I did it for the money. It was a quick buck. If I hadn't slipped up early, I would have done more."
Oh,
Ooh,
my God.
Very interesting. So,
Well, yeah, because you don't need any capital. All
Yeah.
you need to do is kill a girl, and
Just
they're
kill a girl.
already killing girls in China.
and this actually a brief segue from that. Cannibal Cop. He was convicted on both counts.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, guilty. Don't agree with it.
All right, we can talk about that at a
We'll
later
we'll
time.
talk about it at a later date.
Yeah.
So let's go through some of the ghost bride rituals
Yeah,
here.
well, I just want to say.
Now, what happens if the ghost bride gets cold feet? I mean, she already has them.
Right.
But my question is...
So maybe she gets warm feet.
Yeah.
She comes back to life.
Yeah.
No, she is a bucket of goo.
A bucket of goo. So did the people who killed these 2 girls to sell them off to men, were those men alive, or was this another ghost men situation?
They sell them to families.
Okay, so it's
Like-
always 2 dead people, though, getting married.
I mean, it's
Not
a father's
always.
decision.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You're right.
Some father in the scenario is making the call here that we need a ghost bride.
Right. But I'm with you, though, Henry, when you're like, you're enjoying your afterlife, all of a sudden you hear the nagging voice of some woman, wanting you to rub her feet, and you're like, what the hell is all this?
She'll rub my feet because they're twisted.
Yeah, they're
I make them tiny for you. I make them tiny so you think it's so attractive.
All mangled and things. It's
Ugh.
disgusting.
It's horrible.
All right, what are some rituals?
Why couldn't you die and get straight feet?
I mean, that's a very interesting question.
So let's start with just if
is. I
one.
wanna-
Let's
You
just
just
start.
got out of China by being
Right.
dead. You know what I mean? Being
Right.
dead gets you out of China.
You
You
go
don't need
anywhere.
to deal with China anymore.
Contract is done. Null and void. You're dead.
Well, here's what happens if someone was previously engaged and then the spouse dies.
This is great. I actually agree with this.
Upon the death of her fiancé, a bride could choose to go through with the wedding in which the groom is represented by a white cockerel at the ceremony.
A cockerel.
A chicken.
Oh, okay.
Which is, if I ever get married, is what is happening. I'm not going. I'm getting a sub,
Yeah.
and I mean like a substitute and a sub.
Yeah.
A sandwich for myself.
Right.
That chicken, he's gonna have to deal with the ceremony. I'll be there for the reception, getting drunk.
I mean, absolutely. Well, you need a good sub base for how much liquor you're going to be drinking.
Here's how one arranges a ghost marriage.
Okay.
If a family wishes to arrange a ghost marriage,
Hey, ghost, you come here. You come here now. You get out of my store.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
if a family wishes to arrange a ghost marriage, they may consult with a matchmaker of sorts. In a Cantonese area of Singapore, there is in fact a ghost marriage broker's sign hung up in a doorway of a Taoist priest's home.
Okay.
The broker announces that he is willing to undertake the search for a family which has a suitable deceased member with a favorable horoscope.
So, is this legal in China?
No.
I mean, nothing's legal in China.
Okay.
Others do not use the aid of any priest or diviner, but believe that the groom the ghost bride has chosen will somehow identify himself. Typically, the family lays a red envelope, usually used for gifts or money, as bait in the middle of the road. They then take to
And
hiding.
then he leaves several juicy ghost globules in it.
Yes.
They then take to hiding, and when the envelope is picked up by a passerby, they come out and announce his status of being the chosen bridegroom.
And they kill him. And then they kill him. Wow. That's a very interesting
So, in other
trap.
words, Henry, what you just said is exactly what. You bride now!
You buy now.
You groom!
Oh, you take envelope? Oh, you trap big time. You gonna marry my ghost daughter.
And once again, I just want to apologize for being racist to the Irish.
And here's how the rites go. This is the rites of the ghost marriage ceremony, and then we'll move on to the actual ghost fucking.
Yeah, we got to get to that spectrophilia.
A ghost couple at their marriage feast, the bride and groom may be constructed of paper bodies over a bamboo frame with a papier-mâché head.
I'm really glad that's not terrifying.
That's fine. Yeah, that's normal. That's a great wedding, actually.
It gets much worse.
Sure.
On either side of them stands their respective paper servants, and the room contains many other paper effigies of products they would use in their homes.
I'd have Garfield there. I'd have Marmaduke there.
Definitely.
Such as a dressing table, a table and 6 stools, a money safe, a refrigerator, and trunks of paper, clothes, and cloth. After the marriage ceremony is complete, all of the paper belongings are burned to be sent to the spirit world to be used by the couple. In another ceremony...
Now, all of this is true.
All of this is 100% true.
Yeah.
It's
a bad wedding gift, though.
In another ceremony... That is a horror... Just paper.
Burnt paper. Oh, thanks for all the burnt paper. I've got a bunch of smoke over here now.
Yeah, I was just banging fucking the first I was banging Gia.
Yeah, that's the thing.
She's up here. Now I got this woman. No one married her for a reason.
Exactly. She died alone. She's a monster.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how are you not getting married in China? Because you are nothing unless you have a husband.
Right.
You need to get a husband.
Men are the ones who die alone naturally because there's virtually, there's not enough ladies for every man.
Yeah.
So it's very common. If you're a lady and you can't find love in life, holy Christ. I mean, what has to be wrong with you?
I don't know.
She keeps burning the wontons.
Well, that's a good reason.
In another ceremony that married a living groom to a ghost bride, the effigy was similar, but instead constructed with a wooden backbone, arms made from newspaper, and the head of a smiling young girl clipped from a wall calendar.
Are his parents proud? That's what I want to know.
It just sounds like all of the it's all weddings planned by the killer from Seven. It's all just Kevin Spacey became a wedding planner and moved to China.
Or the movie I Saw the Devil.
Yeah. Most of the marriage ceremony and rites are performed true to Chinese custom. In fact, the bride was always treated as though she was alive and participating in the proceedings, from being fed at the wedding feast in the morning to being invited in and out of the cab to being told of her arrival at the groom's house.
You're at the groom's house now, and then she goes, "Get me out of here."
I think what they do is they just throw some rice at the calendar picture and it's like rub it in. You eat now! You eat!
Right. I mean, it's just, that was a great wedding, honey. You know, if those people weren't dead ghosts, I would have thought it was a regular wedding.
I would say, I would sit there, I would have cried, but I was screaming. But if it was real, I would have cried.
Yeah. I'm just happy Lee found somebody that he loves.
It was horrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole thing sounds horrifying.
It doesn't sound quite as scary as a real wedding with 2 human beings and a mortgage and like a couple of kids.
I mean, that's fate worse than death. I'd rather be a dead ghost groom than have to deal with that.
Yes. And then, so after a real man marries his ghost bride, I would assume, does it ever go the other way? Is there ever a real woman who marries a ghost man? They didn't mention. I would assume it's probably...
Well, that was the first one that we talked about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what normally a woman is just bound forever. And she also is like, if a woman chooses, if she's engaged and her fiance dies, she can choose to go through the wedding ceremony and never get to touch another man ever again.
Right. And then, of course, that wedding night, they must make coitus to confirm the love that they have between each other.
Yeah, she just squats down in a bamboo field.
Is that how that works? And then, of course, is spectrophilia. Let's get into that subject. Henry, what do you think about it?
It just gets super erotic when you think about it. You know, because sometimes you're just sleeping there and you're just like, man, I'd love to not have to do any work towards sex tonight. You know? And it's just like, and masturbating has become a dull, robotic movement.
Boring.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do it.
I want the Dan Aykroyd. I want Ray Stantz from Ghostbusters. So I can the ghost zip it on your fly, giving you a ghost sloppy BJ.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A slime job indeed. That's what you want. Basically, there are thousands. How many people do you think have actually had sex with ghosts?
Well, there's an entire Travel Channel show called Ghost Lovers that's about that.
Right. I mean, do you think tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, thousands, or hundreds? I mean, we have 6 billion people on the earth. It's a very small amount of the population.
that are alive today?
That are alive today having sex with ghosts.
I'd say you get your standard 11.
11
people.
Like
11 people are fucking ghosts right now, like for serious.
Yeah.
I don't know if
And
ghosts fuck. That's my
Well,
big
they
thing
do.
is that I still don't particularly even understand the concept because I don't think that like I don't think you're gonna feel a ghost dick inside of you. But I mean I don't even know. Can we go through some of the more specific examples?
Well, let me read a story right quick. That This is from a seminar on like psychic phenomena.
Yes.
Yeah. There was a seminar on psychic phenomena going on, and the speaker, he's like decided to involve the audience, and he asked like, all right, everyone who's seen a ghost, like, please stand up. And you know, pretty much everyone there.
Because they're there.
They're there, of course. Yeah. And then he said like, everyone who's ever had a close encounter with a ghost, please remain standing.
Sure.
And like 2 dozen people were still standing.
Because these are people at a paranormal
But
conference.
some people sat down, though. Yeah, interesting.
And then he asked like, how many people had been in the same room as a ghost? And it was
Well, yeah, it's a rare occurrence.
Dwindling numbers,
Yeah. And then he asked,
Why are you laughing? This is,
I don't know.
This is a
I don't
story
know.
from a conference, right?
Yes.
it's a
Anyone
conference.
who's ever had sex with a ghost, please remain standing.
Everybody sat down.
And, no.
What?
There was one guy.
Oh,
there was one guy that stood up. And the speaker, he's just like, have you really had sex with a ghost? And the guy goes, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said goat.
Yeah. That's an old yarn.
You know, they are
they're just pulling your leg. They're just pulling your leg on that one.
These conferences are not lacking comedy. You know, that's
Actually,
what's
they distinctly do. They are. There is not a bit of comedy at any of these conferences.
Any comedy.
But I want to read the thing about there's also. I want to read the thing about the ghost sexting.
Oh,
there's
man,
ghost sexting.
I just got it. I thought you said
He said
goat.
I thought he said goat.
said goat. Oh, that is too rich. Now that is funny. Make that a meme. Sorry, I thought you said goat. Yeah. All right. Let's just have 30 seconds of silence. Perhaps you want to read some of the more risque phone conversations that have been...
Well, yeah, please, yes. Let's read some of them. Now,
you can pass it over to me if you want me to take over at any point.
This is from a woman who wrote an entirely true account of ghost sex. Her name is Gina Nyoths
Lanier.
I don't know what that nickname is. I'm not even particularly sure.
Nyoths?
Nyoths? It's Gnothz.
Oh, Gnoths.
Gnoths.
Yeah, Gnoths.
So she writes, I recently came across a woman from California. Fucking of course, because that whole place is filled with fucking Looney Tunes and it needs to sink into the goddamn ocean.
Are you happy with your LA experience?
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
That says she gets obscene phone calls from a dead man. Paranormal telephone scatology. A ghost being sexually aroused by making obscene phone calls to living strangers from ghosts.
I can't wait to be a ghost.
Oh man, I'm gonna fucking be all over this. Or
Yeah.
paranormal scatophilia, ghost or paranormal entity sexual arousal for making obscene phone calls as a form of exhibitionism.
I just realized if the ghost can communicate via phone, we could do this podcast in the afterlife.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
gonna be so gross. You think I'm racist here? I'm gonna be how racist I'm gonna be when I'm in heaven.
There's no ramifications for your actions or your words.
I'm not racist, it's satire. And I'm sorry to the Irish.
All right.
Okay.
Mary Jansen Cross says a ghost calls her every few days and gives her the dirtiest phone calls that would make a
my.
sailor blush.
I mean,
I
are
know it
sailors
was-
still that perverted? That's what I want. I feel like the analogy needs
even
to go
more
away.
so. They are rapists. Sailors are rapists.
No, that's not true.
Sea rapists.
Sea rapists?
Continue
on the ocean.
Well, you know, I mean, that's why they don't let women on boats. They're just full of semen.
You know what? Let's just continue on with the story.
Who says
Oh
this
my
isn't a funny subject?
I just fucking got it. Goats.
Said a goat.
I thought you said goats.
He fucks goats. He's a goat fucker.
Oh, I get it. That's how ashamed he was of having sex with a
So
ghost.
this is what she says.
Very
See what
proud
it
of
says.
it. I mean,
this is also reeks of a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
A stand-up comedian ghost. I know I know it's from a dead man because he used to call me when he was alive. I even had a restraining order put against him while he was living and arrested 6 times because of it. His name was Dan St. Germain. When he died, I thought it was all over. Gotcha, Dan! Gotcha, Dan!
Fuck you, Dan. That is true love, though. 6 times arrested. I mean, this is romance.
So I had my number changed several times when he was alive, and even more so now that he's dead. The calls are more than just suggestive. He openly tells me to do things to myself as well as what he wants to do to me, states Cross. The phone companies cannot trace the calls to any direct source.
It's coming from hell, ma'am.
You can't live without a phone these days, but I wish I could live without the dead caller making sexual innuendos to me.
The call's coming from inside your vagina.
Interesting. We've all said that.
Slamming against my cervix. Oh, I fucking love it. And then, do you want to listen to this interview with a first-hand account?
But this is interesting, though. With the phone sex, I think if I was forced to have sex with a ghost, I think I would enjoy the phone sex better or more than actually being physically penetrated or having to have sex with the ghost. I mean, I think to a certain extent, this man is being very polite.
I just imagine this woman is dressed up as like a librarian from the 1930s. She's never had a man touch her.
Definitely
and
not.
She just doesn't even understand what's happening. She's like, I don't think she understands she's getting a phone call from like a real person. She doesn't understand sexuality in any way, shape, or form.
Maybe a similar
No one's ever
voice.
touched her vagina in
No,
any
she
way,
keeps on
shape,
having
or form.
restraining orders on everybody that loves her.
Yeah.
He probably just asked her out on a date.
Yeah.
6 times, and every time he got arrested.
Mm-hmm. I understand. It depends on how you ask someone on a date.
Sure.
You know? You use the aggressive posture when you're like,
Let's fuck yeah.
You're going to get different reaction.
Absolutely.
And so when you're
I would go on a date with you, though. If you
well,
asked.
it's different.
Right.
Because you like people with a lot of energy.
That's
Same
true.
thing with me.
Right.
You come at me, you know?
Yeah.
You say to me, oh, I'm going to trap you and torture you for sex.
Sure.
I'm going to be understanding, hey, you're taking it out of my hands. I'm lazy. Thank you.
But something more like trouble you for a date, madame. You know, something like that that's nice.
Is that what you say?
Trouble you. No, I do not say that. But Kevin and I were out at a bar. Kevin Barnett from the Round Table, we're out at a bar, and that's what somebody kept on saying. Trouble you for a dance? And we were making fun of that guy.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing. He's going to end up with a bunch of ghost brides because no real woman will ever fuck that dude. Anyway, that's a nice romantic gesture. Trouble you for a date.
Yes. Yes. But these ghosts don't understand that.
That's right.
Because, again, they're in free love afterlife, you know, where they're just slipping. There's no penises or vaginas.
That's right.
Everyone energies are just passing through each other. It's like the 60s up there.
It is. It is. I agree.
You want to hear about one ghost fucking a lady down here on God's green earth?
I'm going to really say this right now. If you're going to listen to this thing, this is pretty steamy. This is some pretty steamy stuff. So it's like
50
if
Shades
you're
of Ghost.
listening to this on headphones, take those headphones, put them in your vagina.
Don't put him in
Right
your
now.
vagina.
Take your headphones,
That's
put
not
them
even-
up inside of your vagina, turn the bass up.
Turn the bass up. You want to
You're
get the
turning the
vibrations
bass up.
going. Get that vibration going in your vagina.
All right, make her come.
Now let's listen to this sexy woman talk about how this ghost raped her and why she is undateable.
When
she's
the
full of
events
stories.
started to happen, I was actually living in New Jersey in a condo by myself.
You can hear it in her
I was about
voice,
22
yeah.
years old, and I was working as a bartender in Manhattan. So a lot of times I wouldn't be getting home.
Oh, and by the
and
way,
settling
she
down
stars in her own
from bed
reenactment.
Until
Which I
5
love,
or
yeah.
6 o'clock in the morning. I was laying in my room on my bed alone.
Just asking for it.
And I felt something heavy in the air almost.
Was it Ben?
It just felt like the room was getting darker. All of a sudden, I just felt something on my legs, just almost like a warmth, almost like a tingling, something just touching my
Again,
leg.
it sounds very similar to Dancing Jermaine.
I kept getting all these weird sensations over my body, just weird tingles.
Yeah? Where else?
Warmth almost, tingling, going up my legs
Was
and
it peeing
onto
on
my
you?
arms.
Ooh, ghost
I
yeah.
felt almost something breathing on my neck, like somebody was actually kissing me.
That's my move.
I felt somebody grabbing my arms, pushing me down on the bed. My heart started to race.
I mean, this
my
is just a
breathing
fantasy.
became deeper, and
You were
I just
raptured.
went through all the motions.
Your
of
eyes have
actually
changed.
having a sexual
Yes.
encounter with somebody, and I felt heat. I felt energy up my legs. I mean, I felt something touching me. I remember that. I remember the
Has this woman been with me?
No, she said she feels something.
It's so hard to explain unless you've experienced.
Yeah, she is
because it's
full
through your
on
whole body,
coming
and
in
it's
the
a warmth that
reenactment.
comes
Oh, yeah, because she's
almost
she's
from
getting raped by a ghost in the
inside
reenactment.
out,
Yeah,
and
she loves
you
it.
feel
It doesn't sound like
sensations on
rape
your
either.
Skin and
She
inside
wanted
and through
it.
your body, and you feel just almost encompassed in this warm, loving energy.
She wanted to say ghost jizz there, but it's
She didn't say globules.
The entire
So
time
when
we were
does he
having
dirty
sex,
Sanchez
I
it?
felt
He can't.
touching.
That's
I
what's so
felt
sad.
energy. I felt heat everywhere. I felt
is like
it
Ghost,
through my
the movie
chest,
Ghost.
on my breasts.
Wait, say that again?
You
What?
literally have sex. I mean, you are breathing like you're having sex. You're moving like you're having sex.
Oh, it
You're
sounds like a
feeling
mild stroke.
Something get inside
How's your
of
eyes?
you.
You missed the thing when it gets inside of her. It gets inside of her. Hell yeah.
It eventually turned
thrusting.
into an orgasm that was so
Yeah.
intense through my whole
ghost.
body. It just was amazing.
I need this in my life.
Yeah.
You do. Can this happen to me?
Orgasm, it's literally from your toes to the top of your head. It's like
She's coming right now.
She's
goes through
delighted.
Your entire body. It's
Mm.
almost overwhelming.
I gotta be ghost milk.
I think this is gonna be too hot for some of our audience
Once you
members.
realize
I
that
think
you
so.
can do that and have that experience, you want to have it again.
Of course.
Naturally. It's just tough to summon the ghost.
What if it was Mengele?
Ooh, the doctor.
Yeah, man,
Wow.
she got that ish from a ghost pimp.
Yeah, I can only imagine some of our listeners being like, "Why can't they get back to like the David Parker Ray kind of sex?"
Yeah,
like that's the kind of sex
genuine
I like.
sex. This is genuine. Like she got seduced by a man ghost.
Yeah.
What if it's Abraham Lincoln?
It could be anyone that you
I heard
want
he
it to
was
be.
a fucking slammer in the bed.
Absolutely.
With his bony hips just digging in a Mary Todd. And she was just like, oh, give me a son. And he's just like, oh, I'm going to shoot my top hat. And then fucking came in her eyes.
No way,
All
he was
over
gay.
the place.
No.
Oh yeah, Lincoln was gay.
Can you imagine the
Gay.
stinky Civil War dude sex going on between Abraham Lincoln and his like boy servant?
Sucking on those sweet balls, man.
Oh god,
Very
what his
intense.
like unkept balls just covered with like wiry
What do
black
you think
hair.
is hairier, his chin or his balls?
His balls, just
Definitely,
a big
right?
thick muff of just a halo of barbed wire.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, this chick, she
His
sounded
dick just like
shaved.
reeking of lamb meat and his jism smelling like old
Oh
beer.
my god, yeah. A goat. I get it. A goat. So interesting. Well, this woman certainly had, I'm not sure if a ghost had sex with her, but she definitely had a great dream.
Something
and-
happened to her.
Good Lord. And she sounds hot. I did not see the image of her. She sounds like she's got a nice shaved vagina, which
She's
a
pretty
ghost
cute, actually.
love.
Yeah, she's pretty cute. You can see why a ghost wanted to rape her.
A bartender. I mean, it's possible that she was actually raped, but, let's not go into that. I mean, she's not covering up any sort of actual
No, because she
criminal
loved.
activity
She
that
still
might have
loved it.
occurred.
If I felt if she was like really tearful, you could say that she's trying to repress a memory,
Sure.
but she's not. She clearly enjoys the memory because you can hear her sploosh go.
Right.
As
she
she's
was literally
speaking.
getting wet as she was talking.
Absolutely, I'm getting wet.
Yeah,
But I'm also. It's hot in here.
Right, you're sweating.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sitting
a wet,
in a puddle of
it's
my
a
butt, my
wet
butt
butthole,
juice.
butthole.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah, because
different.
our butts don't get aroused from sex, right?
No.
Not
Okay, that's
usually.
just poo poo.
Although sometimes I do like to bend over and let my asshole air out.
Okay.
Just kind of
This is
Yeah, no, that's gross. We've gotten away from spectrophilia, which I like much, much better than that mental image. As a matter of fact, I'm angry.
But I of this happening. I think it is a thing that happened. You hear talk a lot about like succubi and incubi and,
Sure.
and how again this is just how Yahoo Answers proves it's had sex.
What is the difference between a succubi and an incubi?
one is for a male, one is for a female.
So the incubi is
Male.
the woman that sucks out the man's
This
soul.
is an incubi.
No. Succubi is a
woman that
that
sucks the
goes
man's
to a
soul
man.
out.
Yeah, this is an incubus.
Yeah.
Incubi is the plural form.
It's like the band.
Yes.
Yeah, and they do this too. What they do is like I've heard that's where the term actually started. Is that the band incubus would put on sheets and just go into groupies' houses and eat
Sure.
their pussies.
That
I've
is
heard
exactly where this comes from.
Absolutely, I've heard that.
No, I just heard it.
I read that.
I don't know if you read it. You could write it down. And
I
then I'll
will
read
do it, and I'll do it. I'll put it in my live journal.
Okay, good.
Yeah, which is fart dungeon /livejournal.com.
Oh wow, yeah. Make sure to check that out. As a matter of fact, Marcus, can you Google fart dungeon?
Of course.
And see if there's already one there taken. I hope not, because I really want you to have that website, Henry. And it'd
There's
be very sad.
fartdungeon.tumblr.com.
Oh, okay. So there is a fart dungeon. Oh, that's good to know.
Hey, it's not bad. It's the art of John Eric Garcia.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, go there. It's pretty good.
Fart dungeon.
Oh wow, that's a plug that we didn't expect to give.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun to see.
Yeah, it's there's a rooster in a varsity outfit covered in blood.
Wow, that's actually kind of fun.
And he's huffing and puffing.
Into
Oh,
our
man.
Chinese
Huh.
wedding situation.
That's
pretty
good
good.
to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's the groom at a Chinese wedding.
Yeah, Chinese ghost wedding. That's very exciting. All right. Well, I guess, is there anything else on this topic that we should delve into right now?
I'm just saying, leave yourself open to ghost sex, I guess.
How
you know,
lonely
like,
do you have to be in order to usher a ghost
Quite
into you?
lonely.
Quite lonely.
Absolutely. So this is good for us. This is good for what we do. You know, so just go out there, you know, wear something sexy to bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and leave the face cream at home. Try not to watch too much of that Judge Joe Brown while you're lying in bed before going to sleep,
I
because
agree
that's
with
just
that.
a sex killer.
It is.
Yeah,
Although-
put heels on. Put some heels on when you
Well,
get to
you
bed.
go to sleep.
Oh yeah, a man or a woman.
Okay.
Yeah, leave your dick out.
Sleep just like Carmen Electra did when she was dating Prince. Little known fact with that, Prince made her sleep in an evening gown with high heels and full makeup.
Yeah.
Wow,
so sleep
it is-
just like that.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to date Prince.
It is very hard.
And she had to go to a different wing of the house to use the bathroom.
Yes, Prince is quite the asshole. Nonetheless, and of course, if you have any ghost intercourse experiences, let us know. We would love to
Oh
hear
my God,
about
if
it.
you fucked a ghost, please.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
cavecomedyradio@gmail.com, please.
And
do it as steamy as possible, because I like that's where I think we're going to start taking this podcast in a steamy direction.
Yeah, 2 in a row. And in
Super
fact,
erotic.
I mean, I want to read
No,
one
that's what
more
our-
email.
That's what our listeners want.
Yeah,
they do.
I want to read one more email before we get
I'm
out of
rigid
here.
hard.
What's that?
I'm just full hard.
You're full hard right
Oh,
now.
yeah.
You're poking a 3-incher out of
Oh
it.
yeah.
That's good.
I got a full red rocket going on.
No, yeah, he's got a dog dick.
Again, I'm sorry to the Irish. You know,
No, they're fine. Everybody forgives you, Henry. And as a matter of fact, I thought the sensitivity level was a little high, but that's okay.
They've dealt with a lot with it. You know, that's the thing.
English- we
It's
can make
really
fun of
hard
the-
over
Hey,
there.
say
You know,
something bad about the English. The Irish will love that.
I mean, the English have already they've got see-through skin and buck teeth, and they're a bunch of fucking inbred reptile people.
Exactly.
You know, and the
that's
Irish
just a
are
fact.
just the Irish are the people that escape from their monkey cages.
Mm-hmm.
What?
All right. Do you have an email you would like to
I
read?
have one more email. This
Okay.
one's from Jimmy.
Okay.
Hello. I started listening to the podcast maybe a month ago and think it's absolutely the best podcast ever.
Thank you, Jimmy.
That's very
Anyways,
nice, Jimmy.
although the new episode creeped me out, it also intrigued me. So if possible, could you guys do another episode where you look at other creepy fetishes?
You know what, Jimmy? I would say you just listen to the last
congratulations.
episode over and over and over again.
Because this is the outright sexiest we're ever going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
this is
know,
it.
This is pretty much it.
Yeah.
Man, you can feel the air in the room has changed.
It's colder.
I'm gonna light a candle.
Oh, that's a good
Ooh,
idea.
yeah. I'm gonna put on some. Do you have any sensual music to put on?
Do we have any
Do we
do we
go out on?
Do we have any blind friends that we can have light candles all around this place? Hopefully, burn it down so we can come back as ghosts. That would be pretty.
Yeah,
wonderful.
and get married to some sweet, sweet, obedient Chinese woman.
Wouldn't it be amazing if we just got to the afterlife and we're like ready to be a husband now, and then like nobody chose us?
Yeah,
And then we just have to do this
finally
forever?
ready to settle down. You know what I mean? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks for listening to the last podcast on the left.
it's pretty sexy.
Getting your balls to be super rigid, your bush hairs all tied up in the bush hairs of the woman you love, on the man you love.
Ah, yeah, double bush hair. All right, everybody, we will talk to you soon. And
Magustalations.
Magustalations.
Hi, Ogeen. This song is called Spider Pussy.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Spider
Oh, my.
pussy.
Sounds a lot like
I barely know her.
Spider pussy. Oh, I just got goat.
It's a goat.
It's a goat. I understand.
I want to turn this to everyone else and say, Heil everyone else.
No, I already say
Heil
that.
the fans of
Well,
last
Heil me
podcast on
then.
the left.
Heil me then.
All right. Heil Hitler. I mean.
No.
I'm sorry. What the fuck, Henry?
no.
We almost made it.
Never gonna make it.
Let's do a couple of openings.
You do it.
Well, you better say something. Okay.
Mm.
Well, I think you should say, welcome to Ricky Gervais show on or whatever podcast.
I'm not on this, am I?
Yeah.
What am I doing here?
Well, just saying hello.
Hello?
No, let us do the introductions. We're doing 2 introductions in the 2 shows. Fuck me.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Right, welcome again to the Ricky Gervais Show on this Guardian podcast with me, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, and
Hello
of course, hello there.
Thanks.
And of course, our producer Carl Pilkington.
Right.
Carl, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
I know this is what a lot of the fans are already wondering. Is there going to be some monkey news today?
There's got to be.
Of course there is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Question.
Well, I'm worried because maybe this will steal your thunder. But Sarah Greer has emailed this in, once again, emailed to podcast@rickygervais.com. Chimp mauling under investigation. I know you're concerned, because this actually fuses 2 of our greatest features, Monkey News and Knob News, into one seamless whole.
Oh.
Investigators said they are trying to figure out how 2 chimpanzees that viciously attacked a visitor at an animal sanctuary escaped from their cage. This is the grim bit. The chimps chewed off a man's nose and severely mauled his genitals and limbs.
Why did they go for his genitals?
Both of them did as well.
Eh?
Both of them. Did you say 2 chimps?
No, you're right. Yeah, it was chimpanzees too.
Yeah.
I don't know if
See,
both
which
of them
one
went.
did it?
They just saw that they're dangling away, and they
You
just
go
went,
for the nose?
Yeah.
I go for his bollocks.
And
Now, what accent have they got there?
I
those
don't
chimps?
know.
Were they kind of New York gangster chimps? They're like soprano chimps.
What happened to him anyway?
What happened to what?
The 2 guilty monkeys.
Not dead by the authorities.
You see, that annoys me a bit.
I know, but again...
What are you talking about? They're attacking people's gonads!
I know, but they were happy in an African jungle a couple of years ago.
That's what they do, isn't it?
That is what they do. That's what animals do. Animals fight. Do you remember when that bloke...
So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to let them just wander off into the I don't know, into the local mall and maybe savage some young children? Or a bucket with a face paint on it?
No, all I'm saying is, you don't shoot them for doing what's natural to them.
Yes, you do.
Why?
If anything attacks anyone's balls...
No, but why...
No, maybe they were shot during it. That you're allowed to shoot something that's doing something. But if they... Were they executed, or were they shot in the attack?
No, it says he shot them... Well, he shot them to death. I'm assuming he shot them to death as they were legging it off.
But why aren't they just sort of tranquilised? Where was
Why
this?
am
Was
I
this in
being
a zoo?
accused like it was my fault just because I happen to be reading Sarah Greer, who emailed it in, the one who should be getting a bollocking?
It just annoys me how one way it's kind of like, we're trying to save the pandas, and then the next day someone's shooting them or whatever. I know it's not a panda, but all I'm saying is it's double
therefore the
standards.
whole argument falls apart, but go on.
No, but what I'm saying is, what would happen? I've talked about this before, about St. George killed the last dragon, right?
No, it didn't exist.
It's the same thing, though.
No, there's never been any dragons.
No.
It's a mythical creature.
Well, you don't
By
know
mythical,
that.
it means we made this up, like the unicorn.
I don't even understand. What was your point about the dragon? What's that got to do with
because
this?
I'm saying out, like, why is it all right to be going around, going mental with a gun, shooting all the monkeys and killing them? Because one day we're going to run out.
What are you talking about? How have you extrapolated from this one incident of a couple of testy, happy
That's what
monkeys?
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. One incident. They only did it once. And they've got a bullet
But they're
in
not
their head.
shooting around and making them extinct, are they?
If they carry on like that, they will. But
Well, it's up to the monkeys to stop attacking people's private parts.
It's
But that's what give and take here.
No,
I'm
come
sorry.
on. That monkey doesn't know why it's in a cage. It's not going, oh, this is for my own good. It's like, even if it's animal husbandry, they're not sitting there going, well, I'll tell you what, let's stay here because it's they're trying to do a nice little breeding program here, or we could get out and do what we do best: run amok, eat some bollocks, right, and have a good time. Right? They don't know what they're doing. They don't. And Carl's right. The poor little bastards get a bullet in the head.
For what?
And I'm saying, if they're attacking a human, shoot them to stop them. That's fine, okay. But if they're running away and they're, don't shoot them in the back like a coward.
This was an animal sanctuary, though. So presumably they had quite a cushy time there, because most of the ones I've visited, they've always got it easy. They're
But
hanging
you
around
don't-
on tyres, they got comfy chairs, they're wanking, they're going berserk, they're loving it. So you say that I think I don't know. I just think there was something nasty. There was something a bit warped in these monkeys. I mean,
But hang on a minute. You've just answered your own question there. You said they're in a sanctuary, so they haven't had a good upbringing. So they're going to be a bit more like madder than other monkeys, aren't they? Because that's where the ill ones go, isn't it?
Sorry, what do you understand by sanctuary?
Well, I've been to one for seals.
it's not like a borstal.
Yeah, exactly. He thinks it's a borstal. He
It's
thinks
like
that,
scum.
That they did some bad stuff in the jungle, and that they had a little monkey court, and they went send him to borstal.
Well, what is it then?
No, it's a monkey sanctuary where it like a haven.
Well, it's not a haven, is it? They've got a bullet in the head.
The Ricky Gervais Show on Guardian Unlimited.
Talking of eating knobs,
yeah,
Gilly Goulden. Now
what's she been up to?
Well, you saw her in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
I haven't been watching it.
She popped a little kangaroo knob in the mouth, chewed it up.
What, she just found it? Did she line around?
No, it was one of the things that she had to
Oh, it was
eat.
one of the challenges.
Carol Thatcher, a daughter of one of our leaders.
Sure.
She popped a couple of bollocks in the mouth,
Oh.
chewed them up, swallowed them.
Oh.
And Gilly Goulden, there was a kangaroo penis there, dried. She couldn't even get. It was so tough, she couldn't even get through it. And then she, eventually, she eats it.
What was it, like a pepperoni?
Yeah. And she. What do you think of that, Carl?
What, eating that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
I watch it. I like those little trial bits, right?
Yeah.
But what I don't think people realise is, right, it is hard eating a little kangaroo knob. Right?
Really? How do you know?
No, it's just, you think about it and you go, oh, couldn't do that, right? But what they never mention on the TV programme, which I think takes it to the next level, right? They're eating that at like 7:30 in the morning.
Sure. Right.
Which
for
is
breakfast.
worse, innit?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If I was there and Ant and Dec said, right, Carl, eat the knob, I'd go, hang on a minute, give us a few hours, let me get some rice and that on my belly, and just sort of fill me up a little bit more. I'll pop back at about 6:30 this evening.
Right.
Have it ready. And I'd be happier then. It's just that thing of, you don't
want to eat animal genitals on an empty stomach.
So what are you saying? You could
I'm saying like I could eat a knob at night, but
just cut that there. We'll loop that. If any DJs are listening, just take that quote. I could eat a knob at night by Carl Pilkington. Maybe do a dance remix.
Yeah, maybe you're sort of a house producer and you could maybe get some kind of high energy beat going, and then we could just send that out to some of the gay clubs. I'm sure it'd be really popular.
Please, anyone send us, that looped with a nice little, funky house beat. Carl Pilkington saying I could eat a knob at night.
No, but
do you
know what I mean? though? By that.
Not really.
Well, okay then, right. Okay. Now, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I couldn't pop a kangaroo testicle in my mouth and chew it. It was disgusting to watch. She was eating witchetty grubs. I mean, good on them because they were doing it. But then again, I think, well, they wanted to go in there. They knew they were up for it. So on the one hand, I think, is that admirable and is that showing sort of like good British metal, or is it, you know, I'll do anything to get on telly for a week? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't. Where does it stop? You know, I thought Rebecca Lewis went too far when she gave the little pig a tug, but at least she knew where to stop.
Yeah.
She didn't, you know.
Well, I think it's obvious when you have to stop.
Yeah, but you know,
the pig tells you that.
To pop the Also, again, where's the kangaroo hopping around without a cock?
I tell you, here's another question, right? Bit of a spin-off with animals and that. Have you ever, right, Steve, killed a fly?
Probably, yes.
Right. Well, I was watching David Attenborough. Right. He makes his money out of flies and that, doesn't he? Do you think he's ever killed one, or does he go, well, I can't kill that fly or that spider because that's how I make my money?
I don't know what the question is.
I don't know what this question is.
Like my mum, right, she said if a fly is knocking about the house, she never kills it, she always catches it and puts it out and that, and she said she'd never kill
Who is
one.
she, Mr. Miyagi? What do you mean she catches it? How does she catch it?
With a pair of chopsticks.
No, she...
Rick, it's that time again. It's what everyone's waiting for. Can you do the jingle for us?
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Right, this week the monkey news is about, you know, we all know, like, you know, there's monkeys knocking about that aren't happy in this country.
Sure.
Aren't they?
It is a big problem, yeah, it's an epidemic.
So they've set up like this sanctuary place.
Okay.
Where they all go. The ones that aren't happy in a zoo and what have you, it's getting them down.
They can phone a number and they'll come and pick them up.
Pop them in this house place, right? And basically, they can run riot in there.
Yeah.
They get freedom to sort of cheer themselves up. It's like, don't have a go at them. If they want to do such a thing, let them have a go and what have you, right?
Yeah.
There's 3 people running this place, right? And one of them...
Sorry, where is this place for wayward chimps who don't like the zoo? What are you talking about? A house where they can do what they want?
I'm not sure where it is.
That's a surprise. Go on.
But there's this place anyway. It doesn't matter where it is, does it? At the end of the day, I'm just telling you what the problem is. We haven't got to the problem bit yet.
Go on.
I'm just building up to it, right? So these monkeys, big house and that,
PlayStation, anything they want.
Gym, all that lot.
Gym.
So anyway, I'll cut to the chase. Whatever. One of them wanted to mess about with the woman's breasts. Right?
Which woman's breasts?
The woman who works there.
Right.
Right. And she was like, right, pack it in, you know, we've all had a bit of fun.